1. Xiefeng, May 13, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The first characteristic of Tao, holographic order. The universe is holographic, everything is interconnected, and the universe is a living entity. The activity of an ant is related to an elephant drinking water. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings in Alaska is connected to a storm at the Cape of Good Hope. Today's cough is linked to an insect swallowed 10 years ago. The current back pain is related to a mouse killed 500 years ago. The suffering of a grandson today is connected to the mountain-digging activities of ancestors 3,000 years ago. The rolling of a stone on the moon is linked to an earthquake somewhere on Earth. An explosion on a distant planet thousands of light years away is related to someone sneezing on Earth. Parents' words and actions are connected to the growth of their children. A mosquito bite on the toe is directly linked to getting angry. A lover's betrayal is related to the other's suicide. A statement made by Jesus or Buddha 2,000 years ago is linked to someone's behavior today. Darwin's theory of evolution is connected to people not believing in the greatest creator. A statement made by oneself 10 years ago is related to today's unexpected encounters. Everything is connected, no matter how distant. All events are related, no matter how long ago. Hearts resonate, whether in heaven or on earth. Spirits communicate, regardless of whether they belong to insects, plants, animals, humans, or ghosts. This is the holographic order. In the midst of complexity and constant change, everything falls into place with precision and order. Every word, action, movement, thought, and intention leaves an imprint in the universe. When the time is ripe, there will be consequences. Feeling helpless, unable to understand, unable to see the principles of good deeds leading to good outcomes and evil deeds leading to bad outcomes, one feels anxious and confused, not knowing the cause. Life seems uncertain. Everything appears random and inexplicable because the characteristic of Tao is holographic order. Boundless and infinite, without tactics or fixed modes, no name or identity, no form or shadow, yet its power is immense, rewarding and punishing at all times. Invisible, intangible, and inaudible, yet it responds like a shadow that follows form. It can't be stolen, hidden, lifted, or moved. It's elusive and empty, yet it can cause earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, ground splits, and thunderous roars. Where there's movement, it moves. Where there's stillness, it's still. Where there's life, lives. Where there's death, it dies. Yet where there's movement, it's still. Where there's stillness, it moves. Where there's life, it dies. Where there's death, it lives. It's profound and inscrutable. Hard to fathom its wonder, because the nature of Tao is holographic order. Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. This is because Tao possesses the characteristic of holography. Holography here does not refer to chaos. Chaos is disordered, while holography is orderly. Tao forms an invisible divine net, which, as the saying goes, divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. All things, all phenomena, are within this divine net. They cannot escape it, hide from it, erase it, or extinguish it. Whether they are gods, Buddhas, demons, celestials, saints, ghosts, or monsters, they all operate within this divine net and cannot escape it, cannot escape from holography. As I expand, so does Tao. As I diminish, so does Tao. As I possess, so does Tao. As I lack, so does Tao. As I become complex, so does Tao. As I become simple, so does Tao. Holography is not chaos. Within holography, there are 36 8-diagram arrays, 36 dimensional spaces, 20 parallel worlds, and 64 basic factors. The permutations, combinations, and error corrections of these 64 basic factors intertwine to form astronomical numbers, which are difficult for human intelligence to understand and reach. Therefore, each person plays their own game, walks their own path. You are you. You can never become another person. Even if there is a 99.99% similarity, that 0.01% is enough to make a world of difference, as distant as 1,000 miles. Do you completely understand? If you do, it proves that you don't understand the holography of Tao. Only by transforming oneself into nothingness, within the void, faint, vague, dim, obscure, can one glimpse a bit of true insight. First, dissolve oneself into holography, then one can understand the characteristic of Tao is holographic. Laozi said, "Those who are skilled in the way of Tao are subtle, mysterious, profound, and penetrating, so deep that they cannot be understood." Why? Because Tao possesses the characteristic of holography. Knowing that Tao has the characteristic of holography and understanding the holographic characteristic of Tao hold profound and significant value. When we can face the collapse of Mount Tai without blinking an eye or skipping a beat, smile slightly with a knife at our throat, remain calm and composed in the face of death, stay unruffled in the face of family ruin and personal loss, and continue to be calm and relaxed even if the next second brings about earth-shattering changes, only then can we truly understand the holographic nature and principles of Tao. In reality, at this moment, one has already become a celestial being. The sky is intensely blue, death ceases to exist, beauty surrounds us, profound experiences abound, all paths are open, skills are effortlessly wielded, and there is nothing to do but enjoy leisure and play. Understanding the holographic characteristic of Tao and following its path leads to escaping the kingdom of necessity and entering the kingdom of freedom. 雪峰传道2. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 2. Xiefeng, May 15, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The second characteristic of Tao, eternal reliability. Tao is the synthesis of all laws. Within a certain time and space, these laws are immutable, enduring, and dependable. Every morning, the red sun rises from the east. The seasons change timely throughout the year. Seeds sown in suitable soil will inevitably sprout, grow, and eventually bloom and bear fruit. Rivers naturally flow downstream. It has been like this for thousands of years. Eggs are hatched in 21 days, yielding chicks. After giving birth, mother's milk will surely follow. Tides ebb and flow, flowers bloom and wither. Flocks of geese migrate southward. The moon waxes and wanes. Everything follows a pattern. Everything can be trusted and relied upon. This is the characteristic of Tao, eternal reliability. The sum of the interior angles of a triangle is 180 degrees. Pi is always 3.1415926. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Velocity multiplied by time equals distance traveled. To escape the solar system, an object must reach or exceed a velocity of 16.7 kilometers per second. Oxygen and iron embrace to become iron oxide. Halley's Comet appears once every 76 years. The moon continually orbits the Earth. It takes a little over 365 days for the Earth to orbit the sun once. When full, hunger disappears. With the onset of puberty, there arises a sexual impulse. When a light is turned on, darkness is dispelled. Collision between positive and negative cloud layers can trigger thunder and lightning. Everything is so precise, orderly, and systematic. This is determined by the eternal reliability of Tao. Swallowing a bottle of sleeping pills will definitely result in never waking up again. Consuming croton seeds will surely cause diarrhea. Drinking a bowl of concentrated arsenic water will undoubtedly result in immediate death. Placing one's hand in a blazing fire will certainly result in burnt skin and flesh. Planting potatoes will definitely not yield sweet potatoes. It is unquestionable that those who are near vermilion get stained red. and those who are near ink get stained black. 1. Will surely not pick bananas from an apple tree. Constructing skyscrapers on quicksand is surely impossible. Dialing the signal 0086 will definitely connect you to China. Cutting a blade on the back of the hand will surely draw blood. Flying in synchronous orbit with the Earth's rotation will always be either morning or another time. Hitting oneself on the head with a stone will surely feel painful. Why can we be so sure? Because this is determined by the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao. Understanding this characteristic of Tao holds profound significance. Not only can it effectively and fully utilize laws to serve oneself, avoiding wastage of personal energy and mitigating risks, but more importantly, it enables recognition of the inevitability of change in all things. Consequently, one can confidently carry out current tasks without hesitation or doubt, steadfastly progressing towards their goals. For example, if we aim to reach the thousand-year world, as long as our consciousness resonates with the beings of the thousand-year world and we adopt their way of life and existence, there is no doubt that we will surely arrive there. We will have no doubts about this. Why? Because it is determined by the eternal reliability of Tao. Pursuing the sun will certainly escape darkness. Aspire to the thousand-year world and persistently practice and cultivate towards it. Surely, we will reach the thousand-year world. Doubt arises from uncertainty, and uncertainty stems from not recognizing the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao. Once one acknowledges this aspect of Tao, it becomes as certain as knowing that placing fermented dough in a steamer for about 15 minutes will undoubtedly yield edible steamed buns. Good deeds bring good rewards, evil deeds bring evil consequences. This is the eternal characteristic of Tao. It is reliable. Those who commit numerous evil deeds will surely descend into hell, while those who fulfill virtuous deeds will inevitably become celestial beings or Buddhas and ascend to heaven. This is an iron rule, determined by the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao, not subject to the will of any individual. If we do good deeds, there's no need to anxiously await results. Why be in a rush? When the time comes, the results will naturally manifest. Small changes gradually emerge, while big changes happen in an instant. Through daily cultivation, progress may not be visible, but suddenly one day, one has already become a celestial being. A rope rubbing against a wooden board will cut into it, and water dripping onto a stone will wear it down. Channels form when water flows. The pedestals of ripe melons fall. These are enduring laws, reliable. What is there to doubt? There are no random events in the universe. Everything is the inevitable result of causes and conditions. There are no coincidences or accidents. Everything follows a predetermined pattern. This isn't something made up by Xiefeng. It is determined by the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao. The type of consciousness one possesses corresponds to the form of existence one embodies, and the manner of thinking determines one's way of life. This is neither superstition nor speculation, but rather a summary and reflection of the patterns life presents across different times and spaces. Having understood the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao, one should steadfastly journey and cultivate towards Celestial Islands continent. As long as persistence is maintained, one will undoubtedly reach Celestial Islands continent. This endeavor is perpetually reliable, and Tao does not deceive people. 雪峰传道3. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 3. Xiefeng, May 17, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, justice, immediacy, and illusory yet actual existence. The third characteristic of Tao: instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability. Tao is the most subtle and sensitive sensor in the universe. It instantaneously senses, records, and responds to the slightest changes at any time, place, or thing, without the slightest delay or negligence. Whether it's the changes in a galaxy or the changes in a fundamental particle, whether it's actions taken by humans or the fleeting thoughts in their minds, Tao accurately senses, records, and responds without missing a single microsecond. You may deceive people and other living beings, but you cannot deceive Tao, for Tao resides within us. In every drop of our blood, in every cell, in every nerve pathway, in every breath, in every heartbeat, and in every thought, Tao is present, sensing, and responding. Therefore, the more honest a person is, the more they align with the characteristics of Tao. From this, we realize that any deception ultimately deceives not others or other beings, but oneself. Inner prayers, acts of repentance, wishes, and blessings all carry weight, value, and significance. Any disaster, whether it's a slip or a fall, a car accident, or an earthquake, can be prevented and avoided. As the ancient sages said, a single thought can move ghosts and gods. A single action can change heaven and earth. The difference between calamity and fortune, sorrow and joy, lies in the slightest difference in thought. Whether a camel will be crushed depends on the last straw, and which way the balance tips depends on the final gram. This is because Tao possesses the characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity. Tao is not dead, but alive. It possesses eternal reliability, yet it is not a rigid and unchanging machine. It is adaptable and can generate myriad phenomena. Wherever there is space, life, or changes, there are Tao's methods. On a macroscopic level, Tao's principles are constant, while on a microscopic level, they are constantly changing, arising and ceasing in each moment. On a macroscopic scale, there are stages of birth, abiding, decay, and emptiness, while on a microscopic scale, these stages can be reversed. For every person, every day, there are countless thoughts and ideas, and in response, Tao generates various transformations. If you remain unchanged, Tao remains unchanged. If you change, Tao changes accordingly. With your 10,000 changes, Tao produces 10,000 corresponding transformations. This is the instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability of Tao, always remaining unchanging amidst change, changing amidst the unchanging, eternally one yet endlessly unpredictable and mysterious. This is why it is said that the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Having understood Tao's characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, we know how to navigate our life's journey. We can skillfully pursue our desires without overstepping boundaries, thus safely and smoothly arriving at the life space we yearn for. For example, since Tao exhibits eternal reliability, our ideals, beliefs, and pursuits must also be steadfast and reliable. We cannot be fickle, changing our minds frequently, or we will never reach our ultimate ideals. However, because Tao also demonstrates instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, we must be flexible on our journey through life. We cannot rigidly adhere to fixed rules or cling to dogma. We must be like eagles hunting rabbits. Wherever the rabbit runs, we must flap our wings accordingly. When we reach the riverbank, if there's no bridge, we must quickly find a boat to cross. If there's no boat, we must paddle ourselves, or if we cannot swim, we should practice swimming first. If necessary, we must find a piece of wood to help us cross the river. In short, we cannot simply wait passively. In times of danger, it is essential to pray and seek help from the greatest creator promptly because Tao possesses the characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity. Our inner thoughts and activities are instantly perceived by the greatest creator, who will then take corresponding protective measures in the nick of time. When faced with a dilemma, promptly share your best wishes with the greatest creator and then entrust your life to him, letting Tao manage your life. Then, go with the flow, act according to your nature, take advantage of opportunities that arise, and you will not go wrong. When facing decisions, it's crucial to remain calm and not hastily make choices. Avoid harboring a mentality of taking chances or attempting to deceive or lie. Look up 3 feet. You will find divinity. In reality, these divine entities are within us. A slight misstep can lead to drastic consequences. In the darkness, one may harbor ill intentions, but the eyes of the divine are as bright as lightning, and to avoid misfortune in the visible world, do not offend the invisible. The invisible refers to our inner world, which is unseen by others. If we commit wrongdoings in our inner world, there will be no good outcomes under the bright light of day. Don't assume that unethical actions from yesterday will go unpunished today and deceive yourself into believing you can get away with it. In reality, you are only deceiving yourself. When the time comes, you will deeply regret it because Tao possesses the characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity. It meticulously records all our thoughts and actions, accumulating them for change. When this accumulation reaches a saturation point, even the slightest change will trigger unforeseen events instantaneously. This is determined by Tao's holographic characteristic. In summary, Tao manages, supervises, coordinates, and responds to us at all times and in all places. This is the instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability of Tao. 雪风传道4. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 4. Xiefeng, May 18, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The 4th characteristic of Tao, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior. The entire universe is an integrated whole, much like the human body. Tao permeates the universe, akin to how blood fills the human body. Tao possesses the characteristics of a hologram, making no distinction between inner and outer. In other words, it's impossible to discern what is internal from what is external, let alone what is up or down, what is large or small, what is male or female. This state requires deep immersion to fully experience, similar to how a drop of ink disperses in clear water. After a while, when the ink completely merges into the water, it becomes difficult to distinguish between inner and outer. Tao, akin to ink seamlessly blending into clear water, pervades all things, both material and non-material, permeating all aspects of time and space. Therefore, Tao possesses the characteristic of transcendence of inner and outer. When a stone is thrown into calm water, ripples extend in all directions from the point where the stone lands. But this takes time. If there are obstacles, the ripples may stop there. For instance, waves from Dongting Lake are unlikely to reach the Pacific Ocean. However, Tao is different. Stimulus from any location can almost instantaneously propagate to every material, time, and space in the universe without any hindrance. Any movement in the human world is immediately known in the heavenly realms, and any change in the heavenly realms immediately affects the human world. Just as the human brain, with its central nervous system, can immediately sense a prick on the toe, the universe also has a central system. According to the non-material world chapter, we know that there are 20 parallel worlds in the universe. These 20 parallel worlds are not isolated from each other but are connected by the 0 point, the realm of the greatest creator's residence. The 0 point serves as the central nervous system of the universe. The 20 parallel worlds intersect at the 0 point, and for the 0 point, any subtle changes in these 20 parallel worlds are perceived, much like how the brain perceives any subtle changes in the body's limbs, hair, senses, organs, and viscera. Therefore, for Tao, it transcends time and space, without any constraints. Tao's transcendence is not only manifested in its ability to traverse space, but also time. For humans, we perceive the past, present, and future as distinct, but for Tao, these temporal states are unified and indistinguishable. The past is the present is the future, and the future is the past. They are all part of a unified whole. The past influences the present shapes the future, and in the same way, the present can also affect the past, and the future can influence the present. If a life form was once a fox, is now a human, and will be a celestial being in the future, then the fox, the human, and the celestial being are all manifestations of the same entity. We may perceive them differently, but Tao does not make such distinctions. In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, characters often enter the non-material world and engage in romantic relationships, marriage, and childbirth with foxes, bees, and other creatures. The parties involved cannot distinguish between themselves. There are no clear differences between foxes, humans, and bees. Only by stepping outside of that space can one discern who is a bee, who is a fox, and who is a human. Of course, some may argue that Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio is a collection of supernatural tales not to be believed, but that's their perspective, not mine. They've never entered these stories, so they deem them untrustworthy. However, once they enter and then leave, their perspective might change. For me, there is no clear distinction between mythology, fairy tales, supernatural stories, fiction, and reality, just as there is no clear distinction between the 36 8-diagram arrays. If you've been living within just one 8-diagram arrays and never entered any of the other 35 8-diagram arrays, of course, you will never know the existence of the 36 8-diagram arrays. Science fiction novels may seem like products of the author's imagination, but when we enter the space-time tunnel, we realize that they are not mere fantasies, but depictions of reality. It is said that in 1898, British writer Morgan Robertson wrote a novel titled Futility, which eerily predicted the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, 14 years later. Can we then dismiss the novel as merely the author's imagination? In 1865, at the age of 37, French science fiction writer Jules Verne published his science fiction masterpiece, From the Earth to the Moon, which described launching a manned projectile to the moon. The content, data, and details in the novel were almost identical to the data of the Apollo 11 moon landing spacecraft in 1969, 100 years later. Can we say Verne was just imagining things? Some may criticize Sieffing's depictions of the thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent as mere fantasy, but we cannot fault the critics for their lack of understanding of Tao's transcendence of time and space and the mysteries of thinking. However, believers are blessed. Grasping the concept of Tao's transcendence over time and space is truly extraordinary and incredibly marvelous. If one achieves enlightenment, they can freely roam the universe, instantly entering any life space to play. Moreover, one's thinking can expand limitlessly, and consciousness can transform from human to celestial being in the shortest possible time. The key here is not to differentiate between inner and outer, not to have a concept of time, but to realize that you are within Tao. Since Tao possesses the characteristic of transcending time and space, you also have the innate ability to transcend time and space. You can effortlessly travel from the human world directly to the thousand-year world, or the 10,000-year world, or the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. 雪峰传道5. Sieffing Preaching Tao 5. Sieffing, May 19, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The 5th characteristic of Tao, spirituality. In terms of the eternal reliability of Tao, it represents the synthesis of all laws. It operates meticulously, impartially, and strictly according to procedures. It cannot be deceived. If you input apples, you won't get oranges in return. Input peace, and you won't get turmoil. Input heaven, and you won't get hell. It acts like a mirror, reflecting the true essence of things. Therefore, when we encounter setbacks, troubles, or disasters in reality, we should know that they are entirely caused by ourselves, brought about by the information we input. This is not a dereliction or error of Tao. When we see someone crying in the mirror, it's ourselves crying. The mirror accurately reflects the actual situation in front of it. It's unreasonable to blame the mirror when we cry. If we wish to see the person in the mirror smile, we ourselves must smile. If we don't smile, the reflection in the mirror will never smile. Similarly, if we want Tao to bring peace, smoothness, auspiciousness to our lives, and to have a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life, we must put ourselves in such a state. If our consciousness is in chaos and disorder, then everything we perceive will also appear chaotic and disordered. If we lack direction and goals, Tao will not show us direction and goals. If our hearts are filled with jealousy and hatred, then everything we see and hear will provoke jealousy and hatred in us. If we constantly blame others and have a great deal of anger, the arrangements made by Tao will only provoke us to become angry and resentful. If our inner world is not peaceful, the outer world will not be peaceful either. If there is no heaven in our consciousness, there will be no heaven in the universe. If our hearts do not envision and yearn for the scenes of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, we will never find or reach these worlds and continent. What we long for, what we pray for, is what we attract to ourselves. What we think and do is reflected in reality. Western spiritual masters say, reality is the projection of our own consciousness, and indeed it is so.
我们常常埋怨老天不公，说老天爷看着人间这么多苦难灾难不管，而情况不是这样的。实际情况是我们自己愿意制造苦难和灾难，是我们自己不愿意脱离苦难和灾难。
上天派老子来，我们听从老子的开示了吗？上天派佛陀释迦牟尼来，我们听从佛陀的教诲了吗？上天派耶稣来，我们听从耶稣的指导了吗？上天派雪峰来，我们听从雪峰的导游了吗？我们还埋怨什么？ We often complain that heaven is unfair, saying that the heavens watch over the world with so much suffering and disaster and do nothing. But the situation is not like that. In reality, it is we who are willing to create suffering and disaster, and it is we who are unwilling to break free from them. When heaven sent Laozi, did we heed his teachings? When heaven sent Buddha, did we follow his guidance? When heaven sent Jesus, did we listen to his instructions? When heaven sent Xiefeng, did we follow his guidance? What else do we have to complain about? Although Tao operates meticulously and impartially, it is sentient and trustworthy, and it has spirituality. When we rejoice, Tao rejoices. When we suffer, Tao suffers. When we are angry, Tao is angry. When we ask for something, Tao will provide it. It's worth collecting evidence of this. When a person's life is in extreme danger, if they are conscious and earnestly seek the aid of the greatest creator at that critical moment, the situation can immediately shift from danger to safety, or the risk and damage can be minimized. There are many examples of this throughout history, which proves what? It proves that Tao has spirituality. Without spirituality, there would be no resonance, and without resonance, the turning of danger into safety would be difficult to achieve. Jesus often taught us that as long as you keep knocking, the door of the kingdom of the greatest creator will open for you. As long as we have faith, we can instantly transplant the large tree beside us to another place. The spirituality of Tao also manifests in the form of continuous inspiration it provides us, which I refer to as revelations. The over 100 articles I have written, titled Revelations, aim to help everyone find and receive divine inspirations from the myriad phenomena of nature. Life Genuine has always emphasized the need for everyone to awaken their spiritual perception. Once awakened, it's akin to a blind person regaining sight. You will perceive revelations everywhere, comprehend the wordless books, grasp the operational rules and ways of Tao, and ultimately attain Tao. You will be able to fly freely in the vast sky and leap freely in the boundless sea. Wherever you wish to go, you will go. Tao is constantly caring for us, assisting us, watching over us, educating us, and guiding us. Every few hundred years, it sends certain individuals to guide us. This is the spirituality of Tao. Tao responds to our inner prayers and desires at any moment, acting like a mirror that reflects our current reality, demonstrating the spirituality of Tao. If we consume something that upsets our stomach, Tao will cause us to experience the associated pain or discomfort, serving as a warning to us. 雪峰传道6. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 6. Xiefeng. June 3, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The sixth characteristic of the Tao, justice. If we look at things from a moment-to-moment perspective, it's almost impossible to discern the justice of Tao. Where does the justice of Tao manifest when a kind person encounters a car accident? Where does the justice of Tao manifest when a place experiences an earthquake, causing mass casualties and injuries? Where does the justice of Tao manifest when some opportunists exploit and oppress good people, living in wealth and comfort, while hardworking, kind, and sincere individuals struggle with hardship and despair? To see the justice of Tao, one must look at it from a macro perspective, from a holistic viewpoint, from the perspective of causality, from the long river of history, from the interplay of debts, from the future consequences, and from the principles of misfortune, that upon which happiness depends. Happiness, that underneath which misfortune lurks. And if you want to contract something, you must first expand it. If you want to weaken something, you must first strengthen it. If you want to abolish something, you must first promote it. If you want to seize something, you must first give to it. When someone suffers from a headache, there is always a reason behind it. There is absolutely no headache without a cause. The occurrence of any phenomenon or event always has its reasons. There are no occurrences without reasons. All illnesses, pains, and disasters have their origins. When we trace back to their roots, we may find that some originate not long ago, while others have origins from a very long time ago. We tend to forget events from a long time ago because we cannot find their roots. Due to this, we often misunderstand the justice of Tao and mistakenly conclude that life is unpredictable and that the occurrence of all phenomena and events is merely coincidental. In fact, the justice of Tao manifests not only on a macro and global scale but also on a micro and local level, from quarrels between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to palace intrigues, from slipping and falling outside to facing difficulties in tasks, from joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, to changes in weather and the waxing and waning of the moon, from personal fights to world wars. The justice of Tao is evident everywhere. The reason we often fail to perceive the justice of Tao is because we have not identified the root causes that lead to or trigger events. In hell, there isn't a single unjustly condemned spirit. Between the realms of yin and yang, there isn't a single unjustly condemned ghost. In the human world, there isn't a single person who is unjustly accused. As one sows, so shall one reap. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. The two levels are in symmetry, and yin and yang are in balance. Everything is a result of our own actions. There's no point in blaming heaven, earth, society, or others. Let's explore the justice of Tao through a few examples. The inevitability of death for everyone is a significant aspect of the justice of Tao. The poor die, the wealthy die, the great die, the insignificant die, the powerful die, the powerless die, the beautiful die, the ugly die. How fair it is. If some people didn't die, would there be any way out for us? Has the sun not shone upon everyone? Regardless of who you are, the sun shines upon you. Is this not fair? The air circulates throughout the world, allowing every living being to breathe freely without charge. Is this not fair? Regardless of height, weight, wealth, or poverty, regardless of race, every person is given a pair of bright eyes. Is this not fair? Love attracts love, bringing joy to the heart. Everyone experiences this. How fair Tao is. Establishing heaven to reward those who revere the greatest creator, life, and nature, and follow the path of the greatest creator, and setting up hell to punish those who disregard the greatest creator, are arrogant and reckless, harm living beings, pollute rivers, lakes, seas, skies, and the earth, and speak nonsense about mysterious and spooky things. How just Tao is. The more you have, the more troubled you are. The less you have, the less troubled you are. How fair the program designed by Tao, allowing each person to sleep in only one bed at night, limiting each person to eating only a few bowls of rice at most, limiting each person's physical and mental capabilities, subjecting each person to the same risks when traveling by car or plane, granting each person free will, and allowing each person to freely choose their future lifestyle and path. How fair Tao is. If someone wears a diamond necklace, you say you also want to wear a diamond necklace, otherwise it's unfair. If someone is 6 feet tall, you say you also want to be 6 feet tall, otherwise it's unfair. If someone lives in a mansion, you say you also want to live in a mansion, otherwise it's unfair. If Hu Jintao becomes the president, you say you also want to be the president, otherwise it's unfair. Alright, if that's the case, when someone suffers, you should also suffer. When someone breaks their leg, you should also break your leg. When someone is burned to death, you should also burn yourself to death. When someone contracts AIDS, you should also inject yourself with the AIDS virus. Is this justice? Tao is just, there is no doubt about it. The sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is zero, meaning the universe's accounts are balanced. Ultimately, the accounts of every individual will also inevitably balance. Understanding this, we will be calm in our hearts, peaceful in our minds, clear-sighted, and more willing to give and less eager to take. The more we give, the less we seek, and the greater the ultimate reward will be. Don't limit your perspective to the gains and losses of yesterday and today. Look towards tomorrow and the day after. Don't confine your perspective to past lives and the present life. Look towards future lives and lives to come. In this way, no matter how tumultuous the waves of life may be, we can steer our life's ship steadily and safely towards the ideal harbor we dream of. 雪风传道7. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 7. Xiefeng, July 7, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The 7th characteristic of the Tao, non-obstruction. Obstruction refers to blockage, being hindered, and difficult circulation, unable to transcend and stagnating. Non-obstruction refers to unimpeded passage, without hindrance, penetrating through everything. Regardless of how fast the movement of any substance is, it still has a speed. It takes time to travel from one point to another, even for the fastest light, which travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. It takes about 8 minutes for light to travel from the sun to the earth. However, the speed of Tao is zero. It takes 0 time to travel from one point to another, typically referred to as an instant. Any movement of matter, even wind, sound, or light, has limitations. When encountering specific obstacles, they either slow down or are completely blocked and stagnate. However, Tao is not like this. It can penetrate through any obstacle and instantly convey information to all spatial and temporal domains. This is the non-obstruction of Tao. For instance, if someone were to sit in a room sealed with a 10-meter thick iron plate, completely isolated from the outside world, they would still be able to sense external spiritual fluctuations, waves of consciousness, in an instant. The outside world would also be able to sense their changes in consciousness. They would still be able to see scenes from higher-level life spaces, such as the 1,000-year world, and lower-level life spaces, such as the plant world. In other words, even if they died in the isolated space, their soul would still be able to reach the corresponding space. A 10-meter thick iron plate cannot block the movement of consciousness. For a person or an object travels from China to the United States, whether by boat across the ocean or by plane through the clouds, they must rely on carrier media such as ships or airplanes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to cross the ocean or sky. Similarly, sending faxes or emails requires the use of carrier media such as electronic devices to transmit the information. Otherwise, the information cannot reach its destination. This is because during the process of material transmission, there are often blockages. However, Tao is not like this. Its operation is unobstructed. It penetrates through all time and space in an instant. For example, if one of our relatives lives tens of thousands of light years away on a distant planet or in the depths of the ocean, if something significant happens to us, that relative will sense it instantly. This is due to the non-obstruction of Tao. No substance or space can hinder the operation of Tao because the universe is a whole, exhibiting a holographic sensation. It's like pricking a small thorn on a toe. The whole body can sense it instantly. In this sense, the universe is like a vast organism, and Tao is its central nervous system. Its nerve endings extend to every tiny point. The ancient sages saying for its greatness, nothing lies outside it. For its smallness, nothing lies within it embodies this meaning. By understanding the characteristic of non-obstruction of Tao, we can place ourselves within the universe. We can merge ourselves into all time and space. We can transform into myriad forms, countless incarnations, and instantly reach any place in the universe. We can navigate through the 36-dimensional spaces and roam among the 20 parallel worlds. For example, currently, we are in the human world on Earth. If we wish to live immediately in the 1,000-year world, as long as we become familiar with a little trick of consciousness, we will immediately enter life in the 1,000-year world. This trick is only explained to the members of Life Genuine. Others can comprehend it through Chanyuan corpus, which is not difficult at all. Buddha teaches that every person has Buddha nature, possessing all the characteristics. Indeed, every person has the potential to become a Buddha. Here, I substitute Buddha nature with Tao nature. Every person has Tao nature. We exist within Tao. Every person possesses all characteristics, meaning that anyone can become any kind of life they desire and can attain Tao. What we may not understand now is why we are unable to achieve this. There's also a little trick to this. For instance, while each of us has the potential ability to drive a car, to truly master driving, we need practice and a solid understanding of traffic rules. Otherwise, our potential ability remains untapped and we cannot drive. Tao possesses non-obstruction. Once we attain Tao, no time or space can hinder us. We can become celestial beings or Buddhas and live in the Elysium world. In this regard, the greatest creator treats all beings equally, opening the gates to heaven for every life. However, to truly enter heaven, certain conditions must be met, and certain principles must be understood. This relies on each person's enlightenment, merit, and opportunities. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 8. Xiefeng, July 12, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The 8th characteristic of Tao, illusory yet actual existence. This seems to be a paradox, both illusory and real, truly vague and indistinct. Although it is vague and indistinct, it has substance and sentiment, and its substance and sentiment are very real. It is said to be boundless, but it has clear edges and corners. It is said to have no tactics or forms, yet its methods are strict, and rewards and punishments are not delayed. It is said to be heartless and unrighteous, yet good and evil are clear, and its affection and righteousness are deep. It is said to be empty of everything, yet it changes in thousands of ways, and everything is prepared. This is the illusory yet actual existence of Tao. Quantum mechanics has revealed that the direction, manner, and speed of movement of elementary particles depend on the observer. In a study conducted at a university in the United States, a human rotation image was produced. Many people observed this image simultaneously, and some said the person in the image was turning left, while others said they were turning right. Some claimed the person in the image was consistently turning left, while others said they were consistently turning right. There were even some who said the person in the image was turning left at times and right at other times. What is the explanation for this phenomenon? In the material world, everything changes in accordance with the conscious activity of the observer. The movement and changes of matter are related to the observer. Our consciousness determines the form of existence and the way matter moves. There is a famous saying in literary theory, "It's not that life lacks beauty, but that we lack the eyes to discover it." Strictly speaking, whether one discovers beauty does not depend on the eyes but on the mind. Furthermore, the ability to discover beauty lies in the non-material structure of life. With a beautiful inner structure, everything is seen as beautiful. With an ugly inner structure, everything is seen as ugly. A Buddha sees everything as possessing Buddha nature. A demon sees everything as possessing demonic nature. A celestial being sees everything as naturally ordered and constant, while a person sees everything as being busy for profit. The core of life structure is consciousness. The type of consciousness determines the type of life structure. Japanese scientists once conducted an experiment on the crystallization of water molecules and found that their crystalline structure is influenced by the consciousness applied to them. The more perfect the consciousness applied, the more beautiful the crystalline state. The more chaotic the consciousness applied, the uglier the crystalline state. All remedies can become poison, and all poisons can become remedies. Whether something is a poison or a remedy depends on the consciousness of the individual using it. I have revealed in an article before that the nutritional value of food depends on the mindset of the eater. Those who feel grateful absorb more and better nutrients, while those who harbor dissatisfaction absorb fewer and lower quality nutrients. When the mind is restless, sunny days and gentle breezes seem to mock and ridicule oneself, while during a good mood, a sudden downpour appears as a magnificent symphony performed by nature. Take a look at your reflection in the mirror. If you're feeling troubled internally, your expression will likely be gloomy. If you're feeling joyful, your expression will be radiant with smiles. This also proves that one's external state is determined by their own consciousness. Optimists always have cheerful smiles, while pessimists always wear frowns. Where is heaven? It exists within one's consciousness. If heaven isn't present within one's consciousness, then one will never be able to reach it. And where is hell? It too exists within one's consciousness. If hell isn't present within one's consciousness, then one will never be able to arrive there. When Xiefeng descends to the human world, he acts as a guide, leading some individuals to the heavenly realms of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. The mystery lies here. How does everyone feel? Was it a deception? This is determined by the illusory yet actual existence characteristic of Tao, and it cannot be fabricated. Is there truth or falsehood, good or evil, beauty or ugliness, right or wrong, big or small, many or few, up or down, near or far, closeness or distance? No. If they exist, it's because of one's own consciousness. In the eyes of lovers, even an ordinary person can seem as beautiful as she sure, while in the eyes of enemies, even a good person can appear demonic. Peng Lai and Taiji see Xiefeng as beautiful, while Xiaoxi and Sidong see him as ugly. Is Xiefeng truly beautiful or ugly? Isn't it determined by the observer's consciousness? Even if an elephant is beautiful, a mouse wouldn't want to marry it and start a family. Even if a fox is wise, chickens and ducks wouldn't consider it their master. Tao is elusive. We can sense its presence, but we cannot see it, much like how we cannot see the non-material structure of life. Yet, Tao exists. As humans, we often feel powerless and unable to act as we wish. This is due to the constraints of Tao. Strictly speaking, it's not that Tao restrains people, but rather that people haven't fully entered Tao. Without entering Tao, we can only drift along in the kingdom of necessity. However, once we enter Tao, we enter the kingdom of freedom, where we can create everything according to our consciousness and desires. Let's examine how Jehovah in the Bible manifested everything according to his will. Jehovah declared, "Let there be light," and light came into existence. Jehovah said, "Let the earth sprout vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit in which is their seed, each according to its kind, on the earth." And it was so. Whatever Jehovah's consciousness willed, it materialized, transforming the ethereal into the tangible. Now, let's explore the miraculous abilities of the super-celestial being named Yue on Xiefeng Island in the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. As described in the Chanyuan Corpus universe, time and space within the 36-dimensional spaces. She can manipulate clouds with a mere breath and summon pavilions and towers with a wave of her hand. From the realm of intangible possibility, she can materialize endless creations. all through the power of her consciousness, lifting a handful of sand, transforming them into thousands of green trees. It's both elusive and tangible. It's a bit mystical, isn't it? Those who attain Tao possess subtle and profound understanding, which is unfathomable and beyond human comprehension using ordinary knowledge and thinking. Actually, for those who understand its mysteries, it's not mysterious at all. But for those who don't comprehend its mysteries, it remains mysterious, even more so, and becomes entirely mythological. Let's understand it this way. The violin concerto Liang Shambua and Zhu Tai is well known to everyone. We might ask, was this melody present in the universe before? No. So why does it exist now? The answer, because a composer created it. How did the composer create it? The answer, by entering the scene with their consciousness and then expressing the scene through melody. Liang Shambua and Zhu Tai is the product of the composer's consciousness. As soon as the composer's consciousness is active, things come into being. When we listen to its enchanting melody, we still perceive a sense of the ethereal. However, when the vibration of the melody is combined with electronic instruments and a water spray system, we can observe water spouting from the nozzles in rhythm with the fluctuations of the music. The water dances gracefully along with the melody, and if accompanied by colors, it's like watching a fairy dance. In this way, the original ethereal becomes a tangible reality that the eyes can see and the ears can hear. Hand a blank sheet of paper to a painter, and in a short while, the paper will be adorned with magnificent landscapes and rivers. Where do these breathtaking landscapes and rivers originate from? They spring from the painter's consciousness. The ethereal becomes reality, but if you burn the painting, reality turns back into the ethereal. This is the characteristic of Tao. Consciousness, structure, and energy serve as the universal keys to unlocking the mysteries of the universe and attaining the status of deity, celestial beings, and super-celestial beings. The ethereal and the real have no boundaries. Everything depends on our own consciousness. Emptiness is form, form is emptiness. From nothingness, all things can emerge. Yet within all things, nothingness persists. Everything is ultimately empty. The key is to master the method of consciousness. My requirement for Chanyuan Celestials is to possess nothing yet own everything. The more you desire to possess, the more emptiness you experience. The more you maintain a state of emptiness, the more you come to possess. It seems quite contradictory, bewildering, and perplexing, doesn't it? Practicing how to be free from the mortal body during meditation will bring clarity to everything. 横向时间 Horizontal time. Tao 1. May 24th, 2006. Translation edited by Qinyu. One of the 8 characteristics of time is its verticality and horizontality. The past, present, and future reflect the verticality of time. At a certain point on the vertical axis, time loses its future characteristic, which reflects the horizontality of time. An airliner from a certain airline disappeared from ground radar systems while flying along a coast, then miraculously reappeared. When the crew and passengers arrived on the ground, they found that their watches were all 8 minutes. Or was it 20 minutes? I can't remember. Slower than the airport time. There was a woodcutter who got lost while chopping wood in the mountains. While looking for his way, he saw 2 old men playing chess and stood by to watch for a while. When he found his way home, his hometown had undergone earth-shaking changes. His peers had long passed away, and only a few people remained in the generations of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. People told him that decades had passed since he got lost chopping wood in the mountains. There is a story that the missing captain of the sunken luxury liner Titanic appeared on a small island, his appearance and physique identical to that of decades ago. There is also a story that an airplane that had disappeared decades ago landed at a certain airport. There is even a story that a couple, while driving fast on a highway in South America, suddenly both fainted. When they woke up, they found their car was driving on a highway 2,000 kilometers away in North America. The results of near-death studies show that some people really did die. Their electrocardiograms and electroencephalograms showed that they were dead. But a few hours or days later, these dead people came back to life, and the resurrected people were telling the strange stories they experienced after death. Hypnotists have a way to guide the consciousness of the hypnotized person into the horizontal spacetime to visit the past years. Scientists believe that there is a wormhole in spacetime. Going through the wormhole can advance into the future spacetime. For example, you can go through the wormhole to see the grandeur of the 2008 Beijing Olympics in advance. The ancient saying, "1 year in heaven, 1,000 years on earth," is not unfounded. It must be the enlightenment of the celestial beings. From the time chapter, we already know that the speed of time depends on the state of motion of matter. Two ripe peaches are picked from the tree at the same time. One peach is left in its natural state, and the other is put in the refrigerator. After 5 or 6 days, the peach in its natural state has rotted, while the peach in the refrigerator is still as good as new. We can say that the peach in the refrigerator has entered horizontal time. The examples above of the woodcutter who went into the mountains to chop wood and the captain of the Titanic who was still young decades later, while their peers in the world had aged and died, actually show that the woodcutter and the captain entered the horizontal spacetime like the peach put in the refrigerator. Many things that humans actually do, such as sperm banks and so on, are applications of the principle of horizontal time. Sperm dies in a few minutes, or even a few seconds, under normal conditions. But once scientists bring it into horizontal spacetime in an instant, it can survive for a long time and always maintain its vitality. Horizontal spacetime is not a cold world. It is a different spacetime system from the one we are in now. As long as we enter horizontal time at a certain point in time, we enter an eternal state. But after entering horizontal spacetime, we can live vigorously. We can sing and dance. We can talk about love. We can grow old. But once we return to the world from horizontal spacetime, we are still at the point when we first entered horizontal spacetime. Our appearance and physical abilities are still the same as they were in the past. Scientists, based on the theory of quantum mechanics, believe that parallel worlds exist, and not just one or two parallel worlds. In fact, the so-called parallel world is the domain of horizontal spacetime. I don't need to give you a detailed introduction to this. As long as you look at the 36 dimensions of space, you will understand. Now I am going to tell you a little secret about how to enter horizontal time in order to bring practical benefits to you. Nothing is impossible, only unthinkable. How to enter horizontal time. To get the whole body into horizontal time requires opportunity. If the opportunity is not there, it is impossible to enter, and there is no use in being anxious. Now I am giving you a method that can enter horizontal spacetime at any time, that is, the method of consciousness entry. Please don't underestimate the method of consciousness entry. People are consciousness. Consciousness is people. Without consciousness, people are not called people, they are called dead things. At least they are walking corpses. Once consciousness enters, it is actually you who enters. How to enter horizontal spacetime. At any point in vertical time, you can instantly enter the domain of horizontal spacetime. This point in time is horizontal time. Let's analyze it specifically. I have step-by-step led everyone's thinking towards the high-level life space. First, I talked about the land of idyllic beauty, then the Life-Genuine era, then the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and finally set the target on the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. I have already drawn out the whole blueprint of life's journey to the high-level space for everyone. Now, as long as you are willing, you can let your consciousness enter any of the above horizontal space-time domains at any time. For instance, at this very moment, allow your consciousness to enter the land of idyllic beauty. Using the visualized thinking method that I've discussed among the 8 types of thinking, you can freely explore the realm of imagination. The more beautiful you imagine it, the better it becomes. The sky is high, allowing birds to fly freely. The sea is vast, where fish can leap at will. Celestial horses roam the sky, coming and going freely. Don't perceive this as unreal or illusory. Anything that brings you joy, freedom, and happiness, including imagination, is not illusory. It is reality that can be illusory. Who can claim that the sexual climax achieved through self-pleasure is illusory? Imagination alters the way the body moves and changes the antimatter structure of life. Sometimes, we see someone lost in thought or someone enjoying themselves alone. What are they doing? They are savoring beauty in their imagination. As they imagine, their facial expressions change, their psychology shifts, and the antimatter structure of their life also transforms. People who often enter horizontal time share a characteristic: they are generally healthy, happy, and content. Why are they relatively healthy? It's because at a certain point, they enter horizontal space-time, much like a peach that's placed in a refrigerator. The peach is content in the refrigerator. Over time, compared to the peaches outside the refrigerator, it appears healthy and youthful. The peaches outside may become diseased, bitten by insects, start to rot, and emit a foul smell, but the peach in the refrigerator doesn't get sick. It remains fresh and juicy. What kind of consciousness you have what kind of life existence form. You might think that the sun is not moving, the plant's not growing, and that your conscious activity has no impact on life. In the subtle changes, unconsciously, in the unpredictable, earth-shaking major changes are happening. As long as you enter horizontal space-time from time to time, you will be healthy and not get sick. You will always stay young. You will gradually adapt to the way of life in the high-level life space. You will form a tie with celestial beings, and finally become a celestial being and go to live in heaven. About horizontal time, I only talk about these to ignite everyone's thinking library. For the rest, you have to explore and comprehend on your own. The mystery has to be experienced and mastered by yourself. The duck knows first when the spring river is warm, and the willows along the river know when spring comes. 传道篇之二，量子力学的困惑. The chapter of Preaching Tao, Article 2, The Confusion of Quantum Mechanics. Xiefeng. September 1st, 2005. Translation edited by Qinyu. Humanity continues to struggle in despair. As long as people remain unaware of what happens after death, living, whether nobly or humbly, is essentially a struggle before death. Blindness and self-deception are common human traits. Regardless of our beliefs, if we have only a superficial understanding or fail to seek a deeper understanding, we are essentially engaging in blind faith. Christians who do not understand what the kingdom of the greatest creator is like, Buddhists who do not comprehend the state of being a Buddha, and scientists who do not grasp the essence of science are, in essence, anesthetizing themselves and others, engaging in self-deception. Quantum mechanics has given us a glimmer of hope, enabling us to organically link consciousness and matter. However, it has also brought greater confusion. Schrödinger, known as the father of the wave function, once expressed a heartfelt lament to Bohr. What I truly regret is that one day I got confused by quantum mechanics. This confusion has affected not only Schrödinger and Einstein, but the entire scientific community and humanity as a whole. What confusion has quantum mechanics brought to humanity, particularly to the scientific community? What is the fundamental composition of matter? What is the nature of the subatomic world? Is the world deterministic and inevitable, or random and accidental? This is another major confusion brought by quantum mechanics. Heisenberg's famous conclusion states, "Uncertainty is inherent in the subatomic world and cannot be eliminated by any means." Does the greatest creator manage the universe by rolling dice? The material world is composed of atoms, and the atomic world is composed of subatomic particles. If the subatomic world is uncertain, then the material world must also be uncertain. If so, does humanity have a bright future? And what is the value and meaning of our spiritual practice and cultivation? Heisenberg's uncertainty principle has greatly hindered our understanding. If there is no absolute knowledge, then Jesus' statement, "I am the way and the door to truth," becomes problematic. This door is also difficult to pinpoint. Since it is uncertain, where can we find such a door? Is there no door? Can a person appear simultaneously in multiple unrelated places? From a conventional perspective, this is impossible. However, quantum mechanics tells us this is possible for subatomic particles. Humans are collections of particles, so if subatomic particles can be in different places simultaneously, then humans can also exist in different places simultaneously, or in different spaces and times. Where is my other self or my other selves? This is confusing. Heavenly bodies have orbits, and things have trajectories. We can calculate the exact timing of solar and lunar eclipses. Sowing seeds in suitable soil yields harvests. Good begets good, evil begets evil. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not yet come. When the time comes, retribution will surely occur. However, in the subatomic world described by quantum mechanics, specific events are not determined by causality. In other words, some effects have no causes, and some causes have no effects. This implies that life is a gamble, which is confusing. Observation creates reality is another perplexing theory from quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics tells us that the behavior and properties of subatomic particles are related to the observer's position and method. This could mean that without human observation, it is like a cat running, but when observed by humans, it may become an owl flying. Isn't this strange? Quantum mechanics allows for multiple realities. Isn't this confusing? Since observation creates reality, the universe must have countless worlds that have not been observed by us. Can we prevent our parents from meeting and thus prevent our own birth? Quantum reality seems to have a mysterious link to the past, allowing for the deletion of the human past. Strictly speaking, although it seems the past has been deleted, humans still know their past and replicate their future. This confuses us because, without our parents, we can still be born on this earth. We can prevent our parents from meeting, but we cannot prevent our own birth. Reality is not objective is another major confusion brought by quantum mechanics. The notion that reality cannot exist independently of the observer is a significant finding of quantum mechanics, which is purely an idealistic viewpoint. But is this viewpoint wrong? Philosophers say, "I think, therefore I am," and Buddhism teaches, "All phenomena are created by the mind." What is the nature of this vast world? Do things exist because of my observation? If I do not observe them, do they cease to exist? If the objective is not real, and the real is not objective, is there any objective reality? What exactly is reality? Is subjectivity reality? The existence of twin protons is also a major confusion. Regardless of how far apart these twin brothers are, they have instant mutual telepathy, which seems to transcend space-time without speed. Or, their connection speed far exceeds the speed of light. What kind of speed is this? These 10 confusions of quantum mechanics can lead to even more confusions. My overall feeling is that quantum mechanics represents a significant breakthrough in human thought, promising a bright future for humanity. Science, philosophy, and religion can coexist harmoniously on the same boat. I am confident and proud to say that I have answers to these confusions. By raising these questions, I aim to encourage everyone to think broadly, abandon outdated beliefs, and let their minds soar freely. This way, I can help everyone understand themselves. For detailed information on quantum mechanics, please read or refer to relevant books. I won't introduce it further because I use holographic thinking, which often results in leaps of consciousness. Focusing too much on details might affect the overall beauty in terms of time and space. 传道篇之六，宇宙统一场. The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 6, the unified field of the universe. Xiefeng, December 30th, 2005. Translation edited by Qinyu. The term universe encompasses all infinite space, year, and all infinite time, zhou. Thus, the universe is a composite of material and non-material components, constituted by infinite space and infinite time. The unified field of the universe refers to the laws that universally apply to all times and spaces, essentially universal laws that hold true everywhere. Establishing a unified field of the universe has been the dream and pursuit of scientists. They envision using a simple, clear formula to describe this unified field theory, a formula that could be called the ultimate formula applicable to all fields. It is said that Einstein spent 30 years of his later life attempting to find this formula, but in the end, he was left lamenting and empty-handed. Modern scientists, whether globally renowned or obscure, have all employed various methods in their quest to solve the problem of the unified field of the universe, hoping to achieve the glory of solving this problem, akin in significance to the Goldbach conjecture. The promising prospect is alluring, but it remains as elusive as a mirage, seemingly near, yet far. After reviewing the history and paths they have taken, I found that they have made a fundamental directional error. First, let us consider the scientists' perspectives. Their views are uniformly focused on the material world, completely ignoring the non-material world. It's like admiring a beautiful woman's smooth, tender skin and feeling the breath of love, while entirely overlooking the myriad charms and graces of her inner world. Thus, scientists are not masters of love in the unified field of the universe, but are like jaded veterans lingering in the red light district. Scientists believe that there are four fundamental forces in the universe: magnetic force, gravitational force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. They think that if a formula or theory could seamlessly incorporate these four forces, a unified field of the universe could be established, allowing them to effortlessly enjoy the mysteries of the universe and marvel at its wonders. They are deeply intoxicated by their own fantasies and find it difficult to extricate themselves. Not to mention establishing a unified field of the universe. They are currently unable to unify even these four forces with a single formula. Even if they were one day to unify them, it would be akin to Tang Monk encountering a false thunder sound temple on his journey to the west, rather than the true thunder sound temple where the ancestral Buddha Tathagata resides. How many fundamental forces are there in the universe? Answer: there are 8: magnetic force, gravitational force, strong force, weak force, structural force, repulsive force, conscious force, and spiritual force. Here is a brief description of these 8 forces. Magnetic force, the interaction between charged particles. Gravitational force, the force of attraction between masses caused by the curvature of spacetime due to mass and motion. Strong force, the force that binds quarks together in protons and neutrons and binds protons and neutrons together in atomic nuclei. Weak force, the force that acts on all matter particles but not on force-carrying particles. Structural force, the force generated by the structure of material and non-material components, with each structure having its unique energy absorption force. Repulsive force, the force that causes like charges or poles to repel each other. Conscious force, a force similar to the brain's ability to make the bladder and urethra start working when one wants to urinate. Spiritual force, the force that causes mutual perception between things. I have said that scientists cannot establish a unified field theory of the universe primarily because they cannot measure or calculate the latter four forces. Even though these four forces cannot be measured or calculated, we cannot deny or ignore their existence. Since they exist, and you cannot incorporate them into a single formula or theoretical system, you cannot establish a unified field of the universe. This is the fundamental reason why Einstein's efforts were in vain. At this point, many scientists might mock Xiefeng. Go ahead and mock. Laugh to your heart's content. Let's see who will laugh last. So, can the unified field of the universe not be established? No, it has already been established. This is the Tao of the greatest creator, also known as the holographic system, composed of the 3 elements of the universe: consciousness, structure, and energy. The universe is holographic, and the Tao of the greatest creator encompasses the 8 forces mentioned above, incorporating them wonderfully into a unified system. Scientists have focused their attention only on the material world, ignoring the non-material world. But the universe is composed of both material and non-material components, existing in infinite time and infinite space. How can a unified field of the universe be established if the non-material world is ignored? This is Life-Chanuan's unified field theory of the universe. The remaining task is to work on the Tao. Why is this called the chapter of preaching Tao? This should now be clear. 传道篇之9, 生命与能量. The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 9, Life and Energy. Tao 1. June 5, 2006. Translation edited by Qin. The universe is an energy mass utilized by life, containing only 3 elements: structure, consciousness, and energy. Structure, consciousness, and energy are the 3 essential components of life. Without structure, there is no life. Without consciousness, there is no life. Without energy, there is no life. Energy adheres to structures. Without structure, energy is merely chaos. It is only when energy attaches to structure that it becomes holographic. Chaos is unordered, while holography is ordered. Unordered chaotic energy is powerless, whereas ordered holographic energy manifests power. Structures naturally absorb energy, and different structures absorb different types of energy. When you plant a seed, it begins to absorb energy and gradually grow strong. If it loses energy, life will perish. The process of life is essentially a competition for energy. Those who acquire more energy will thrive. Those who acquire less will have fragile and short-lived existence. Those who can continuously obtain a steady flow of energy will enjoy a perpetually enduring life. The universe is engaged in an ongoing energy competition. A person's life is a continuous struggle to gain energy, rising and falling through the great river of energy gain and loss. Energy is divided into yin energy and yang energy. Yang energy forms matter, while yin energy forms the soul. Males possess yang energy, and females possess yin energy. Females lack yang energy, and males lack yin energy. In psychology, the Oedipus complex and Electra complex essentially describe children's quest for energy from their parents. Generally, girls are drawn to their fathers, and boys are drawn to their mothers because girls need yang energy, and boys need yin energy. As children grow up and the energy provided by their parents becomes insufficient, they begin to seek energy from the opposite sex. The ultimate purpose of marrying the opposite sex and seeking lovers is to acquire energy, even if people may not be consciously aware of this. Children rebelling against their parents implicitly aims to protect their own energy from depletion and to seek additional energy from their parents through rebellion. Conflicts between couples are essentially struggles for energy. People with bad tempers often lack energy. Their needs are unmet. Those who are depressed, emaciated, weak, lacking confidence, timid, talkative, eager for fame, complaining, dissatisfied, full of hatred, pretentious, and so on, are in such states due to insufficient energy. To acquire energy, people have learned to control others. Nations, ethnic groups, political parties, religions, organizations, and individuals all strive to control others. Once they control others, the energy of those controlled becomes theirs. A typical example is the mutual control between spouses. At the beginning of a relationship, mutual love leads both parties to release energy to each other, creating a pleasant and comfortable experience. However, as energy is consumed, they begin to control each other to absorb the other's energy. Arguments, fights, tantrums, ignoring each other, sulking, pretending to be ill, and even threats of death are tactics used to vie for the other's energy. Wives may prevent their husbands from interacting with other women, and husbands may prevent their wives from interacting with other men, aiming to prevent energy leakage. The more powerful a man is, the more he needs a woman's energy. The gentler a woman is, the more she needs a man's energy. When energy from one partner is insufficient, one may seek it from others. The universe is filled with energy, and there are countless ways to obtain it. Unfortunately, humanity has focused on plundering natural resources and controlling others, neglecting other avenues. All human conflicts and contradictions stem from the struggle for energy. Marital misfortune and sorrow arise from attempts to control each other's energy. For humans and nature, as well as for human interactions, to coexist peacefully, efforts to control one another must be abandoned. Nations, religions, political parties, and organizations must dissolve. For couples to achieve happiness, they must relinquish control and domination over each other. Life can be infinite, as long as you can elevate your frequency of thought and directly obtain a constant flow of energy from the universe. Do not rely on others for energy. As long as you can recognize beauty and possess selfless love, you can access an endless supply of energy. Learn to release energy. Only by releasing can you receive. The more you release, the more you gain. Never attempt to control others. The intention to control others not only harms them, but also depletes yourself. Seek energy from the greatest creator. 传道篇知识，空间的奥秘. The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 10, The Mysteries of Space. Tao 1, July 15, 2006. Translation edited by Chinyu. The magical experience lies in exploring space. The larger your mind, the larger the space. The vast, boundless space allows you to spread your wings of imagination and fly beyond the speed of light. As long as you can perceive it, wherever your awareness reaches becomes your beautiful and beloved homeland. Where is matter? Understanding that the universe is empty is a piece of wisdom from the Buddha. The mystery lies in the principle that emptiness is not different from form, and form is not different from emptiness. To grasp this principle, we first need to examine where matter resides. The Milky Way is composed of matter, excluding other components. From Earth, the Milky Way appears as a cloud. To investigate the presence of matter, let's focus on the solar system. However, this is still problematic. Eventually, we must use a stone to illustrate the matter. A stone is clearly a material object, but to understand it, we need to dissect its cells because any material object is composed of its cells. Without cells, there is no matter. Undoubtedly, a stone is made up of molecules, which are composed of atoms. Atoms consist of nuclei and electrons. Nuclei are made up of protons and neutrons are composed of quarks. Then come hadrons, mesons, baryons, leptons, bosons, photons, neutrinos, fermions, gluons, quanta, and so on. We can't determine what constitutes what anymore. However, we know that peeling away a material object layer by layer, like an onion, will eventually reveal its true nature. But what is the true nature of matter? Strings? Clouds? Spirits? Let me tell you, the true nature of matter is emptiness. If the core of matter is emptiness, then where is matter? A trillion protons lined up in a straight line are only 1 millimeter long. What is the cell of the cell of the cell? Emptiness. So, what is emptiness? Emptiness is matter. Space is the distance between matter, or it is the realm of matter. In other words, emptiness is form, matter, and form, matter, is emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form, and form is not different from emptiness. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Where is matter? How big is space? Space is infinite. The number of digits after the decimal point of pi represents the vastness of space. Space has no boundaries. The size of space depends on the composition and distribution of matter. If you place two tables side by side, the space between them is small. If you move one of the tables to Mars, the space between them increases. If you move the table to a place billions of light years away, the space between them expands infinitely. So, how big is space? Attributes of space. If we explore space only with our vision or scientific instruments, there is no doubt that space appears singular and one-dimensional. This is insufficient to explain the true nature of space. When we enter a dream state, we find that the space in our dreams extends beyond the scope of our vision and scientific instruments. This indicates that space is not singular but dual. It is not one-sided but multifaceted. It is not singular but layered and multidimensional. Where is the space in our memory? Where is the space in our imagination? Since memory and imagination also involve space, space is not simple but complex. Space has 36 dimensions, but in terms of attributes, there are only two types of space, yin and yang, which also aligns with the principle of Tai Chi. Yin and yang space. The space detected by vision and scientific instruments is yang space, which belongs to the material space. The space of the mind and consciousness is yin space, which belongs to the non-material space. Yang space is composed of matter, such as molecules, atoms, protons, and neutrons. Yin space is composed of non-material, such as consciousness, spirit, mind, and divinity. The marvelous use of space. Yang space is an insurmountable chasm. The speed of light is the limit of yang space. The only place in the solar system suitable for human habitation is Earth. With our limited material lifespan, living on distant stars is impossible. Moreover, from a technical standpoint, we do not yet have suitable spacecraft to transport us to other habitable planets. Furthermore, even if we had such spacecraft, the average person wouldn't be able to afford a ticket. We can only gaze wistfully and remain obediently on Earth. I want to emphasize that even if we had a spacecraft and could afford the ticket, we would still die upon reaching another planet. After all that effort, we would still end up dead. How pointless. Good news is coming. We can live in yin space. In yin space, the speed of non-material movement is superluminal, even instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, we can reach non-material planets billions of light years away. The 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world are beautiful material worlds. Can we reach the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world? Yes, because yin and yang worlds can transform into each other. Consciousness determines existence. The mode of thinking determines the form and environment of life. As long as the frequency of life resonates with the corresponding life form and environment, we can undoubtedly reach it. See the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world for details. Does the Elysium world, the Pure Land, really exist? Is there really a celestial islands continent in the Elysium world? We already know there is in space. If I ask, is there a dream world? Undoubtedly, you will answer, yes. The space of a computer is a virtual space. Before computers existed, we would never acknowledge a virtual computer space. Now with computers and networks, we have to admit there is a virtual computer network space. Now I ask, do you believe there is a life genuine in the computer network space? Those who have visited the Life Genuine website will unequivocally answer, yes. But what would those who have never visited the Life Genuine website answer? So, is there a celestial islands continent? You might say it is an illusion, but I ask, what is an illusion? What is reality? Emptiness is not different from form, and form is not different from emptiness. The illusory is real, and the real is illusory. If you are having a beautiful dream, would you prefer to wake up or continue dreaming beautifully for a lifetime? Would you rather have a 10,000-year beautiful dream or wake up and endure decades of anxiety and sorrow in the human world? Would you rather spend half a year enjoying all the beautiful scenery on Earth in the virtual world of computers, or work hard for a lifetime to physically visit each place? What difference does it make to your thinking and consciousness whether you see something in the computer network or in reality? Do you still doubt the existence of the Celestial Islands continent? Haven't seen it, right? Don't believe it, right? You believe in the existence of the Celestial Islands continent, but don't know how to get there, right? Don't worry, I have a way to make you understand, and a way to get you to the Celestial Islands continent. Once you understand the 8 great mysteries of life, you will be enlightened and fully comprehended. The way of the celestials is joyful, and the great void is their home. All right, I can only explain the mysteries of space up to here. Whether you can understand the rest depends on your fortune and affinity with the celestials. Isn't it fun? 传道篇30, 什么是道道在哪里? The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 30, What and Where is Tao? Xiefeng, August 5, 2007. Translation edited by Qinyu. In the first chapter of the Gospel of John, it is described, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was a God. This one was in the beginning with God. All things came into existence through him, and apart from him, not even one thing came into existence. Many Chinese translations render it as, in the beginning was the Tao, and the Tao was with God, and the Tao was God. This Tao was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and of all things that were created, none were made without him. From this we learn. At the beginning of the universe, the Tao already existed. In other words, before the universe was formed, the Tao was already there. The Tao was with God, the Tao was God, and God represents the Tao. All things were created by God, and it was through the Tao that they were created. Without the Tao, God could not create all things. Laozi expounds on the Tao in the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The Tao is empty, yet its use is inexhaustible. It is deep, like the source of all things. It blunts sharpness, untangles knots, softens the glare, and merges with the dust. It is serene and elusive. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to have existed before the Lord. The Tao is elusive and intangible. Oh, it is intangible and elusive, and yet within his image. Oh, it is elusive and intangible, and yet within his form. Oh, it is dim and dark, and yet within his essence. This essence is very real, and therein lies faith. From ancient times to the present, its name has never been forgotten. It stands as a witness to the beginning of all things. From Laozi's exposition, we understand. The connotation and extension of the Tao are difficult to describe. The Tao is empty, yet the beginning of all things comes from the Tao. The Tao is the mother of all things and the origin of all things. Therefore, the Tao contains everything and is real. The Tao is empty, yet its function is infinite and unfathomable. It hides its light under a bushel yet is capable of resolving all disturbances. It is both brilliant and ordinary, like dust, formless and shapeless, seemingly existing and non-existing. The Tao existed before the birth of God. The Tao is elusive, giving a sense of vagueness. What is vagueness? The form of the formless, the image of the imageless. This is vagueness. Approach it and you do not see its beginning. Follow it and you do not see its end. What is this understanding and feeling? It is a state of holograph, boundless, with no fixed rules or modes, seemingly disordered yet orderly, containing image, substance, essence, faith, emotion, and righteousness. Buddha Shakyamuni in the Diamond Sutra reveals, all forms are illusory. If you see all forms as non-forms, you see the Tathagata. Those who see me by outward appearance and seek me in sound are treading the heterodox path and cannot perceive the Tathagata. The Tathagata comes from nowhere and goes nowhere, hence the name Tathagata. From Buddha's teachings, we understand. The Tathagata is the Tao, and the Tao is the Tathagata. Though the names are different, their essence is the same. Combining the expositions from the Bible, Tao Te Ching, and Diamond Sutra, we can fundamentally understand that the Tao has the following attributes. The Tao is the Tathagata, the mother of the universe, and the origin of all things. The Tao is the divine source. The universe and all things were created by the divine through the Tao. The Tao is empty, yet it contains all things, just as the Heart Sutra states, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. The Tao can transform the universe and all things. The universe and all things are within the transformation of the Tao. The Tao is one. The entire universe is the Tao. Any object, life, or phenomenon is the Tao. Therefore, the universe is a hologram. The Tao is a holograph. Everything is within the Tao. It may appear disordered on the surface, but internally everything is orderly. The net of heaven has large meshes, but it lets nothing through. The Tao has essence, faith, emotion, and righteousness. The Tao is not unfeeling or untrustworthy. All the laws of nature are manifestations of the Tao. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of humans, as well as the rise and fall of human society, are also manifestations of the Tao. So, where is the Tao? The answer: the Tao is in everything. The Tao is in eating, drinking, defecating, walking, sitting, and lying down. The Tao is in the growth, flowering, and fruiting of plants. The Tao is in fighting, brawling, stealing, and robbing. The Tao is in turbulent waves, storms, and lightning. The Tao is in the flight of birds and the foraging of fish. The Tao is in the heartbeat of lovers and the anger of enemies. The Tao is in people's interactions and arguments. The Tao is in the rise and fall of the stock market and the bankruptcy of companies. The Tao is in the change of regimes and the rise and fall of dynasties. The Tao is in birth, aging, sickness, death, happiness, and sorrow. The Tao is in dreams. The Tao is in illusions. The Tao is in water. The Tao is in the mountains. The Tao is in the sky. The Tao is in the soil. The Tao is in the brain. The Tao is in the heart. The Tao is in the past. The Tao is in the future. The Tao is in all times and spaces. The Tao is in all things. How to seek the Tao. Please see the next article, How to Seek the Tao. 传道篇31如何求道 The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 31, How to Seek the Tao. Xiefeng, August 6, 2007. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Having understood what Tao is and where it resides, the next question is how to seek the Tao. There is a famous saying in Taoism, fish are in water and people are in Tao, meaning that Tao exists within people and people exist within Tao. Therefore, seeking Tao is like searching for a donkey while riding on one. The problem lies in the fact that we are unaware that we are already on the donkey, or even inside the donkey's belly. So, what should we do? Finding your own coordinate system and coordinate point. From the perspective of space and time, the entire universe is a large coordinate system. This coordinate system has 24 quadrants, and every life form resides in one of these quadrants, each with its own coordinate point. For example, ants are in the insect quadrant, wolves are in the wild animal quadrant, cows are in the livestock quadrant, and humans are in the human world quadrant. As humans, there are 8 types: perfected persons, ultimate persons, celestial beings, saints, sages, mortals, worldly people, and ignorant people. Since perfected persons, ultimate persons, and saints have already entered the ranks of celestial beings, we usually divide humans into 5 categories: celestial beings, sages, mortals, worldly people, and ignorant people. These categories represent the coordinate points for humans. Seeking the Tao, or looking for a donkey while riding on one, the first task is to determine your coordinate system and coordinate point. It's similar to trying to find a place in a big city. First, you need to know your own location. How to determine your location? Relying solely on your own feelings or understanding will never accurately determine your position. The only effective way is to first find a reference system and reference objects. For example, by using wild animals as a reference system, we can compare and realize that we do not belong to the wild animal category. By using a horse as a reference object, we find that we are not in the livestock category either. So, who am I? Where am I? This leads to a series of questions. We must ask questions such as, why is my middle finger longer than the other 4 fingers? Why are my eyes not on the back of my head? Why do I have only 2 legs? These questions will lead us to ask ourselves, where did I come from, and where am I going? Once we solve this problem, we then need to understand the meaning of space. For instance, we might think, dreams and reality are 2 different spaces, so how many different spaces are there in the universe? We call our place the human world. Are there heavenly realms and the netherworld? If so, where is the heavenly realm? How many worlds does the heavenly realm have? Where is the netherworld? How many layers of space does the netherworld have? Solving these problems is like obtaining a map of the universe's administrative divisions, which helps us understand our position. At this point, the question arises, why did I come to the human world? What am I here to do? Have I completed my tasks in the human world? What tasks are left? And we need to ask, where is my next destination? How do I get there? This inquiry leads to the question of time. What is time? What are its attributes? How do we utilize time? Understanding the concept of time is like boarding a vehicle for travel, such as a spaceship, to proceed towards our destination. Then the question arises, how far is the destination? Does the spaceship have enough fuel? Do I have enough food? What risks will I encounter on the way? Will I get lost halfway since I've never been there before? Should I find a guide? Will I need any documents like a passport or visa at the border? After solving these questions, we need to prepare for the journey. How do you know how far along you are in your travel preparations? To what extent have you prepared? At this point, we need to find reference objects for comparison. How do you find reference objects? By understanding where we come from, we learn that throughout human history and in the present, there have been some extraordinary people who came with a mission, such as Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Laozi, Prophet Muhammad, the spiritual Seth, and others. They left us with information. By listening to their teachings, we find that people are fundamentally different. Truly, like attracts like, people form groups. Some people are perfected people, some are ultimate persons, some are saints, followed by sages, mortals, worldly people, and ignorant people. By comparing ourselves with the coordinate system of space and time, we can understand where celestial beings go, where sages go, and where mortals, worldly people, and ignorant people inevitably go. Knowing this, we can discern which category we belong to. Once we know which coordinate quadrant and category we belong to, our position becomes clear. The remaining task is how to quickly reach the standard. The process of exploration and effort described above is the process of seeking the Tao. This is what it means to seek the Tao. 传道篇32, 成道者是这样的. The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 32, What a Tao Achiever is Like. Xiefeng. October 30th, 2007. Translation edited by Chinyu. Why does Jesus Christ weep, laugh, feel sad, get angry, experience rage, and cry out in pain? Does the Son of the greatest Creator, God, also have emotions like ordinary people? Jesus is a Tao achiever. He is the way, the truth, and the life. Now, I will explain the mystery of a Tao achiever. Tao is a spiritual, impartial, and highly sensitive, universal precision scientific reaction instrument. Tao governs the formation, existence, decay, and emptiness of all life and things across all space and time, and ensures their orderly operation and evolution. Every Tao achiever must possess the attributes of Tao. Water flows downward, and clouds float in the sky. These are manifestations of Tao nature. The nature of water and clouds conforms to Tao nature, making water and clouds Tao achievers. The intrinsic nature of all things is Tao nature, and the instincts of living beings are the attributes of Tao. Anything or any life form that deviates from its intrinsic nature and instincts is going against Tao. Anything or any life form that operates according to its nature and instincts is following Tao. A person who lives according to their nature and instincts and consistently displays their nature and instincts is a Tao achiever. If a person can openly display their emotions and desires, crying, laughing, getting angry, feeling frustrated, eating, drinking, resting, experiencing joy, and curiosity, then that person is a Tao achiever. If someone fails to cry when they should, does not laugh when they should, does not get angry when they should, or does not express gratitude when they should, that person is going against Tao. Life Genuine consistently encourages people to act according to their nature, which means becoming a Tao achiever. A computer network is a clear example of Tao. When we search for human, the network displays information about humans. When we search for maple leaf, information about maple leaves appears. The network responds with the information based on the input. This is the attribute of Tao. If we input human and get dog in return, or input maple leaf and get stone, then the network is going against Tao and is unusable. When driving, if pressing the brake does not stop the car but accelerates it, or if driving forward makes the car go backward, such a car lacks Tao nature and is going against Tao. Tao requires that we input certain information and receive corresponding results. If the result is not returned, or if it is completely different from the input information, then we are going against Tao. A bell should make a sound when struck. If it does not make a sound, it is not a bell. A television must display an image and sound after being turned on and having a channel selected. If it does not display an image or sound, it is not a television. A seed planted in moist soil must sprout. If it does not sprout, it is not a seed. Similarly, a Tao achiever must respond to stimuli from their environment promptly. If they are indifferent or numb, they are not Tao achievers. If their response is the opposite, they are a Tao adversary. If someone says, "I love you," and you have no reaction, you are not a Tao achiever. If you not only fail to show love in response, but you also display disdain or hatred, you are a Tao adversary. If someone slanders or insults you, attacking you personally, you must instinctively protect yourself and resist. This makes you a Tao achiever. If you not only fail to fight back, but also endure and feel grateful, you are a Tao adversary. A Tao achiever is like a mirror, reflecting the object truthfully. The external scenery may be ever-changing, and you must also reflect that change without distortion. If the scenery is crying, you must also cry. If the scenery is angry, you must be angry too. If the scenery is flowers, reflect flowers. If it is a snail, reflect a snail. If the scenery is joyful, but you reflect sadness, you are not a Tao achiever. A Tao achiever is essentially empty and does not possess love or hatred. The love and hatred exhibited by a Tao achiever are completely reflections of the love and hatred of the scenery. To those who love, one should respond with love. To those who hate, one should respond with hatred. This nature is immovable, but the reflected scenery can be constantly changing. For example, if someone hates you one moment, you must hate them in return. If that person starts loving you the next moment, you must love them as well. If the object engages in deceit, you must also engage in deceit. If the object plays tricks on you, you must also play tricks on them. Whatever the object brings, you must match it. If the object's thoughts are chaotic, yours must also be chaotic. If the object's thoughts are clear, yours must be clear too. If the object is divine, you must also be divine. If the object is a scoundrel, you must also be a scoundrel. This is how you become a Tao achiever. This means that a Tao achiever must be ethereal, without personal opinions or biases. They cannot judge based on their own wisdom and cannot be suspicious. If someone says they love you and you think, "Is this person deceiving me or has some ulterior motive? Is there a trap?" Then you are not a Tao achiever. People often adhere to the belief, how should one handle being slandered, deceived, insulted, laughed at, belittled, demeaned, or cheated? Answer: tolerate it, yield to it, avoid it, let it be, endure it, respect it, and ignore it. Look at it in a few years. This outlook on life is contrary to the Tao. It is not the attribute of a Tao achiever, but rather a cunning application of one's own intellect. Because you did not faithfully reflect the characteristics of the object, but instead distorted and inverted them, such as respecting a deceitful person, the object believes their deceitful behavior is correct and will continue to deceive even more. This ultimately harms not only others, but also the deceiver themselves. In a few years, the deceiver will inevitably face misfortune, but the cause of this result is that you did not faithfully reflect the object. By showing respect, you facilitated their deceitful actions, reinforcing their bad traits. You indulged and pampered them. Therefore, the fault lies not with the deceiver but with you, the one who goes against the Tao. Failing to reflect the facts accurately is a detritus of Chinese culture. This is cleverness, not great wisdom. It is a self-serving value system. Being wise for self-preservation and failing to be realistic. Forcing a smile when you should cry, showing sadness when you should be joyful, pretending to dislike something you actually like, and showing affection when you really don't care, are all going against Tao. A Tao achiever is not like this. Those with deep, hidden motives are not Tao achievers. A Tao achiever is like an innocent child, displaying all emotions clearly on their face. They have no vanity, do not pretend, and lack moral judgments. They do not use their personal likes and dislikes to judge right and wrong, nor do they conform to societal standards. This is why Laozi emphasizes that a Tao achiever must return to the state of a baby, as Jesus said, to become like a child. The Buddhist concepts of precepts, concentration, and wisdom are contrary to the attributes of Tao. Precepts itself is a form of attachment and premeditation, distorting one's intrinsic nature. For example, if it is going to rain, trying to prohibit the rain is to distort the true nature of things. If one is very fond of something but represses their true nature, they distance themselves from Tao. In this situation, concentration becomes mere pretense, turning vibrant life into a lifeless corpse. The resulting wisdom is merely strategy and the strongest desires. Buddha Shakyamuni eventually recognized this problem, which is why he said he did not speak a word. And if someone says that the Tathagata expounds the Dharma, he slanders the Buddha. The Buddha is an enlightened one, not one who adheres to precepts, concentration, and wisdom. Buddhism has taken a very long detour, ultimately returning to the starting point. All Dharma becomes a raft to cross the river. Therefore, a Tao achiever must discard all Buddhist Dharma. If you still adhere to Buddhist teachings, you are not a Tao achiever who has crossed the river. There are two types of Tao achievers. One is a child who has not been tainted by worldly morals and values, and the other is someone whose wisdom is so profound that they have no trace of wisdom. Interacting with a child is interacting with Tao. To learn Tao, one must learn from nature, mirrors, and children, not from wise people. The beginning of this text mentions that a Tao achiever displays their intrinsic nature and instincts, which might lead to misunderstandings and excuses for wrongdoings. For instance, if someone rapes a woman and then shamelessly claims, "I was showing my intrinsic nature and instinct," or if someone oppresses the virtuous and then shamelessly says, "I was showing my intrinsic nature and instinct," this is not true intrinsic nature and instinct, but rather a sign of a distorted and damaged life structure. Observe the animal world. For example, in a flock of sheep, a ram, no matter how excited, will never assault in you that is not in heat. A Tao achiever will never impose their will on others. The mind reveals itself in response to events, and without stimuli, they will not create disturbances. A Tao achiever has no eternal enemies or friends, no eternal love or hatred, no fixed laws or forms. They must be ethereal, holographic, immovable yet ever-changing. What they reflect is not themselves but the myriad phenomena and objects. To see one's true material form, one should look in a mirror. To see one's true non-material form, one should understand the information reflected back by the Tao achiever. In short, to achieve Tao, one must forget oneself and faithfully reflect the truth. A person who has no self but faithfully reflects the truth is a Tao achiever. 传道篇33不要祈祷奇迹的发生 The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 33. Do not pray for miracles. Xiefeng. October 30th, 2007. Translation edited by Qinyu. I understand the hearts of all people. As long as they are human, they more or less hope for miracles to happen. When we are in difficult situations, we hope for miracles to get us out of trouble. When we are in extreme pain, tormented by countless worries, we hope for miracles to quickly relieve our suffering. We fervently wish for pies to fall from the sky, for extraordinary abilities to command the wind and rain, to become famous overnight, to get rich overnight, and to be admired by everyone overnight. Such thoughts and hopes are normal. However, as Tao practitioners, we must be down to earth, advancing step by step towards perfection, transcendence, and the ideal shore. Even if we have absolute faith in the greatest creator will not fulfill our every wish. Our hopes cannot become reality immediately. The hardships we must endure, the suffering we must bear, the paths we must walk, and the tasks we must complete are all part of the program. We have not yet transcended the program or escaped the realms of heaven and earth. We must believe that when the water comes, the channel will be formed. When the melon is ripe, it will fall off the stem. Just as water will naturally boil if heated long enough, and persistence will eventually saw through wood or wear away stone, we must not rush things. We must not be impatient for results or expect our beautiful ideals to materialize overnight. Miracles do happen often, but we should not pray for them. Just as a chick hatches from an egg after 21 days of incubation, wishing to hatch a chick in a few days disrupts the program and goes against the Tao. It is unrealistic to expect to possess supernatural powers or extraordinary abilities after only a few days of practice. It is even more unrealistic to pray for Jesus to help us escape all difficulties right after becoming a Christian. Similarly, expecting to gain the Buddha's eye or the insight of enlightenment immediately after entering Buddhism, or hoping to master all the secrets of life and become a celestial being in a day after entering life genuine, is also unrealistic. Do not focus too much on the results, as this will delay your progress. Do not calculate how far you have walked or how much you have done. Just focus on each step you take and each task you perform in the present moment. Otherwise, you will never reach your destination. To maintain the ordinary is extraordinary, while pursuing the extraordinary ultimately leads to ordinariness. Those who chase miracles will never achieve them, while those who adhere to the ordinary will eventually witness miracles. Understand that Tao has its own processes. The Tao is the process itself. By following the process, your ideals will eventually come true. Avoiding the process leads to disorder, where miracles might occur but can be harmful, causing loss of normalcy and leading to obsession. 3 feet of ice do not form in a single day. The water dripping through stone is not a result of one day's effort. You must eat the first 8 steamed buns. Otherwise, even if I present diamonds to you and pour secrets into your ears, you will not understand or know how to apply them. Both sides in a war pray devoutly for divine support to defeat the other side. What can God do? Everyone prays for God to grant them success and prosperity. What can the greatest creator do? The greatest creator will not favor any side. The sun shines on both good and bad people. The outcome must be determined by the process. Whoever follows the process will be the ultimate winner. Thus, praying for miracles is harmful. Miracles should occur naturally, without us trying to force them. Do not try to force growth or seek immediate results. Hastening the process can slow progress. Constantly craving delicacies can be detrimental to health. There is no result without a process. Skipping the process deprives you of the enjoyment of the journey. Being born today and ending up in a coffin tomorrow is not a good thing. The process of cultivating Tao is like the growth of a tree. Watching its growth all the time makes it hard to see the progress. Only after some time can you see how much it has grown. The transition from human to celestial being is not instant. Replacing human consciousness with celestial consciousness and transforming human life structure into that of a celestial being requires time. Many people fall along the path to enlightenment because they are too eager for miracles. Do not pray for miracles to happen. If a miracle does occur because of such a prayer, we will forever disregard the process and procedures, relying on luck, which can lead to obsession and madness. If a miracle does not occur, we will lose faith, blame heaven, collapse in belief, and face psychological and spiritual turmoil. However, there are exceptions to every rule. When we are in extreme danger and peril, we should maintain readiness for a long time to act at the crucial moment and pray for miracles. Conventional methods should be used in normal circumstances, and unconventional methods should be used in exceptional situations. This is the common and wonderful use of Tao. 传道篇34离用体无可得. The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 34. The substance cannot be attained without function. Xiefeng, March 9, 2008. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Without function, the substance cannot be attained. This is a profound universal mystery revealed to us by Yang Saint of Life Genuine. The meaning of this mystery is that the substance of Tao is demonstrated through its function. To understand the substance, one must focus on its function. Without focusing on function, the substance cannot be comprehended. To put it simply, the value of spinach lies in its use as food. To obtain spinach, you must eat it. Only by eating it can you obtain spinach. If you do not eat it, you will never attain it. On a deeper level, pursuing the Tao, cultivating the Tao, perceiving the Tao, attaining the Tao, and upholding the Tao must all be realized through function. If one does not realize it through function, one will never attain the Tao. The value of things lies in their function. The function and value of the Tao are entirely embodied through its use. The greater and more numerous the uses, the greater the value. The value of the sun is demonstrated through providing light and heat. The value of wheat is demonstrated through supplying food and nutrition. The value of national leaders, such as presidents and premiers, is demonstrated through their governance. All objects in the universe demonstrate their value through their functions. For humans, the greater and more numerous the uses, the higher the value and the richer the essence. This is what allows things to endure. We say Jesus and the Buddha are those who have attained the Tao because their function is extensive and significant. If they had no function, they would be worthless and would not be considered to have attained the Tao. All practitioners, all those who wish to attain celestial being or Buddhahood, and all those who aspire to go to heaven must first consider their own function. In other words, we must be useful because the value of things lies in their function. If we are of no use, we will never attain the Tao, never become celestial beings or Buddhas, and will not be able to reach heaven. Consider your own trash can or look at a street corner trash can. You will find that many things become trash because they are of no use. Anything that is useless becomes trash and will eventually end up in a landfill. Humans are no different. Only those with greater and more significant uses can become celestial beings or Buddhas and be welcomed into heaven. A person who is of no use will inevitably be sent to the trash heap, hell. Thus, in our practice, we should expand our function. The more useful we are, the better our practice. So, how do we expand our function? The more people who need us and the more lives that rely on us, the more we are expanding our function. The greater the function, the higher the achievement. Who has the greatest function in the universe? Of course, it is the greatest creator. Why is the greatest creator called the greatest creator? Because the greatest creator's function is the greatest. Why do we revere the greatest creator? Because of the greatest creator's great function. Why do we venerate the Buddha? Because of the Buddha's great function. Why do we respect national leaders and presidents? Because of their great function. If a person spends their entire life only thinking of themselves, what function do they have? They have little function. A person who only considers their own interests and does not contribute to others, society, or nature will never become a celestial being or a Buddha and will never reach heaven. If we spend all day reciting scriptures, worshiping the Buddha, meditating, practicing, retreating for cultivation, and engaging in philosophical speculation, but do not demonstrate our function to others, to society, and to nature, then I can confidently say that you are a person of no use. You will not only fail to reach heaven, but may end up in hell because, without function, the substance cannot be attained. If you do not demonstrate your function and claim that you are seeking the Tao, you want to attain the Tao, it is mere daydreaming and wishful thinking. In Buddhist teachings, there is a term called self-enlightened person, referring to those who focus only on achieving their own enlightenment without considering others, society, or nature. Now we should understand that a self-enlightened person will never attain enlightenment because such a person is of no use. What is something that is of no use? Answer: something of no use is trash. People often speak of someone as a hidden dragon or a great recluse, a high-level person who has attained the Tao. Yes, I acknowledge that, but if they do not demonstrate their function to others, to society, and to nature, then what are they? What use do they have? None. They are the most foolish and useless people in the world. Due to the constraints of traditional family life, many people's functions are limited to their family members. If a person's function is only within their own family, how much function do they have? Not much. Therefore, they are unrelated to celestial beings, Buddhas, or heaven. Similarly, if a person's function is limited to their own political party, country, religion, or group, their function is not maximized, making it difficult for them to become a celestial being or a Buddha or to reach heaven. Only those who revere the greatest creator, life, and nature, and wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to serving and contributing to all humanity, can maximize their function. Only such people can become celestial beings or Buddhas and be allowed to live in heaven. Yang Saint of Life-Genuine teaches us, creating the Life-Genuine era is the best way to repay debts and the best shortcut to cultivating Tao. Why? Because only by dedicating oneself to creating the Life-Genuine era for all humanity can one fully demonstrate their function. This is not an advertisement for Life-Genuine, but a major secret to reaching heaven. Of course, many people may dismiss this and say that there are many theories like those of Life-Genuine around the world. However, if you travel around the world, you will find no organization or group like Life-Genuine, which dedicates itself so wholeheartedly to the cause of all humanity, and no theory is comprehensive and complete as that of Life-Genuine. Only by demonstrating our function can we attain the Tao, because the value of things lies in their function. Without function, the substance cannot be attained.
宇宙三要素之三，能量传道篇44。
The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 44, the three essential elements of the universe. Energy. Xiefeng. October 16, 2008. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Consciousness, structure, and energy are the three essential elements that make up the universe, and they are also the master keys to unlocking all the mysteries of the universe. The summation of these three essential elements, consciousness, structure, and energy, represents the pinnacle of human wisdom. No one on earth can surpass this peak. The wisdom of Christ, Buddha, celestial beings, prophets, sages, and science is all encompassed within these three elements. They include all human wisdom accumulated over thousands of years because they represent the ultimate truth of the universe and the core mystery among all mysteries. Energy. Energy is one of the three essential elements of the universe. The universe is a vast energy field. Energy permeates everything. Everything except consciousness and structure is energy. Stars, planets, mountains, rivers, trees, stones, objects, and the human body are all collections of energy. Molecules, atoms, electrons, photons, and nucleons are also collections of energy. Everything we perceive through our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body is a manifestation of energy. The formation, existence, decay, and void of things, as well as the birth, aging, illness, and death of life, are all manifestations of energy transformation. All matter is energy, and all non-material is also energy. Therefore, the definition of energy is any matter or non-material that presents structural characteristics through attachment to a particular structure is called energy. Energy is the ability to maintain the state and change of things in life. The total energy of the universe is zero. Therefore, energy is divided into positive energy and negative energy, with their sum equating to zero. This aligns with the principles of Tai Chi and the movement principles of both macroscopic celestial bodies and microscopic fundamental particles. Energy is neutral. The energy used by gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and humans is not significantly different from the energy used by demons and evil spirits. Types of energy. Energy is divided into positive energy and negative energy. Positive and negative energies are equivalent. Energy that promotes the generation and development of things in life is positive energy, while energy that leads to the decay and evolution of things in life is negative energy. Any energy that promotes the generation, transformation, and manifestation of things in life is considered positive energy. Any energy that leads to the disappearance, evolution, and cessation of things in life is considered negative energy. For instance, heat energy that promotes plant growth is positive energy, while heat energy that causes plant decay is negative energy. Physical energies include light energy, wind energy, water energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, magnetic energy, field energy, atomic energy, biological energy, and mechanical energy. The influence of ideologies, thinking power, concepts, thoughts, love and hate, aesthetic stimuli, images, visualized images, art, music, etc., are non-material energies. In other words, any energy that acts on matter is called material energy, while any energy that acts on the spirit and soul is called non-material energy. Thus, energy can be divided into three types: material energy, spiritual energy, and soul energy. No matter what type of energy, if it has not yet exerted its effect, it is potential energy. Once it starts to exert its effect, it becomes kinetic energy. For example, money in the bank is potential energy, while money withdrawn and used to purchase goods becomes kinetic energy. Power is also a form of energy. Traditional scientific research on energy mainly focuses on the physical realm, exploring and explaining material energy. As Life-Chanyan, we need to understand not only the effect of material energy on life and life, but also the significant effect of non-material energy. Traditional science measures energy as the product of force and distance. Traditional science defines energy as the factor that causes a material system to transition from one state to another. From a physical perspective, traditional science's explanation is correct, but from a life perspective, traditional science's explanation is incomplete. It can be said that traditional science's explanation of energy is a narrow energy theory, whereas Life-Chanyan's interpretation belongs to a broad energy theory. Conservation and non-conservation of energy. In high school physics, we learned the law of conservation of matter, which extends to the law of conservation of energy. All matter is energy. On a macroscopic level, energy is conserved. It neither increases nor decreases, but only transforms from one form to another. The total energy of the universe remains unchanged, maintaining a zero state. However, on a microscopic level, energy is not conserved. In certain regions or locales, there may be a rapid increase or decrease in energy without a corresponding decrease or increase. For example, the total amount of currency issued by a country corresponds to its economic capacity reflected through commodity prices. However, on an individual level, some people may accumulate large amounts of money and exhibit significant economic energy, while others may struggle to accumulate money and thus exhibit weaker economic energy. Similarly, the economic energy gap between individuals performing the same amount of labor can be substantial. The energy output is not always proportional to the input. The poor may continue to be poor, while the rich may continue to be rich. Numerous examples of failed efforts show that energy conservation applies only on a macro level, not on a micro level, and is suitable for the general population rather than individuals. Transformation of energy. Energy can be transformed. Only through transformation can energy exert kinetic effect. Energy that cannot be transformed only has potential value. For instance, a battery transforms chemical energy into electrical energy, a car transforms chemical energy into thermal energy and then into mechanical energy, plants convert nutrients, water, and light energy into biological energy, and the human body converts combined biological energy into bodily activity. An atomic bomb transforms nuclear energy through fission into light and thermal energy. Hitler converted people's mental energy into military energy. The ability to effectively transform energy reflects a person's wisdom and talent. The transformation of material energy requires time. Growing crops takes 2 to 3 seasons to convert nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizers and photosynthesis into biological energy. Working takes a day, a week, or a month to convert labor into wages. An artist takes time to convert their work into art and then extract the necessary energy from it. The transformation of spiritual energy may not require much time. A compliment can immediately enhance someone's mood and spirit, while reading scriptures takes a long time to turn the wisdom in them into one's own spiritual energy. Function and value of energy. The greater the energy, the stronger the vitality of life, and the better the ability to withstand disasters and hardships. Without sufficient energy, life will weaken and die. To live well, one must have enough energy to support oneself. To achieve sublimation, life must also absorb sufficient energy. Without adequate energy, all beautiful wishes and ideals are difficult to achieve. Therefore, absorbing and transforming energy is a significant aspect of life and one of the main factors in the evolution of life from lower to higher levels. Absorption and loss of energy. To remain energetic and full of vitality, a person must continually absorb energy and prevent energy loss. Energy includes both material and spiritual types. Material energy is absorbed through food and drink, while spiritual energy is absorbed through learning, opening wisdom, and aspiring towards a better future. A lack of material energy leads to weakness, fatigue, and illness, while a lack of spiritual energy results in lack of confidence, ambition, emotional coldness, and comfort-seeking. Overwork, disorganized living, arguments, illness, disasters, unhealthy interpersonal relationships, and greed lead to energy loss, while harmonious and orderly living can maintain long-term energy. Energy needed for life. The primary energy needed in life is material energy. In a commodity-based society, material energy is concentrated in money. With money, all material needs in life can be met. Therefore, one should not neglect the acquisition and accumulation of money, as this fundamental condition must be fulfilled before other aspects can be considered. Living in the world requires material energy, and relying solely on spiritual energy is insufficient for survival, let alone dignity and freedom. Those who live off charity lack personal dignity and live in a pitiable manner. As for how to obtain material energy and how much to obtain, it depends on a person's realm and ability. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their own special powers. The secondary energy needed for life is spiritual energy, which can be acquired by setting lofty ideals, absorbing the wisdom of sages, and making friends with like-minded individuals. Energy needed for life. The primary energy needed for life is soul energy. Life does not need material energy. Money holds no value for life. Life is a spiritual, non-material structure, immortal, and reincarnated. The growth and continuation of life depend on soul energy, which comes from non-material sources. In higher life realms, soul energy comes from reverence for the greatest creator, life, nature, following the way of the greatest creator, love, affection, sexuality, the pursuit of a beautiful future, and entertainment. In lower life realms, soul energy comes from ego and self-preservation, hatred, jealousy, anger, greed, competition, opposition, and conflict. Significance of energy to life. Energy sustains life, provides vitality, and promotes reproduction. However, energy does not cause qualitative changes in life. For example, a cabbage will grow well with ample energy, becoming lush with thick leaves and abundant juice. Without enough energy, it will remain small and wilted. But no matter how much energy it absorbs, it will still be a cabbage. It will not turn into a tomato. Similarly, A person with substantial wealth and a rich material life will exhibit a distinguished and enviable lifestyle, but regardless of how much material energy they have, they remain human and cannot become a celestial being or a Buddha. Therefore, relying on energy absorption and accumulation to change the quality of life to become a celestial being or a Buddha is impossible. Someone who wishes to live in the kingdom of heaven as soon as possible should focus on perfecting their consciousness and optimizing their structure, not on absorbing and accumulating energy. This is because the quality of life is reflected in consciousness and structure, not in energy. Pastors, nuns, monks, and nuns may have no bank deposits, but the quality of their lives is not inferior to that of millionaires, and it is superior to the vast majority of material energy owners in secular society. The win-win method for energy. To absorb and gather energy, one must also learn to release it. Simply absorbing and gathering energy is selfish. Too much energy absorption and accumulation can harm the body and life. If you don't believe it, try eating 10 more steamed buns, or try inputting 350 V of electricity into a lamp designed for 220 V. A win-win method is to share your energy with more people. Sharing your energy not only does not lead to a loss of your energy, but actually increases it. Another win-win method is to release the energy of love. The more love energy you release, the more energy you will gain. The more conservative and selfish you are, the less love energy you will retain, and the more you will lose your own love energy. Mutual care, respect, assistance, and love are all win-win methods for energy. The diverse battles for energy. The essence of war is the struggle for energy. Competition in business is the struggle for energy. Power struggles, deceit, and intrigue are all struggles for energy. Quarrels and debates are essentially struggles for energy. Exploitation, suppression, and monopolistic practices are struggles for energy. Political contests, religious suppression of heresy, ethnic independence movements, family disputes, spousal arguments, lovers' jealousy, and backstabbing among peers, colleagues, and classmates are all struggles for energy. Everything that happens on the battlefield, in the marketplace, in officialdom, and in love affairs is a struggle for energy. Apart from the win-win methods for energy, the main activities of human society are struggles for energy. What energy is being fought over? The struggle is for material energy, spiritual energy, and soul energy. Wars mainly fight over material energy, quarrels mainly fight over spiritual energy, and religious suppression mainly fights over soul energy. Manifestation of energy. The strength of material energy is primarily manifested externally. If a plant has a lot of energy, it grows well. If a person has a lot of energy, their tone, posture, and lifestyle are different. If a country has strong energy, its currency can circulate widely, and it plays a crucial role in international affairs. Spiritual energy is mainly manifested in connotation. A person who is unflappable shows great spiritual energy. A saint is a saint mainly because of their rich spiritual connotation. A person who remains calm and collected in the face of storms has strong spiritual energy. A person who is relentless and unafraid of hardships and difficulties has abundant spiritual energy. Soul energy is mainly manifested in the human biofield. A person with great soul energy has a biofield with a colorful aura. The weaker a person's soul energy, the less color and aura they have. A person with strong soul energy can not only effectively resist diseases, but also fend off evil spirits. Defense against negative energy. False, evil, and ugly information and phenomena bring negative energy to people. Dirty, chaotic, and poor environments add negative energy to people. People who often complain about others and the environment bring negative energy. Disharmonious societies and groups bring negative energy. Noise, articles written by people with elusive thinking, and movies and pictures filled with scenes of horror, violence, and murder all bring negative energy. Absorbing too much negative energy will lead to a decline in the quality of life. The effective measure to defend against negative energy is to avoid it, stay away from it, and try not to come into contact with it. Focusing on structure. Energy is strange, varied, and complex. Blindly absorbing and accumulating energy is not only unhelpful but also harmful. Pursuing material energy is a characteristic of worldly people. Blindly pursuing spiritual energy without distinguishing between good and bad will turn people into monsters. Absorbing soul energy indiscriminately will turn people into demons. When we cannot distinguish between positive and negative energy and do not know how much energy we need, the best approach is to work on the structure of life's non-material. The type of non-material structure determines the energy absorbed. It is automatic and operates according to the life program. Just like different types of apples, oranges, grapes, wheat, corn, soybeans, watermelons, cucumbers, and muskmelons grow on the same land, the structure determines the type and amount of energy absorbed. If our life structure is that of a herbivore, we will eat grass and leaves and absorb the corresponding energy. If our life structure is that of a human, we will absorb the energy needed by humans. If our life structure is that of a celestial being, we will automatically absorb the energy corresponding to celestial beings and automatically shield against the negative energy that celestial beings do not need. The essence of sun and moon, the spirit of heaven and earth. The essence of the sun and moon, the spirit of heaven and earth, are refined energies, inexhaustible and endless. Poor mountains and bad waters produce troublesome people. Green mountains and clear waters produce talented individuals, is due to the different spirit absorbed from heaven and earth. Living for a long time in a sunny, gentle breeze, with clear mountains and waters, and beautiful scenery naturally absorbs more of the essence of the sun and moon, and the spirit of heaven and earth, making people calm, intelligent, graceful, spiritually noble, pure, and delicate. Consciousness can create the environment. If we are unfortunately born or live in an unattractive environment, do not lose heart or complain. We can create a beautiful environment filled with the essence of the sun and moon and the spirit of heaven and earth in our consciousness. By creating and entering into the absolute beauty of nature through imagery and meditation, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the spirit of heaven and earth, the best way is to repeatedly read A Glimpse of the Thousand-Year World, A Glimpse of the 10,000-Year World, and A Glimpse of the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. Over time, we will become male and female celestials filled with spirituality, radiating spiritual energy, handsome and charming, lively and agile. Regarding energy, the above is a rough explanation. More knowledge needs to be learned and mastered by everyone, and more mysteries need to be pondered and understood by everyone. 心与相向辩证法传道篇45 The chapter of preaching Tao, Article 45, Dialectics of Mind and Form, Phenomenon. Xiefeng, November 10, 2008. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Humans are originally without mind. The mind arises from form. Form is phenomenon, and all phenomena give rise to the mind. Without form, there is no mind. Without the form of a computer, there is no computer mind. Without the form of parents, there is no parental mind. Without the form of the world, there is no world mind. Whatever appears before the eyes should give rise to the mind. When there are no forms in sight, there is no corresponding mind. If the five senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, perceive no form, there is no mind for them. Myriad forms give rise to myriad minds. As forms change, the mind follows. If forms do not change, the mind remains serene. But when forms change frequently, the mind becomes chaotic. A chaotic mind is unsettled, and the spirit cannot reside within, making one like a wandering soul, lost and lamenting. When the mind follows the changes in form, one falls into the mundane world. Constantly chasing after forms makes one a worldly person. If the mind is attached to forms, smells, tastes, touches, and dharmas, it is difficult to transcend the mundane world. When the mind follows the changes in forms, it becomes restless, like having a thief nearby. If one's wisdom does not transcend forms, they remain an ordinary person. If the mind does not change with forms, one is a sage. Let forms change, while the heart remains steadfast with the Tao. Flowers bloom and fall, clouds roll and disperse. No matter how varied the forms are, the mind remains calm and clear, like the bright sun and moon. Transforming forms with the mind makes one a celestial being. Darkness becomes dawn, winding paths become straight roads, suffering turns into sweetness, adversity becomes prosperity, death becomes rebirth, and rebirth becomes death. What is pleasant becomes more pleasant, and even discomfort becomes pleasant. Understanding the essence of forms allows one to play celestial melodies daily. Creating forms with the mind makes one a super celestial being. The mind transcends all forms. My mind is serene. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. All dharmas are empty of inherent nature. Forms arise from the mind. Thus, the mind is form, and form is cessation. There are no attachments, no obstructions, no fears, no worries, no troubles. Wherever the mind creates, there are green mountains and clear waters, and when the mind is quiet, there is always a profound sense of tranquility. If the mind creates forms of dharma, it becomes a constraint. Dharma sets no rigid rules. It is ever-changing. Times change, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. If one clings to forms of dharma, it leads to death. But if one is free from forms of dharma, it leads to flexibility, vividness, and countless wonders in all forms. If the mind harbors forms of non-dharma, it leads to arrogance and follows the path of demons. The universe everywhere manifests Buddhist teachings, which have been eternal. If one desires beyond the bounds, one will face conflicts and struggles everywhere. Even with countless miraculous powers, one will suffer in hell. What has been said above may seem contradictory. Whether it is contradictory or not depends on one's realm. In a confined space, contradictions are everywhere. If one generates the mind from a holographic perspective, there is no contradiction. The way of the mind and the way of form are infinitely profound and miraculous. The changes in miraculous powers are contained within. The way of the mind is consciousness, and the way of form is structure. As they reverse and cycle, energy follows. The gate of Chanyuan is about to close, leaving this one method for you to play with. 去天国其实很容易. It is actually easy to reach heaven. Xiefeng. April 2nd, 2009. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The vast array of theories and teachings all explore the path and methods to reach heaven. Various cultivation groups claim to have found the path to heaven. Humanity continues to advance towards heaven, from theory to practice, from strictly following precepts and rules to employing a myriad of cultivation methods, painting a grand and moving picture of the journey to heaven. This picture includes profound and esoteric metaphysics, a dazzling array of cultivation practices, intense and ever-changing battle scenes, and silent, devoted research and solemn scenarios. Heaven is so beautiful that it captivates the masses, inspiring both extraordinary and ordinary people across generations to bravely climb and traverse towards it. In fact, going to heaven is very easy and simple. It is humans who have complicated it and made it seem difficult. Let us use the 1,000-year world of heaven, which is closest to the human world, to illustrate how easy and simple it is to reach heaven. As long as we achieve the following 8 points, we can enter the 1,000-year world of heaven. Revere the greatest creator, firmly believe in the greatest creator, and always be grateful to the greatest creator. Respect life and revere nature. Avoid jealousy, hatred, greed, obsession, selfishness, and complaining about others. Do not, for any reason or excuse, bind or obstruct anyone's happiness and freedom. Be kind. Have a kind heart, kind words, kind speech, and kind actions. Be honest. Seek the truth, speak the truth, do not deceive, and do not lie. Be diligent. Do not be lazy. Keep your living and surrounding environment clean, neat, beautiful, and harmonious. Keep promises. Let your words match your actions, honor promises, and adhere to agreements. Look, going to heaven is so easy and simple. As long as you can follow these 8 points, I guarantee that you can enter the 1,000-year world of heaven. There is no need to study profound knowledge, adhere to strict rules and precepts, meditate, sit in meditation, practice Zen, practice Qigong, or accumulate merit. Going to heaven is truly this easy and simple. Regardless of whether you are an emperor, general, scholar, or beauty, whether you are a billionaire, celebrity, or leading magnate, whether you are a doctor, expert, accomplished monk, or virtuous person. Whether you are an ordinary person, rural villager, illiterate wanderer, regardless of your beliefs or lack thereof, regardless of what you have or haven't done, regardless of your knowledge or moral understanding, regardless of your appearance or lifespan, as long as you can achieve the 8 points above, you can undoubtedly enter the 1,000-year world of heaven. In the standards of heaven, everyone is equal, with equal opportunities. There is no distinction or special pathway. The standards of heaven are fair, aren't they? 知道不可以强求，传道篇51. Ultimate Tao cannot be pursued through emotion. Xiefeng, March 31st, 2010. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The ultimate Tao is one, yet it manifests in countless paths. The unity of these myriad paths returns to the one. For example, the human body is one, but it is divided into 5 organs, 6 bowels, 7 orifices, hair, bones, meridians, nerves, blood vessels, limbs, tendons, and muscles. Microscopically, each component has its own function and operating principles. Each follows its own path, but on a macro level, they all return to the unified Tao of the human body. The ultimate Tao is the path of unchanging amidst all changes. It does not alter with the passage of time or shifts in space. For instance, the way of the greatest creator remains constant from the ancient past to the distant future, from 20 parallel worlds to 36-dimensional spaces, steadfast and unmoved. Similarly, love, from insects to animals to humans, to gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings, from ancient times to modernity and beyond, remains unchanged through the ages. The ultimate Tao cannot be pursued through emotion. True emotion may be beautiful, but it cannot lead to the ultimate Tao. No matter how sincere the emotion, drinking poison will still lead to death. No matter how deep the affection, a marriage can still end in divorce. No matter how heartfelt the emotion, loved ones who are destined to die will still perish. No matter how sincere the emotion, the structure of life remains the same, and one will still be human, never becoming a Buddha or a celestial being. No matter how deeply parents love their children, many children will still be unfilial. True emotion cannot buy filial piety. No matter how passionately lovers pledge eternal commitment, they may still part ways. No matter how sincere a mouse is toward a cat, the cat will still eat it. No matter how much a wolf cares for a lamb, the lamb will still fear it. No matter how devoted a disciple is to their master, kowtowing and offering incense will not make him a sage. No matter how much affection is invested in a car, without mastering driving skills and traffic rules, accidents will still occur. No matter how hopeful and emotionally invested one is in a traditional family, the family will still have flaws and conflicts. No matter how much one invests emotionally in a nation, religion, or political party, it cannot guarantee one's freedom, happiness, or future in heaven. No matter how much emotion is invested in a loved one, many people will remain unappreciative, indifferent, and disregard or even reject affection. In a group, no matter how affectionate everyone is with each other, without a shared guiding principle or value, the group will be like scattered sand, plagued with constant conflicts. The ultimate Tao cannot be sought through emotion. So, what should one use to pursue the ultimate Tao? There is only one answer: to resonate in frequency with the ultimate Tao. Resonating in frequency is the only correct and effective method to attain the ultimate Tao. If two people resonate in frequency, no matter how far apart they are or whether they have ever met, they can become inseparable, intimately connected once they do meet. If a group of people resonate in frequency in their views on life, values, life, morality, and the universe, regardless of differences in race, gender, culture, status, or appearance, they can still be as close as family and live harmoniously together. If we resonate in frequency with gods in our consciousness and thinking, we ourselves become gods. If we resonate in frequency with the Buddha, we become Buddhas. If we resonate in frequency with celestial beings, we become celestial beings. Similarly, if one resonates in frequency with a pig, one becomes a pig. If one resonates with a dog, one becomes a dog. The success of Life Genuine's second home is due to the fact that it is maintained not by emotion, but by values. As long as everyone resonates in frequency with the values, No matter how many people, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, or 100 million, there will still be warmth, harmony, and order. If there is any deviation in frequency, conflicts and disputes will arise, leading to illusions, deceit, and fragmentation. Emotion is necessary. It is like blood in the human body. One cannot live a day without emotion. With emotion, there is heaven. Without emotion, there is hell. However, to enter heaven, one must resonate in frequency with the beings and order of heaven. Relying solely on emotion will not lead to heaven. The ultimate Tao cannot be pursued through emotion but must be achieved by perfecting the non-material structure of life and resonating in frequency with the desired realm. This is one of the teachings I wish to convey today.
无为和有为的含义及区别。
The meaning and distinctions between non-action and purposeful action. Xiefeng, March 10th, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Non-action, Wu Wei, aligns with the way of heaven. Purposeful action, Yu Wei, aligns with the way of humanity. Non-action means complete alignment with nature, operating according to objective laws, letting things rise and fall, bloom and wither, come and go with the seasons, wax and wane without worry or thought. As the Heart Sutra says, no sensation, no perception, no mental formations, no consciousness. No eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. No form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or objects of mind. No realm of the eye, up to and including no realm of mind consciousness. No ignorance and no ending of ignorance, up to and including no old age and death, and no ending of old age and death. No suffering, no cause of suffering, no cessation of suffering, and no path. No wisdom and no attainment with. Nothing to attain. It means to be free from delusional dreams, to have a heart without attachment, fear, or dwelling, to be unselfish and free from desires, to accept things as they are, follow the natural flow of relationships, act in accordance with one's nature, and seize opportunities as they arise. Purposeful action, Yu Wei, involves fully utilizing one's intelligence, maximizing the satisfaction of desires and needs, and using one's will to change everything around them according to their own wishes. Non-action is like the ocean. Purposeful action is like the waves. Sakyamuni Buddha said, all sages and saints are distinguished by their practice of non-action. Purposeful action represents the common people, the multitude of sentient beings. Non-action represents the sages and saints. The difference between wisdom and foolishness is measured by whether one practices non-action or purposeful action. Sages practice non-action, while the foolish practice purposeful action. Thus, the Tao Te Ching states, therefore, the sage deals with affairs through non-action and teaches without words. The way of the greatest creator is the non-action, yet nothing is left undone way. Those who follow the way of the greatest creator must enter a state of non-action. I have already explained the 8 characteristics of the way of the greatest creator. Before the way of the greatest creator, all human efforts are insignificant. Only by merging with the way can we attain the way and become one with it. Why should we merge with the way? Because only by merging with the way can we achieve eternal life, become celestial beings, handle all affairs effortlessly, and attain wisdom and freedom in the vast universe. In reality, merging with the way means merging with the greatest creator. When this happens, the wisdom of the greatest creator becomes our wisdom, and we enter the Elysium world. As long as a person has selfish desires, as long as they possess or wish to possess something, as long as their heart is attached, has desires, worries, or anxieties, they will inevitably engage in purposeful action and will not become a saint, celestial being, or Buddha. As long as a person's heart is tied to marriage, family, religion, political parties, or nations, as long as they have thoughts, family ties, property, status, or reputation, as long as they worry about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death, as long as they have desires, dependencies, hopes, fears, worries, or anxieties, they are undoubtedly practitioners of purposeful action. All their actions and words are manifestations of purposeful action, not non-action. The highest state of life is to have nothing. Only by having nothing can one reach heaven, the free world. Having nothing allows one to possess everything. The more unselfish one is, the more they achieve their desires. The more one possesses, the more troubles they encounter, and the further they are from heaven. The more one practices non-action, the more they can accomplish without effort. I establish the second home and urge you to strive to enter it, because only in the second home can you gradually enter a state of non-action. In the secular world, not only will you fail to understand non-action, but even if you do, you cannot reach the state of non-action. In the secular world, you can only practice purposeful action. I have paved a smooth path to heaven for you. As long as you follow the path I have laid out for you, your future will be bright and indescribably wonderful. Remember, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or a flash of lightning. Thus should you view them.
当认为自己对时已经错了，
When you think you are right, you are already wrong. Xiefeng, June 25, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. I do not see right or wrong. Everything unfolds in an orderly manner. Nothing in the universe is wrong, and no one's words are wrong. A white horse is not a horse is correct, and a white horse is also a horse is correct. Saying everything is empty is correct, and saying everything is real is also correct. Saying truth is falsehood is correct, and saying falsehood is truth is also correct. Saying the guide of life genuine is a big fool is correct, and saying the guide of life genuine is a god is also correct. Everyone's actions are correct. Someone building a house is correct, and someone demolishing a house is also correct. Someone engaging in construction is correct, and someone engaging in destruction is also correct. Someone honoring their parents is correct, and someone not honoring their parents is also correct. Someone who loves cleanliness is correct, and someone who loves messiness is also correct. Someone who likes to explore the truth and live with clarity is correct, and someone who prefers to live in ignorance is also correct. Someone who wishes to go to hell is correct, and someone who wishes to go to heaven is also correct. Someone who practices dictatorship is correct, and someone who practices democracy is also correct. Someone who likes eating steamed buns is correct, and someone who likes eating rice is also correct. Someone who likes meat is correct, and someone who prefers vegetarian food is also correct. We cannot say that others are wrong while we are right. To say others are wrong is to judge from our own standpoint, which is a flawed judgment that fails to consider the standpoint of others. When we consider the standpoint of others, we find that differing viewpoints or actions are also correct. Who can say that the behavior and values of cats are correct while those of mice are wrong? Who can say that winter is wrong and summer is right? Who can say that fruit-bearing trees are right while non-fruit-bearing trees are wrong? Who can say that birth is right and death is wrong? All events and phenomena in the universe are not wrong. Earthquakes are not wrong, volcanic eruptions are not wrong, droughts are not wrong, and floods are not wrong. It is not wrong for people to kill, set fires, steal, or rob, and it is not wrong for others to stop these actions, fight against them, and punish those responsible. This is called each performing their duty, each bearing their responsibility. Everyone plays their role, and who can say that a fox eating a chicken or a wolf eating a sheep is wrong? Who can say that thorns on rose branches are wrong? Who can say that it is wrong for crops to grow while weeds are right? Our efforts to create the Life-genuine era are correct, and those who oppose and obstruct the creation of the Life-genuine era are also correct. Everyone is playing their own role in their own way. Everything is a game. As long as we are immersed in the process, it is fine. It is not practical to insist that everyone must follow our will. It is in accordance with the Tathagata's intention for all life to blossom according to its nature. Do not try to change others or the world, as it is not only thankless but also contrary to natural laws. The most important thing is to express your own Tathagata nature. If you love eating noodles, then eat noodles. If you love eating steamed buns, then eat steamed buns. If you love going to hell, then go to hell. If you love going to heaven, then go to heaven. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, and forcing a cow to drink water goes against heavenly will. This means that when we think we are right and others are wrong, we are already wrong. Now, let's consider the other side of things. For thousands of years, humanity has lived in worry, pain, trouble, anxiety, conflict, and fear. This fact proves that humanity has been walking on the wrong path. Our understanding of life, time and space, life, and the origin of existence is wrong. Our ways of thinking are wrong, and our values and views on life are wrong. Therefore, any person within this huge, wrong thinking circle, regardless of how they judge things, speak, or act, is wrong. Thus, when any person thinks they are right, they are already wrong. Anyone who believes they are right is in elusive thinking. Is there someone who is right? Answer: yes. If a person is free from worry, pain, anxiety, concern, and fear, then they are right. Everything they say is right, and everything they do is right. Existence itself and things themselves have no right or wrong. However, I am discussing right and wrong here, which proves I am also wrong. Because I can prove that I am wrong, I am right. But because I think I am right, I am wrong again. 感性理性知性灵性 Sensibility, Rationality, Intellectuality, and Spirituality. Xiefeng, May 27, 2012. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Mr. Shrek the Monster has introduced us to the Mysteries of Life series, Extraterrestrial Civilization Contact Volume, which mentions that 37,000 years ago, there was a continent called Lemuria floating in the Indian Ocean. The civilization of that era was centered around sensibility. About 10,000 years ago, during the Atlantis period, human civilization was primarily centered around rationality. And in the following 10,000 years, human civilization centered around intellectuality. And what about the future? In the future, human civilization will evolve towards spirituality, which is also the symbolic mark of the Life-Genuine era. Now, I will explain the meanings and significance of sensibility, rationality, intellectuality, and spirituality. We should not look up definitions in dictionaries. Chinese culture is divinely created, and Chinese characters are divinely created. We should understand sensibility, rationality, intellectuality, and spirituality directly from the meanings of the words themselves. Firstly, the common point among sensibility, rationality, intellectuality, and spirituality is nature. Sensibility is to feel nature. Rationality is to understand and organize nature. Intellectuality is to know and comprehend nature. And spirituality is to approach nature flexibly and dynamically. Nature is the essence of the universe. Take care of the big things, and the little things will take care of themselves. When we feel, understand, organize, know, and approach nature flexibly, the mysteries of life, and the universe become clear. What is the universe? The universe is nature. The myriad things in the vast world are all nature, all manifestations of nature. Nothing can exist apart from nature. Mountain nature, water nature, fish nature, bird nature, beast nature, human nature, divine nature, demonic nature, flower nature, Buddha nature, etc. Who can exist without nature? The core of Buddhist philosophy is nature. The one who best inherited the wisdom of the Buddha, Shakyamuni, is Kashyapa. Shakyamuni held a flower and Kashyapa smiled. Others did not understand. Kashyapa is the ancestor of Zen Buddhism. The core figure of Zen Buddhism is Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma was the last Indian Zen master and the first in the Eastern lands. Thus, in China, Bodhidharma is called the ancestor of Zen Buddhism. The treatise on the bloodline of the patriarch clearly states, Buddha is nature, and nature is Buddha. Therefore, practicing Buddhism is practicing nature, and practicing nature is practicing Buddhism. Seeing one's true nature is becoming a Buddha. What I guide in Life-Genuine is nature, love, and Tao. Why practice nature, love, and Tao? This is determined by the three essential elements of the universe: consciousness, structure, and energy. Tao is the characteristic of consciousness. Nature is the characteristic of structure, and love is the characteristic of energy. Therefore, we need to practice nature, love, and Tao. After 2013, humanity will enter a new civilization, the Life-Genuine era. The characteristic of the civilization in the Life-Genuine era is spirituality. Spirituality is the nature of celestial beings. In the coming 1,000 years, all members of humanity will live like celestial beings. Time is the best standard to test truth. Facts speak louder than words. The current life in the second home, established by Life Genuine, is the life of celestial beings. There are no conflicts, no arguments, no deception, no intrigue, no suffering, no anxiety, no worries. No one pockets anything found on the road, and doors are unbolted at night. Everyone is happy, joyful, free, and content, living like celestial beings. Why is this possible? Because we have inherited human civilization, having gone through the stages of sensibility, rationality, and intellectuality, and have now entered the era of spirituality. The main feature of the human spiritual civilization era is to live out the Tathagata nature, living entirely according to the will of the Creator, the greatest Creator. It is to bloom one's own nature freely and without restraint. The sixth patriarch of Zen Buddhism, Huineng, has classic explanations of self-nature. All phenomena are inseparable from one's own nature. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally pure. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally neither arising nor ceasing. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally complete in itself. People should approach nature flexibly and dynamically, live in nature, not in immorality, ethics, ideology, truth, doctrine, nation, religion, political party, family, or organization. People no longer pursue, possess, or control anything but bloom their own nature freely and timely like flowers. Those who cannot feel nature are ignorant. Those who cannot understand or organize nature are foolish. Those who do not know nature are ignorant. Those who do not approach nature flexibly and dynamically are barbaric. Everything is nature. The entire universe is a dance of nature. Attempting to transcend nature is as foolish and ignorant as someone pulling their own hair to lift themselves off the ground. If practice and cultivation do not confront nature or do not practice nature, it is like scratching an itch through a thick glove. It is off-topic, upside down, and illusory. It is not only difficult to achieve happiness, joy, freedom, and contentment in life, but also impossible to reach the Elysium world of heaven. How to practice nature? It is subtle and profound, difficult to articulate. The best method is to follow my roadmap. I am the guide for the human spirit and soul. As long as you follow my guidance, your wishes will be fulfilled and your ideals will be realized. This can be verified by the Chanyuan Celestials living in the second home. Of course, the Chanyuan Celestials are still in the initial stage and have a long way to go to live in nature, but this initial stage already proves that my roadmap is entirely correct. When the Chanyuan Celestials reach the intermediate stage, their experience will be even more beautiful and joyful. Who am I? Am I a messenger of the greatest Creator? An incarnation of God, Buddha, Celestial, and Saint? A great guiding spirit born in Northwest China? Do not worry about it. Treat me as your soulmate and communicate openly. Feel if I have any demands on you. If I do, then I am a demon. If I do not, and instead guide you step by step to the peak of life and life, why not take advantage of it? Why not do a business that only gains and never loses? Face reality and yourself honestly. Act according to your nature. Discard hypocrisy and falsehood. Do not make a fuss. Do not be hysterical. Do not attempt to escape reality. Live authentically and be yourself. Otherwise, you will not enter the new human civilization, the Life Genuine era of spirituality. 自性佛性如来本性天性. Self-nature, Buddha nature, Tathagata nature, and heavenly nature, innate nature. Xiefeng. June 7, 2012. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Self-nature is Buddha nature, and Buddha nature is Tathagata nature. Self-nature, Buddha nature, and Tathagata nature are Buddhist terms representing different expressions of understanding ultimate reality. In essence, whether it is called a potato, yam, or spud, they all refer to the same edible item. Tea, mung bean soup, milk, coffee, Coca-Cola, alcohol, blood, penicillin, etc. all share one common element, water. This water is self-nature, Buddha nature, and Tathagata nature. The principle behind the statement, all sentient beings have Buddha nature, lies in this concept. Self-nature, Buddha nature, and Tathagata nature are the original elements that constitute any entity. Adding or subtracting something from the original state results in various complex and diverse forms. Whether it is an elephant, an ant, a rabbit, a horse, a snail, an ox, a human, a Buddha, a demon, a god, or a monster, they all share one common element, nature. This nature is Tathagata nature, Buddha nature. By adding or subtracting something from this Tathagata nature, different life forms emerge. Just as humans, whether male or female, share the common element of being human, the difference lies in their structure, resulting in the distinction between men and women. A house, regardless of whether the door faces east, south, west, or north, whether it is made of iron, wood, plastic, or paper, regardless of the size of the windows, the roof material, or the interior area, is still called a house. Every kind of life is one, and all life is one. This oneness is self-nature, Buddha nature, Tathagata nature. In this sense, all beings are equal. Adding feathers and wings to this oneness results in flying insects and birds. Adding hands results in humans. Reducing mobility results in trees and plants. Increasing mobility results in animals. The oneness can be large or small, round or square, long or short, colorful or plain. An elephant, no matter how large, is one. An ant, no matter how small, is one. A butterfly, no matter how colorful its wings, is one. A moth, no matter how plain its wings, is one. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally pure. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally neither arising nor ceasing. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally complete in itself. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally unshakable. How unexpected! The self-nature can produce all phenomena. Self-nature is like this, and so are Buddha nature and Tathagata nature. Self-nature is self-harmonious, and naturally, Buddha nature and Tathagata nature are also self-harmonious. Neither arising nor ceasing, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. No sensation, no perception, no mental formations, no consciousness. No eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. No form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or objects of mind. No realm of the eye, up to and including no realm of mind consciousness. No ignorance and also no ending of ignorance, up to and including no old age and death, and also no ending of old age and death. No suffering, no cause of suffering, no cessation of suffering, and no path. No wisdom and no attainment with nothing to attain. A person's Tathagata nature is self-harmonious. Without Tathagata nature, it is not self-harmonious. A man must unite with a woman to achieve a certain level of self-harmony, and similarly, a woman must unite with a man to achieve a certain level of self-harmony. Tathagata nature has no gender distinction, nor does it have distinctions of size, length, height, weight, beauty, or ugliness. This is like the debate over whether human nature is inherently good or evil. In reality, not only at the beginning of life, but even in the middle and at the end, human nature has no distinction between good and evil. Only when this nature is expressed can it be judged as good or evil. Once this nature is expressed, it is no longer Tathagata nature but the unique nature of a thing or life. At this point, we must ask, what nature is exhibited by a cat eating a mouse, a wolf eating a sheep, or a cow eating grass? Is it self-nature? Is it Buddha nature? Is it Tathagata nature? The answer is none of these. They exhibit their respective heavenly natures. The terms cruel by nature and kind by nature originate from this. What is exhibited by various things and lives is not self-nature, Buddha nature, or Tathagata nature, but heavenly nature. Just as tea, alcohol, and milk have water as their main component, they do not exhibit water but their respective different natures. Heavenly nature is the characteristic given by the Creator to each thing in life, different from other things and lives. The structural elements of each thing and life are the same, but due to different structures, they exhibit different characteristics. Just as wooden beds, wooden doors, wooden tables, wooden stools, and wooden windows are all made of wood, but due to different structures, they exhibit different characteristics. In this sense, self-nature, Buddha nature, and Tathagata nature are like wood. while heavenly nature is like beds, doors, tables, stools, and windows. Here arises a question. Should a thing or life exhibit Tathagata nature or heavenly nature? The answer: it must exhibit heavenly nature. If it exhibits Tathagata nature, then all things and lives will be uniform, with no distinction of levels. The vast world will have a single appearance, either all water or all wood. Only by exhibiting heavenly nature can there be a dazzling array of diversity, with tea, alcohol, milk, doors, windows, tables, chairs, plants, animals, humans, celestials, gods, demons, goblins, and monsters. The Creator's will is not for things and lives to exhibit self-nature, Buddha nature, or Tathagata nature, but to exhibit their respective heavenly natures, each fulfilling its role. A table functions as a table, not as wood. Milk does not fulfill the function of milk, but insists on fulfilling the function of water, which is contrary to Tao and will cause distress. I previously said that one should bloom like a flower, exhibiting Tathagata nature, and that a cat catching a mouse exhibits Tathagata nature. This is inaccurate and confuses Tathagata nature with heavenly nature. However, I said this to align with the traditional understanding of Tathagata nature. I know that when I say bloom like a flower, you will inevitably exhibit heavenly nature. No matter how hard you try, you cannot exhibit Tathagata nature. Therefore, saying this is not a big deal. A cup of tea, when asked to exhibit Tathagata nature, can only show the characteristics of tea, not water. In fact, the above analysis and explanation are not very beneficial and may make the issue more complex, trapping people in conceptual constraints. The simplest method is for a person to free themselves from distress, worry, and fear to the greatest extent possible, to achieve a state of no attachment and no dwelling, to strive for no self and no form. By doing so, one becomes a Buddha or celestial and enters the Elysium world. Therefore, my suggestion is not to worry about self-nature, Buddha nature, Tathagata nature, and heavenly nature, but to strive to free oneself from distress, worry, and fear, to enter a state of no attachment, no dwelling, no self, and no form. By achieving this, the most beautiful wishes can be fulfilled, the most beautiful ideals realized, and one can enter the higher realms of life and enjoy the infinite joys of life. 生活在第二家园里，为什么不会生病? Why do we not get sick living in the second home? Xiefeng, July 8, 2012. Translation edited by Qinyu. The most skillful doctor does not treat illnesses but prevents them, ensuring that people never get sick. In this sense, I, Xiefeng, consider myself one of the most skillful doctors among humanity. Physiological diseases stem from deficiencies in the spirit and soul. When a person's spirit and soul gradually improve and reach perfection, not only do they stop getting sick, but any existing conditions also gradually heal, leading to a state of health. I address the root causes of illness, focusing particularly on the cultivation of the soul garden. As a person's soul garden gradually perfects, they naturally do not fall ill. Brothers and sisters living in the second home who strictly follow the roadmap can testify. Has your health been improving, and have you been falling sick less often? If some still experience illness, I urge you to carefully examine whether you harbor doubts about my guidance in certain aspects, or if you have not fully implemented it in some areas. If you have genuinely followed the guidance, you should not experience illness after living in the home for a year. In addition to the perfection of the spirit and soul, I have also provided many effective prescriptions. I have alleviated your worries, anxieties, pains, and fears. You no longer face much pressure related to food, clothing, housing, transportation, aging, illness, and death. With reduced stress, your physiological functions begin to operate normally, and the flow of qi and blood remains smooth, preventing blockages. I bring you joy and happiness through engaging in romance and affection, flirting, and lighthearted interactions. You no longer have time to worry or be troubled. You don't even think about illness. If your mind is free from illness, how can it manifest in the body? I have placed you in a paradise-like living environment, surrounded by green mountains, clear waters, bird songs, and fragrant flowers. The environment is clean and spotless. The water in the 3 branches comes from mountain springs, free from chemical additives or pollution. The vegetables we grow ourselves with minimal use of fertilizers and pesticides are almost entirely natural. There is less meat consumption, and smoking and drinking are almost non-existent. Additionally, I ensure everyone gets ample sleep and avoids excessive labor, eliminating external factors that cause illness. Life depends on movement. I ensure everyone participates in physical labor, keeping muscles, joints, tendons, and bones constantly active. Flowing water does not stagnate. A well-oiled door hinge does not rust, so illness cannot arise. Dancing, singing, and playing games keep everyone in a positive and optimistic state, full of vitality and youthful energy, reducing the likelihood of illness. By implementing holographic management, I have reduced the stress and burden of commands, supervision, urging, and inspection. This allows you to maintain a joyful mood in whatever you do. Each person has a sacred, undisturbed bedroom where they can relax, calm their mind, and be free to do as they wish, so illness will not come near you. I guide everyone toward higher spaces like the thousand-year world of heaven, etc., filling you with hope and aspiration for the future. Thus, you do not focus on present difficulties and worries, but treat everything as a game. This is also a major factor in not getting sick. With freedom in romantic love and sexual expression, there are no longer frustrations, suppressions, or worries about emotions and sex. Instead, you gain endless joy and vitality. Where could illness possibly come from? Of course, we are still some distance away from complete immunity to illness. The Chanyuan exercises have not been fully embraced, but I firmly believe that as the home continues to improve and perfect, it will become impossible for anyone to get sick, and illness will become a luxury. Everything is a result of cause and effect. Without the causes of illness, wishing for the effects of illness is mere fantasy, unless one pretends to be sick. From the fact that brothers and sisters in the home are gradually not falling ill, it should be clear that there are no diseases in the heavenly kingdom. As we become healthier and less sick, we are gradually approaching and entering the heavenly kingdom. Facts speak louder than words. Is there anyone who still doubts my guidance? Should you not strengthen your faith and strictly follow the guide's roadmap? Xinling Senjiao, Spiritual Communion. Xiefeng, September 23, 2012. Translation edited by Qin Yu. When hearts are in tune, a single glance, a gesture, an expression, a movement, or a word can open a door as beautiful and infinite as poetry and painting. From then on, in flower gardens under the moonlight, by the streams, on the hills, in the valleys, inside the caves, the heart blooms with wonder everywhere. Everything becomes serene and pleasant, with an endless sense of ease and contentment, pure and untainted, peaceful and warm. There are no obstacles, no barriers, no worries, no restraints. One can follow their hearts and freely display their grace and charm. From now on, whether at the ends of the earth or across mountains and rivers, no matter how high the mountains or how vast the waters, even amidst dense fog and mist, the bond is as close as glue. Hearts and souls are intertwined, with no grievances, no sadness, no troubles, no hesitation. One can quietly observe the rising and falling tides, the swirling clouds, and the magical combinations and performances of countless things and phenomena. They can instantly merge into a roaring fire and stir up tumultuous waves, savoring the dynamic and wonderful realms where yin and yang meet, where heaven and earth connect, experiencing the swirling clouds and shifting rains, engaging in passionate embraces and intimate union, following the flow of life, carefree and at ease, where space disappears, time ceases to exist, and only the spirit shines, the soul drifts. It is endless bliss, boundless and infinite, free from thirst and hunger, without weariness or fatigue. The heart is unattached and unobstructed, beyond words and indescribable joy. This is spiritual communion. 看偶然现象的必然性所阐发的启示 Revelations from the inevitability within apparent coincidences. Xiefeng, September 24, 2012. Translation edited by Qin Yu. 3 years ago, Lucian North, a 77-year-old Canadian man, won a lottery jackpot equivalent to 100 million renminbi. The unexpected windfall led to the following consequences. Lucian gave most of the winnings to his son, neighbors, and relatives, which greatly displeased his wife. The couple frequently quarreled, and their relationship gradually deteriorated. Ultimately, Lucian's wife divorced him and left. Lucian's son, Daniel, was furious when he learned that his father had been cheated out of 5 million Canadian dollars by neighbors. Earlier this spring, Daniel filed a lawsuit against 4 of his father's neighbors and a relative of his ex-wife, accusing them of exploiting Lucian and illegally taking a portion of his jackpot. The lawsuit left the elderly and frail Lucian overwhelmed and estranged him from all his neighbors and relatives. On September 1st, Daniel and his wife, Teresa, held a large party to celebrate the completion of their luxurious pool. However, Teresa unexpectedly fell into the pool and drowned. Her body was discovered at the bottom of the pool the next morning. On the evening of September 18th, Daniel was resting at his home in the Montreal suburbs when his pet dog suddenly ran out of the yard. Daniel rushed out to chase the dog and was hit by a speeding Jeep, dying on the spot. 3 incidents among these events seem purely coincidental. First, Teresa unexpectedly fell into the pool and drowned. Second, the pet dog suddenly ran out of the yard. Third, he was hit by a speeding Jeep and died on the spot. Each of these events appears accidental and fortuitous when considered individually. However, when we look at the overall trend, we realize that everything was inevitable. The pet dog happened to run out of the yard while Daniel was resting, and a speeding car happened to be passing by just as he ran outside. Who made the pet dog run out of the yard at the precise moment when the speeding Jeep was coming? Did the dog decide to run out on its own? The insights are: there are no accidental phenomena or events. Everything is inevitable. Human and animal behavior is not entirely controlled by their own consciousness. The Tao's program is constantly at work. Everything operates within the Tao. What can we learn from this? Misfortune, that is where happiness depends. Happiness, that is where misfortune underlies. When we are fortunate, we should cherish it and avoid squandering it. Maintain simplicity. Do not expect to gain unexpected wealth. Rely on your own labor and creation. We do not gamble, buy lottery tickets, engage in profiteering activities, invest in stock trading, pick up lost items, or ever expect to get rich overnight. The sum of positive and negative energy is 0. The more we gain, the more we lose. Therefore, contribute more and seek less. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, generate and overcome each other. Always maintain balance, avoid extremes, and develop steadily. Otherwise, calamities may arise at any time. The Tao is in operation, and its program is at work. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are rewarded with evil. Focus on perfecting your non-material structure and cultivating good qualities, rather than spending time and energy on material wealth and fame. Whatever happens to you is the result of cause and effect. Therefore, do not harbor resentment towards others. Instead, look for reasons within yourself rather than blaming the pet dog or the speeding Jeep. Everyone may face potential calamities like injury, terminal illness, disaster, loss, or imprisonment. The best way to prevent misfortune is to adhere to the path of the greatest creator. Align your words, actions, thoughts, and behavior with truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity. Contribute more, enjoy less, and thus avoid misfortune and escape disasters. The pet dog suddenly running out of the yard is driven by a process or some invisible consciousness. This suggests that, as your life and life guide, my words and actions, and the guidance I provide, are not entirely under my own consciousness control but are operated by the Tao. Because I no longer exist. I died in a car accident, and the current I is merely a mediator between the greatest creator and you. Absorption of non-material energy. Xiefeng. October 13th, 2012. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All life relies on energy to exist. Without energy, life cannot survive. The growth of a plant is determined by the energy it absorbs. A plant that absorbs ample energy grows well, while one that does not receive enough energy will have limited growth, will not bloom, and will not produce full fruit. The same applies to animals. For a person to be healthy, clear-minded, mentally sharp, and to do good deeds, they must absorb sufficient energy. Otherwise, they may become ill, feel depressed, lack vitality, and be listless. Energy is divided into material energy and non-material energy. Non-material energy is further divided into positive and negative energy. Positive energy can make life vibrant and full of confidence, while negative energy can cause a person to become dispirited and lose confidence. The material body needs material energy, while the spiritual and mental body need non-material energy. What people need most is the positive non-material energy for their spirit and mind, and what needs the most attention is preventing and avoiding negative non-material energy. What is positive non-material energy? Answer: faith, ideals, beliefs, love, wealth, happiness, freedom, joy, pleasure, encouragement, praise, smoothness, satisfaction, appreciation and being appreciated, care, affection, harmonious and pleasant interpersonal relationships, health, beauty, goodness, brightness, purity, cleanliness and tidiness, good order, and beautiful environments, etc. In other words, if a person lives in a well-ordered, beautiful environment with bright springtime, harmonious interpersonal relationships, frequently receives praise, encouragement, care, and appreciation from others, experiences smooth endeavors, a satisfying life, encounters agreeable people and things, feels happy and joyful, enjoys freedom and happiness, and is filled with love for life, confidence in the future, and longing for a better life due to strong faith and belief, then this person has absorbed sufficient positive non-material energy. What is negative non-material energy? Answer: poor interpersonal relationships, conflicts, contradictions, struggles, arguments, quarrels, and resentments with others, being bullied, oppressed, exploited, insulted, attacked, ridiculed, and belittled, dirty, chaotic, and poor environments, disorderly conditions, anger, rage, complaints, grievances, and lamentations, the illnesses, negative, pessimistic emotions, information, and rhetoric of those around you, especially those closest to you, stress, and unsatisfactory people, situations, and life, etc. In other words, when a person is in a dirty and chaotic environment, where everything is disorderly and their peace and life are frequently disturbed, surrounded by people who are depressed and dispirited, with tense interpersonal relationships and frequent unjust treatment, experiencing high levels of stress, hearing many complaints and negative messages, and encountering many unsatisfactory and unfavorable people and situations, then that person will lose energy and become disillusioned with life. How to prevent and avoid absorbing negative energy? Escape. If possible, distance yourself as much as possible from people, things, and environments that make you unhappy, uncomfortable, unfree, or unblessed. Stay away from those who are dispirited, lethargic, bothersome, troubling, frequently angry, resentful, complaining, or constantly airing grievances. How to absorb positive energy? Get closer to the greatest creator, gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and those who consistently bring joy and confidence. Get closer to beautiful, civilized environments and closer to paradise. 成仙奥秘，不再拥有自己. The mystery of becoming a celestial being, no longer possessing yourself. Xiefeng, November 16th, 2012. Translation edited by Qin Yu. A sage has no personal heart. They align their heart with the hearts of the people, so a sage does not possess themselves. A celestial being or Buddha has no self. Their heart aligns with the heart of the greatest creator. Therefore, to become a celestial being or Buddha, one must achieve a state of having no self. A celestial being or Buddha is nature itself. Nature is the attribute bestowed by the greatest creator. Living according to one's nature means living within the greatest creator's consciousness, living within the Tao. To possess oneself means to act not according to nature, but according to one's own desires and inclinations. When a being is arrogant, selfish, greedy, ambitious, and acts for their own enjoyment, desires, or possessions, seeking money, power, fame, or pleasure, they possess themselves. Demons are beings who possess themselves. To maintain their own self, they rebel against the greatest creator, defy heaven, and recruit forces to expand their power, aiming to stand on equal footing with the greatest creator. Therefore, when a person desires to possess themselves, they resonate with demons, becoming demonic progeny. This is why Christ Jesus warned that to follow him into the kingdom of the greatest creator, one must renounce the self. Is it good to possess oneself? No. Reflect deeply and carefully. Where do your troubles, pain, sorrow, anxiety, fear, negativity, pessimism, misfortune, and disasters come from? These all arise from possessing oneself. When you no longer possess yourself, these negative things will dissipate. Hence, the sage Laozi advises that the great sufferings of humanity stem from the self. Once the self is gone, there will be no suffering. Why do you debate, argue, quarrel, and conflict with others? It is because you possess yourself. When you no longer possess yourself, what is there to debate, argue, or fight over? Conflicts arise from wanting to protect oneself, one's possessions, and one's vested interests, or from scheming to gain or hold onto something. Why are you irritated or troubled? Is it not because your vanity, self-esteem, or interest have been harmed, leading to frustration and resistance? All those who commit crimes and end up imprisoned, are they not driven by the desire to avenge or possess due to possessing themselves? All those who descend to hell, are they not opposing the way of the greatest creator due to their self-possession? Therefore, the sage embraces unity and is a model for all under the heavens, which means embracing unity cannot involve possessing oneself. Once one possesses oneself, it becomes not unity but a multiplicity, embracing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is unity? The supreme leader is unity. In the universe, the greatest creator is the supreme leader. Thus, the entire universe aligns with the greatest creator. In worldly society, the president or chairman is the supreme leader. Thus, people must align with the president or chairman. Specifically, in production, the CEO or head of an organization is the supreme leader. Everything must align with the leader. Is it good to no longer possess oneself? Certainly. Without possessing oneself, one can maintain harmony with others, society, and nature. Everything will proceed in an orderly and well-regulated manner. Although it may seem like losing oneself on the surface, in essence, one ends up gaining more and enjoying more through harmony with others, society, and nature. By giving up oneself, one actually finds oneself. By striving to possess oneself, one ultimately loses oneself. Take the example of the Life-Changyuan second home. All those Chanyuan celestials who sought to preserve their own selves in the Chanyuan ultimately disappeared into the sea of ordinary beings, losing themselves. Meanwhile, those who gave up themselves and ceased to possess themselves entered the home one by one, living in a beautiful, carefree paradise, enjoying a happy, free, and blissful life, and ultimately found themselves and gained themselves. When the self is completely lost, the heart becomes relaxed and happy. Only when a person fully abandons the self and ceases to possess themselves can they appreciate and experience the magnificence and wonder of the vast world. Enter a realm of ultimate freedom, understand the workings of the Tao and the will of the greatest creator, and live out their true self. Do you wish to become a celestial being or Buddha? Do you want to achieve supreme, authentic wisdom and escape the confines of heaven and earth to enjoy eternal bliss in the boundless realm of ultimate happiness? Yes. The way is to abandon oneself, to no longer possess oneself. Remember, the core of Buddha's teaching is no self, no form, a mind free of attachment, and no hindrances. 理性思维和灵性思维的分野. The distinction between rational thinking and spiritual thinking. Xiefeng. February 22nd, 2013. Translation edited by Qinyu. Ignorant people rely on instinct, worldly people rely on personal gain, mortals rely on emotions, wise people rely on rationality, and celestial beings rely on spirituality. A rational thinker thoroughly deliberates on everything, using all the rules and regulations of the real world, along with their knowledge and analysis of personal gains and losses, to decide whether to take action. They summarize experiences, learn lessons, think rationally, deliberate carefully, weigh pros and cons, seek good fortune while avoiding disaster, and take preventive measures. A spiritual thinker acts according to their nature, responding to circumstances and destiny spontaneously. They pay attention to their initial feelings and sensory stimuli, making prompt decisions without considering the consequences, success, or personal gain or loss. They do not worry about future necessities like food or clothing. They speak and act as they feel, laying eggs when it's time to lay eggs, crowing when it's time to crow, living when it's time to live, and dying when it's time to die. As for everything else, they follow the guidance of their spirit and the operation of the Tao, without hiding or pretending, being open and upright, without using cunning or deceit, just like a baby. Belief in the greatest creator, trust in cause and effect, and giving one's best effort each day are characteristics of a spiritual thinker. Beware of others, ask a few more questions, be cautious of being deceived, and think thrice before acting are characteristics of a rational thinker. A true gentleman does not seek blessings, yet heaven guides him to fulfill his true intentions. A cunning person tries to avoid misfortune, yet heaven seizes his soul at the very moment he schemes. Cleverness may overreach itself. The fox knew too much, that's how he lost his tail. When humans make plans, God laughs. No matter how clever or resourceful a person is, they cannot escape the net of heaven and earth. No matter how ingenious or wise, one cannot escape the retribution of cause and effect. Human schemes and calculations cannot alter the workings of the Tao. Everything operates within the Tao. How many of the astronomical combinations of the 64 factors can one truly understand? The way of the sage is to abandon wisdom and cunning. Without abandoning wisdom and cunning, it is difficult to maintain constancy. The ordinary person is clear and bright, while I alone am dull. The ordinary person is perceptive, while I alone am muddled. Misfortune, that is where happiness depends. Happiness, that is where misfortune underlies. When you think you are right, you may be wrong. When you think you're wrong, you may be right. Who can know the mysteries within? Being adaptable and carefree, allowing oneself to flow with the Tao, characterizes a spiritual thinker. Thinking things through, being cautious and meticulous, characterizes a rational thinker. 与人争辩者没有善良之辈. Those who argue with others are unkind. Xiefeng. April 16, 2013. Translation edited by Qinyu. As long as one contends with others, whether it's quarreling, competing, snatching, arguing, disputing, or debating, it is still contention. The purpose is either to claim what belongs to others as their own or to impose one's will on others, with the core aim being the struggle for energy. Therefore, anyone who contends with others is unkind. Spouses are most prone to quarreling and debating, so neither spouse is kind. Once someone becomes a husband or wife, kindness disappears from their world. Different beliefs and sects easily fall into disputes and debates. As soon as contention arises, that belief or sect ceases to be kind. Religions and political parties often engage in arguments and debates, which shows that neither religions nor political parties are kind. Contention is easily sparked between nations and ethnic groups, proving that neither nations nor ethnic groups are kind. Harmony requires the elimination of quarreling, competing, snatching, warring, arguing, disputing, and debating. Without removing contention, there will never be harmony, and the world will never have peace. No matter who participates in contention, whether using any justification, excuse, or method, or even under the banner of the greatest creator, gods, Buddhas, truth, or the salvation of all beings, they have strayed from kindness and are evil. Chanyuan celestials should stay away from contention. Truth never contends. The greatest creator never contends with gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, saints, humans, ghosts, or demons. There is no contention in heaven. The beings in heaven never quarrel, compete, snatch, argue, dispute, debate, or war with others. A harmonious home should not have contention. A peaceful world should not have contention. The Tao operates according to its program, and cause and effect are in action. What is there to contend about? Cars travel on roads. Horses follow their paths. What is there to contend about? Cows go to the cow shed. Pigs go to the pig pen. Celestial beings follow the celestial way, and Buddhas enter the Buddha's land. What is there to contend about? Thus, Chanyuan celestials never contend with others, especially not argue or debate with others. Can a cow and a pig argue out any truth? Therefore, I won't argue with you. If you think you're right, live your way. Don't argue with me. You don't need to win me to be right. Can bees and flies argue out any truth? Therefore, I won't argue with you. If you think dog excrement smells good, you are right. Go ahead and eat it. My food is flower nectar. Chanyuan celestials do not contend with anyone. Whether parents, spouses, siblings, friends, other religions, sects, or even with rivers, lands, grasses, trees, flowers, insects, birds, or animals. Do not argue with me. You are right. Just do as you believe is right.
修行修炼者不能聚集物质能量。
Practitioners should not accumulate material energy. Xiefeng, May 8, 2013. Translation edited by Qinyu. The vast majority of self-cultivation theories and practices instruct practitioners to accumulate energy, particularly emphasizing the avoidance of sexual activity to prevent energy loss. They also advise against excessive joy or sorrow to conserve energy. Indeed, from the perspective of energy accumulation, the teachings of great masters throughout history are correct. However, I must ask, what is the purpose of accumulating energy? Will amassing sufficient energy enable one to become a celestial being or a Buddha and reach higher life spaces? Let's analyze this step by step. Firstly, money, treasures, and material possessions are forms of energy, as are vitality and semen. All material things are energy, and so are spiritual and soul aspects. Undoubtedly, for ordinary people, it is essential to accumulate energy, particularly material energy, to properly address life's needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and health. But for those cultivating to become celestial beings or Buddhas, what kind of energy should they be accumulating? Under what circumstances does enlightenment occur? There are many circumstances, but one critical condition is when energy is at its lowest. When a highly ambitious person falls ill, their ambition generally diminishes. It is at this point that they begin to explore and yearn for a world beyond the material and physical. As the saying goes, as a person nears death, their words become kind. Why do people become kind when they are about to die? Because when death is imminent, they have almost no energy left, leading to a degree of enlightenment. This means that when energy is at its lowest, people come to understand the essence of life. After going through a near-death experience, they see through the illusions of the world and find the right path. Christ Jesus said, "It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven." What does this mean? It means that the more material energy a person has, the harder it is to enter heaven. How many wealthy people are willing to give away all their possessions to attain a beautiful future life? Very few, indeed. Experience shows that the more material energy one accumulates, the harder it becomes to elevate the quality of one's life. Only by closing one door can another open. When a person focuses their mind, time, and energy on accumulating material energy, the door to heaven closes. Is having more energy always good? I once said that giving a dog a mountain of bones and meat would provide it with ample energy. But can this dog become a dragon? The answer is no. Not only will it not become a dragon, but its canine nature will be strengthened, making it believe that being a dog is just fine. Similarly, when a person has abundant material resources, they may feel content with their human existence and be less inclined to engage in rigorous self-cultivation, thus missing the opportunity for self-elevation. After sexual activity, both men and women feel fatigued, which indicates that energy has indeed been consumed. But is this energy consumption beneficial, or is it better to accumulate energy without consuming it? What are the results of non-consumption? One's temper may become irritable, the mind unbalanced, and one may easily become lost in thoughts when alone, find it difficult to focus, suppress oneself, miss out on life's wonders, and feel less joy. rejecting beautiful things and lacking a longing for a good life and future. And what about the results of consumption? One's temper becomes calm, the mind balanced, one can focus better, find everything in the world beautiful, desires diminish, confidence increases, and the longing for a good life and future intensifies. There is no scientific evidence to prove that refraining from energy consumption leads to becoming a celestial being or a Buddha. Sexual essence is material energy and should not be accumulated. The conclusion is, practitioners should not accumulate material energy but should focus on accumulating spiritual and soul energy. So, what is spiritual and soul energy? Friendship, harmonious relationships with those around you, a beautiful environment, and a peaceful life are examples of spiritual energy. Selfless contribution, labor creation, joy, delightful experiences, longing for a good life, romantic and affectionate interactions, flirting, etc., are examples of soul energy. Am I right? The spring river warms, and the ducks know it first. You know best whether the shoes fit. 我们需要的成熟和不需要的成熟 The maturity we need and the maturity we don't need. Xiefeng. June 23, 2013. Translation edited by Qinyu. Only mature fruits have delicate, sweet flesh that is suitable for eating and rich in nutrients. Immature fruits are astringent, sour, lack moisture, and have coarse flesh. Therefore, one should eat only mature fruits. Only mature seeds have full grains. Their life's non-material structure is perfect, and their vitality is abundant. This allows them to sprout, grow, flower, and bear fruit in the future. Therefore, the seeds stored in the granary must be mature. Only mature individuals are flexible, smooth, and boundless, like flowing water that adapts to any shape and continues indefinitely. They can unite seamlessly with heaven, earth, and humanity without obstacles or hindrances. They can maintain harmony with all things in the universe without self-interest. They can merge with the Tao without individual desires, pursuits, attachments, or possessions. Therefore, only mature individuals can become celestial beings or Buddhas and live in the heavenly realms. However, this kind of maturity is not what is needed. Fruit that is picked before it is ripe and left to mature over a few days or a period of time is not desirable. Maturity that comes before childhood is complete, where someone becomes prematurely adult-like, is not needed. Maturity that appears before the end of adolescence, where someone is too mature for their age, is not needed. Maturity that appears before experiencing the vibrancy of youth, where someone is already too serious, is not needed. Maturity that appears before experiencing life's joys, happiness, freedom, and blessedness, where someone is already spiritually transformed, is not needed. Each stage of life should display its unique characteristics. Premature maturity goes against the Tao of the greatest creator and the natural laws. It is inhumane to prevent children from playing and instead demand that they be obedient and focus solely on academic knowledge. It is inhumane to prevent teenagers from being high-spirited and full of ambition, only to require them to study, think, and bear heavy burdens. It is inhumane to prevent young people from having dreams, fantasies, lofty ambitions, and indulging in the joys of youth, and instead require them to be practical, focus on making money, and struggle for survival. It is inhumane to deny people a life of joy, happiness, freedom, and blessedness, while insisting they endure hardship and suffering to achieve spiritual transformation. Buddha and celestial beings embody their nature. To fully live in one's nature is the will of the greatest creator in creating life. Therefore, any maturity that suppresses or destroys one's nature to force maturity is unnecessary. In reality, whether a being is a celestial being or Buddha is not determined by age, knowledge, experience, or understanding of spiritual practices, or if they have learned any profound theory or practicing method. If one lives in their true nature, they are already a celestial being or Buddha, a beautiful life united with the greatest creator. Thus, a 3 to 5-year-old child, if their spirit is untainted, is in a state of a celestial being. There is no need for someone to deliberately guide and educate them on becoming a celestial being or Buddha. If a prodigy is carefully guided and educated by experts, their talent might be obscured. Imagine telling a peach tree, you should grow well, absorb plenty of water and nutrients, maintain your peach tree nature, do not be lured by pear trees, and you should flower in spring, and the peaches you produce must taste like peaches. Is this necessary? The peach tree knows best how to grow, flower, and bear fruit. It understands natural laws better than humans and knows how to harmonize with nature. Humans should not guide or educate, but should provide water and fertilizer. Premature maturity can be counterproductive. If a person does not live in their true nature but spends every day thinking about how to gain praise and eulogy by showing maturity, this kind of maturity is undesirable. Men should be men, and women should be women. A woman who is externally graceful but internally capable is considered a mature woman. A man who is externally strong but internally gentle and refined is considered a mature man. This kind of maturity is not the same as mature crops, but rather a distorted form of maturity. We would never consider a hen that lays eggs and crows to be mature, nor would we consider a rooster that crows and lays eggs to be mature. A rooster that crows in time and a hen that lays eggs in time is considered mature. If a hen stops laying eggs or a rooster stops crowing, it is time for them to be slaughtered. 度化乾坤经文 The Scriptures of Transforming Qiankuan, Chanyuan Celestial. Xiefeng. October 21st, 2013. Translation edited by Qinyu. All things appear through transformation. All phenomena enter the heart. In tranquility and oneness, all phenomena merge into holograph. Holograph is indescribable, infinitely wondrous, and boundless. Using logic is like fishing in the forest. Wisdom obstructs one's perception of the Tao. The view of self harms the heart. The more profound one's knowledge, the more impoverished one's spirituality. Once there is self-attachment, evil thoughts arise. Writing or speaking about it harms both oneself and others. Joy is the fairy world. Freedom is the Buddha's land. Arguing with others is the act of a foolish and stubborn person. Becoming a Buddha requires great faith, not an understanding of doctrines. Attainment requires accumulation, not clever shortcuts. Good thoughts protect a kind heart. Kind hearts treat all beings well. Attacking others is the mark of an evil person. The desire for fame, wealth, and status must be completely discarded. Losing humility leads to becoming an arrogant, devilish person. Respect the messenger before you, not for the messenger but for the one who sent them. Harming others ultimately harms oneself. Praising others ultimately praises oneself. Selflessness fulfills the self. Unselfishness leads to personal gain. Karma is tightly interwoven. Every detail requires caution. A single careless word can open the gates of hell. Those who belittle the greatest creator are among the devils. Those who desecrate the greatest creator face endless suffering. Do not dwell on the scriptures of truth. Focus on the innocence of a child. Open the windows to let sunlight and moonlight enter, and do not harbor shadows in your heart. Follow the guide's path, and with each day, approach the fairy world. A heart full of devotion helps you ascend to the heavens. Empty talk leads to a wasted life. Planting vegetables helps you enter the pure and empty. Sweeping the floor cleanses the heart's dust, and even transporting manure can lead to purity. Do not worry about worldly affairs. All things move within the Tao. Rewards and punishments come in time, relying solely on self-cultivation. The worldly scenes are like fleeting flowers and bubbles, like dew and lightning. Do not let them distract you from your Tao. Space is infinitely vast, yet clearly layered. If you are lost in the world, it is like sowing seeds in the desert. The home, the second home, is like an egg or pearl with a vast cosmos inside. There are paths to heaven, and one can take root in the earth by living there. The gate of nature is the gate of the Tao. The Tao's mystery is entirely in nature. Buddha and celestial beings are nature itself. Pure nature leads to the celestial realm. What is beyond words is the Dharma of Buddha. Do not speak of Dharma in terms of forms. Becoming a Buddha is through awakening, not through verbal practice. Everything is a game. Only life is real. Devout reverence to the greatest creator ensures the perpetuity of life. The home is full of games. Return to the nature of a child. If one cannot play, their cultivation will be in vain. Flirtation and jesting are not lewd. In laughter and joy, there is neither self nor form. Shakyamuni Buddha was the first to attain the Tao. Following his teachings leads to perfect enlightenment. Jesus is Christ, the greatest God in the world. Believing in Jesus' words brings the kingdom of heaven before you. Laozi enlightened the Tao and virtue, teaching through maxims. Practice diligently every day to revive and attain the great Tao. The image of Guanyin Bodhisattva is a model for practitioners, rescuing the suffering in oneself, achieving great compassion and great vows. The guide's roadmap must be followed precisely. A small deviation can lead to great errors. If you fail to achieve the right result, do not blame me. Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisvaha. Go, go, go. Go to the other shore with transcendent wisdom.
生命禅院第二段历程禅院曹启成词
Chanyuan Celestial's departure speech for the second stage of Life at Chanyuan. Xiefeng. March 3, 2014. Translation edited by Chinyu. My heart is pure and serene, without resentment or hatred. For what I have done in the past, I have repaid all beings, without regret toward heaven or my conscience. The difficulties I have encountered are due to karmic retribution, the arrangement of the Tao. I accept them gladly, with no grudges, and my spirit is clear and bright. Today, I set out with renewed vigor, starting from scratch, without any regrets. My heart is pure, and my future is bright. My debts are paid, and the merits are recorded. The fairy world and the Buddhist Pure Land are my home. I proceed with ease, finding joy in new beginnings. Saying farewell to the past and welcoming the future, creating something from nothing. Every place is an oasis. My heart is joyful, and the path is clear. Parting from my hometown and loved ones, I am originally a celestial being and Buddha, untainted by worldly emotions. My ties to the secular world are severed, and my heart is at peace. I am originally selfless, descending into the mortal world not of my own will, but by the decree of the heavenly Tao. May my loved ones not be troubled by me. As for the future, it is up to fate. No matter where I am, I will naturally follow the Tao, and my words and actions will align with nature. Planting grass and trees is my nature. Living among flowers, the spiritual essence endures. Under the moon and among flowers, the sound of flutes and pipes is heard. Life's journey is a fleeting illusion, passing quickly. It is but a glimpse, and I move forward gracefully towards eternity. In the garden of my soul, the mountain flowers bloom brilliantly. The weeds have been removed, and it is beautifully adorned. What the world desires, I have already experienced. I do not linger in the hustle and bustle. Fame and fortune are like dust, and worldly love is foul and stinking. With the guide ahead, there are new realms to discover. Spreading a palmful of sand, green trees emerge. Holograph gives birth to the heart, and mysteries abound. Consciousness precedes, structures emerge, and energy follows. Marvels appear. Reaching the heavens and the earth, the games are endless. I am a rare flower of the heavenly kingdom, untouched by the worldly hustle and bustle. Amidst 1,000 miles of frozen land, I bloom gracefully with celestial beauty. The clouds on the horizon connect with the sacred mountain, offering infinite scenery and boundless skies. The fourth level of meditation links to the celestial abode, and the celestial islands are not far from sight.
我看到的一切井然有序
Everything I see is in perfect order. Xiefeng. May 12, 2014. Translation edited by Chinyu. The phenomena are myriad. The world is chaotic. Disasters are frequent, and changes are constant. Friends turn against each other. Kin harm one another. Affections shift, and grudges transform. People rush and struggle. Change happens hastily. There are conflicts and competition, hidden traps, separation, and disintegration. Old things disappear. New things emerge. Everything appears dazzling and disordered, but to me, everything is in perfect order. Unable to decide, hard to judge, what should be done, torn between choices. When facing a situation, one's body is not under their control, hastily adapting, acting against one's will. reading others' expressions, weighing pros and cons. Human calculations are not as good as the heavens' calculations. A person of integrity, though not actively seeking fortune, the heavens guide them unexpectedly to achieve their heartfelt aspirations. A devious individual, despite craftily avoiding misfortune, the heavens intervene at their cunning moments to seize their soul. If one does not recognize the perfect order in everything, they will spend their life struggling in a sea of worries and turmoil. Life is impermanent. Changes occur too rapidly. Yesterday's bloom fades today. Joy hides sorrow. Sorrow contains joy. Misfortune, that is where happiness depends. Happiness, that is where misfortune underlies. In danger, misfortunes turn into blessings. In tranquility, thunder rumbles. Spring is just bright, yet dust rises. Peach blossoms bloom, yet autumn's chill is felt. A sudden marriage of 3 months, followed by the rush for divorce. Is it time, fortune, or destiny? Or is it made by heaven, earth, and human choices? A rich person can die of starvation. A high official can be imprisoned. Today's bustling scene turns desolate tomorrow. Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. Once commanding the winds and clouds, later retreating in defeat. Yesterday, surrounded by esteemed guests, today, left in decline and destitution. The tide rises and falls, flowers bloom and wither. Is human life like a revolving wall panel, constantly flipping up and down? Why do some people live safely and peacefully to the end, while others wander through life and die tragically? Why do some live leisurely and comfortably, while others toil and worry despite their hard work? Why do some, with many children, end up lonely in old age, while others, without children, live peacefully in their later years? Why do some, with vast knowledge, end up committing suicide, while others, uneducated, live a long life? Is it due to genetics, or the merits or sins of past lives? Who can guarantee what tomorrow will bring? Is it better to drift with the current, or to swim against it? Is it better to follow the teachings of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints, or to act on one's own accord? Which profession to choose out of the 360 trades? Is it better to consider long-term benefits, or to solve immediate problems first? Is it better to eat the food given as charity, or to earn one's own sustenance? Is it better to continue working for others, or to forge one's own path? Is it better to study diligently, or to work in the fields from dawn to dusk? Is a turbulent life better, or a peaceful one? Is experiencing wind and rain better, or resting in a coffin? Can you make the right choice? Is your choice useful? Are you driven by survival pressure, or do you have a clear understanding and control over everything? The world changes, and life is uncertain. To seek permanence, people feel the need for cultivation and practice. Throughout history, there has never been a shortage of practitioners, but what exactly are they practicing and cultivating? What have they achieved in the end? Have their ideals been realized? Have their wishes been fulfilled? Have they attained permanence? Is it self-deception or solid evidence? Is success 3 parts human effort and 7 parts heaven's will, or 7 parts human effort and 3 parts heaven's will? Or is it 50-50? Is it that human determination can overcome heaven, or is it that destiny is hard to defy? Is fortune and misfortune created by oneself, or is the script of the grand stage of life already set, with everyone playing their roles involuntarily? Is reality a projection of self-consciousness, or is it the arrangement of heaven? The Tao is in operation. Everything is in perfect order. The net of heaven is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes it. The cycle of cause and effect is precise to the slightest detail. Every thought, action, smile, and anger plays a role. It is hard to determine what is the best course of action, but no matter how it is interpreted, there is a clear and distinct path to heaven. Continually giving and dedicating without seeking to take or possess. How to handle myriad matters. How to make choices when faced with difficulties. The answer is, go with the flow, do not force or contrive. Everything has its predetermined course, and there will always be a day of release from imprisonment. Go with the circumstances, Every day, the people and events around you are due to fate. Do your best with the connections, speak clearly, and handle matters thoroughly without leaving regrets. Follow your nature, driven by the Tathagata nature, listen to the deepest voice of your soul, without weighing pros and cons or pretending. Speak and act naturally. When the opportunity arises, act. When it does not, don't get inflamed, but wait patiently. If you ask why I guide like this, the answer. The reason is in the holograph, difficult to describe, beyond human understanding. 一切依人心而变. Everything changes according to the human heart. Xiefeng. September 16th, 2014. Translation edited by Qinyu. If the earth is a vast desert, the heavens will not bring rain. When the human heart is barren, the heavens will not bestow spiritual gifts. The justice of the Tao lies in its responsiveness to the human heart. What kind of heart we have determines what we receive. Long ago, a wealthy man wanted to start a business to benefit the local people. He went to a village but found the people there indifferent, so he left. He went to another place, where the people were difficult to deal with, so he left again. Finally, he arrived at a place where the people were sincere and kind, and he decided to set up his business there. The lives of the people in that area greatly improved because of this business. There was a wise and profound master with extraordinary powers and abilities. He traveled through many villages and towns in search of a disciple to inherit his teachings. He observed the land, the people's appearances, their speech, and looked for signs, but he never found a suitable candidate. Ultimately, his teachings were lost due to the lack of a proper successor. The universe is filled with many wondrous things, hidden within the ordinary. These wondrous things are as easy to grasp as flipping a switch, but they await those who are destined to receive them. These destined people are not predetermined, but are chosen at random. However, there is a condition. These people's qualities must match the wondrous things they receive. As I often say, only a life of absolute beauty deserves to enjoy absolute beauty. When I first started Life Genuine, my mind was filled with countless wondrous things. However, as Life Genuine developed, I found these wondrous things gradually disappearing. Sometimes, my mind felt empty, devoid of anything valuable. This happened because Life Genuine repeatedly suffered harm and setbacks. My sadness grew as people not only disregarded my guidance, but also questioned, criticized, insulted, and attacked me. My enthusiasm waned, and each time I felt disheartened, I asked myself, why should I reveal these wondrous things to people? Why should I pass on the mysteries of the universe and life to them? I even wondered if I should destroy everything I had already revealed. When I had such thoughts, I felt no regret for myself, but pity for people. What is most laughable is that many believe my creation of Life Genuine is intended to gain power, replace the government, or trouble other religious and political organizations. A notable example is when, in Yunnan, a police officer candidly told me, "Everything you've started is good and ideal. I don't see any ambition in you. But the problem is, if Life Genuine continues to develop and grow larger, will it cause trouble for the government? Will it shake society? Can the government not be concerned?" Even more laughable is that many people say Xiefeng's goal is to deceive people for money and sex, and to seek power. It is truly beyond words. What can I do? With such hearts and people, I can only go with the flow, aligning with the thoughts and wishes of the government and the public. Explanations are futile. Human thoughts are one thing, and the realms of gods and celestial beings are another. Human thoughts cannot comprehend the realms of gods and celestial beings, just as a pig's thoughts cannot comprehend the realm of humans. The wisdom drawn from this is that everything changes according to the human heart. When the human heart is restless and chaotic, it gives you a restless and chaotic world. If people want honey, they receive honey. If people want dog dung, they receive dog dung. This makes people happy, and thus the Tao shows its justice. Many people worry about Life Genuine celestials and say, "Be careful not to be deceived by Xiefeng. He is a great fraudster aiming to deceive people for money and sex. Leave Life Genuine as soon as possible." Hearing such concerns, I am not angry at all. On the contrary, I calmly observe and am quite supportive of those who worry about Life Genuine celestials. Sometimes it occurs to me, incite them, stir them up. Let those who do not understand Life-Chanuan's values, whose faith and belief are unstable, and who are unworthy of enjoying the benefits prepared by the Tao for higher beings be led away. It's tiring to guide immature crops forward. It's better to let the wise ones who care about Chanyuan celestials take them away and lighten my burden. But then, I wonder, are there people in this world who truly are, I am doing this entirely for your good? The wondrous things are around us. Only those who are awakened can see them, and only those with pure hearts can obtain them. Feng Shui changes with the human heart, and the world changes with human hearts. I only hope that people pursue truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity. As long as one persistently seeks, the Tao will surely bestow corresponding good things.
获取正果妙法经
The Sutra of the Wonderful Method for Achieving the Right Fruit. Xiefeng, February 5, 2015. Translation edited by Qinyu. Illuminate the heart's lamp to light up the vast world. All things and events are in constant circulation. Only by stepping out of the maze of confusion can one become a celestial among humans. A dream lasts one night, and upon waking, it vanishes. Dreams are full of worries and troubles, all turned upside down. There is no need to fret over what happens in dreams. Be a celestial in the present moment. The world is noisy and full of demonic obstacles. One wrong step can lead you astray. The temptations of demons are many. Even a slight misstep can result in getting caught. I have the Sutra of the Wonderful Method for Attaining the Right Fruit. Every word and sentence must be carefully pondered. If one practices diligently and attains the right fruit, one will become a celestial being from then on. Do not be greedy. Anything excessive is life-threatening. Having just enough is good. Greed turns one into a demon. Non-greed makes one a celestial. Do not rush. The more one rushes, the more disorderly things become. There will surely be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Follow the changes calmly, and the results will naturally come with effort. Do not contend. Not contending is like the fruit of the arhat. Everything is transient. Contention will not lead to the Tao or celestial fruits. Do not worry. What is meant to go will go, what is meant to come will come. Everything follows its destiny. Cloudy in the morning, clear in the afternoon. Spring forests bloom everywhere. Do not be arrogant. No matter how high the wisdom, one cannot predict the next second. No matter how great one's ability, one cannot prevent misfortune. Humility is best. Do not be anxious. Trust in the greatest creator. Trust in cause and effect. Put in your best effort daily. The Tao is just. Entrust it to the Tao. Do not be afraid. If you have done no wrong, why fear ghosts knocking on the door? Do good deeds, and though the heaven's net is wide, nothing escapes it. Do not be obstinate. Do not believe that you are always right. Do not cling stubbornly. Flexibility is best. Harmony without obstruction is ideal. No secular ties, no possessions, no self, no sadness, no worries, no attachment, no pessimism, no fear. If you reach the state of eightfold liberation above, you will attain the right fruit early. From then on, you will transcend the three realms, free to move between heaven and earth.
专注与坚持可获奇迹
Focus and persistence can achieve miracles. Xiefeng, February 12, 2015. Translation edited by Qinyu. When something thought to be impossible happens, it is a miracle. This could include various supernatural abilities, miraculous cures for terminal illnesses, gender transformations, rejuvenation, turning stones into gold, traveling through wormholes, and so on. The realization of the most cherished wishes is also considered a miracle. The changes in all phenomena in the universe are governed by programs. As long as these programs are activated, they will operate automatically, bringing about the outcomes people passionately desire. For example, just as a sexual encounter naturally leads to climax once the program is triggered, or breastfeeding automatically produces milk once a child is born, miracles will occur when the proper programs are set in motion. We hope for miracles, but in reality, their occurrence is rare. The things we long for often do not materialize, and the phenomena we wish for do not happen. This is not because miracles do not exist, but because our efforts are insufficient. 3 feet of ice do not form in a single day, and a drop of water wears through a stone not in one day. Without deep effort and proper execution, miracles will not happen. The 5 colors can confuse the eye. The 5 sounds can deafen the ear. When our goals are scattered, when our wishes are numerous and varied, when we are inundated with information, and when our awareness is distracted by various studies and marvels at countless changes, it becomes difficult to achieve miracles. Only focus and persistence can lead to miracles. By concentrating all energy on a single point and persisting, miracles will occur. People often seek quick results, dabble briefly, and never delve deeply. Everything remains superficial, and thus miracles do not occur. Our desires are too many and too superficial, which prevents miracles from happening. There are no impossible things, only those that cannot be transformed by our thinking or imagined by our consciousness. There are no unattainable goals, only efforts that are incomplete and abandoned halfway. In my discussion on elementary self-improvement, I suggested spending 3 minutes each morning praying to the greatest creator and clearly expressing your wishes. By doing this consistently, the universe will align to help realize your ideals and fulfill your wishes. The issue is whether we maintain this practice daily. Turning water into wine is not difficult, but do we consistently focus our consciousness on a glass of water in a calm state? If we merely think about things occasionally, make sporadic efforts, and fail to maintain focus and persistence, our desired outcomes will not materialize. Now you understand what the right fruit is. The right fruit is achieving a state free of secular attachments, possessions, self, sadness, worries, attachment, pessimism, and fear. Reaching the state of eightfold liberation indicates that we have attained the right fruit. Once this is achieved, attaining miracles becomes easier. The loss of our home environment is detrimental to achieving miracles because it lacks a suitable atmosphere for focusing on our desires. There are too many external distractions, making it hard to calm our minds. Today's society is overwhelmed with information from television, computers, and the internet, which disturbs our consciousness. Rapid global changes in climate, politics, and social structures leave us overwhelmed and unable to reflect. Combined with numerous and varied wishes, we become like leaves blown chaotically by the wind, unable to take root or focus on any single thing. As a guide, my advice is to block out all external information and focus on striving toward the state of eightfold liberation. Each day, spend 8 minutes in the same place at the same time, facing the same direction, adopting the same posture, performing the same action, or thinking about the same thing. Persist in this practice until a miracle occurs. First, determine exactly what you want and what goal you wish to achieve. Once the goal is set, persistently work towards it. Like a saw cutting through wood or water dripping through stone, with dedicated effort, miracles will appear. 生命探索，量子纠缠与人的另一半。Exploration of life, quantum entanglement, and the other. Xiefeng, December 25, 2015. Translation edited by Qin. The most exciting discovery at the forefront of science is quantum entanglement. For the scientific definition and related knowledge about quantum entanglement, please search Baidu. As there is a vast amount of information available, I will only extract one aspect that relates to life for your consideration. This aspect is, no matter how far apart two entangled particles are, even if they are separated by 100 light-years, if one particle smiles, the other particle will also smile simultaneously, regardless of the distance. Similarly, if one particle cries, the other will inexplicably cry as well. The entanglement between these two particles, in my view, represents affinity. As long as there is affinity, no matter how far apart the particles are spatially or how long the time gap is, there is mutual influence and instantaneous information transfer between them. From the perspective of Tai Chi, Yin-Yang, thinking, everything in the universe is composed of unified pairs of opposing factors, such as yin and yang, light and dark, up and down, soft and hard, rough and fine, positive and negative, beautiful and ugly, etc. Therefore, where there is positivity, there is also negativity, or opposition. For example, matter and non-material, particles and antiparticles. Quantum entanglement is the entanglement between particles and antiparticles. They are inseparable, deeply interconnected, and have 1,000 years of harmony, but they cannot embrace each other. If they do, they would perish together and vanish completely. I propose that since everything in the universe is composed of unified opposing factors, and since particles and antiparticles exist, it follows that humans, as a special matter, must also have an opposing counterpart, that is, the existence of the anti-human. In simple terms, this refers to a person's other half. Does this other half exist? If it does not exist, then the principle of the unity of opposites is not a universal law of the universe. If it does exist, then where is my other half? According to the principle of the unity of opposites and the phenomenon of particles and antiparticles, the other half must exist. Let us first assume that every person has an other half. So, where is this other half? What does the other half mean to each of us? Should we seek out the other half? The phenomenon of quantum entanglement has already hinted to us. When I suffer, my other half will also feel the pain. When I reach a climax, my other half will also experience it simultaneously. Conversely, when the other half is anxious, I will feel anxious. When the other half is happy, I will be in a joyful state too. According to quantum entanglement, when I am in pain, my other half is also in pain, even if my other half lives on Mars. The problem is, how can we know if the other half is also inexplicably in pain? Logically, as soon as my wife gives birth, my mother immediately becomes the child's grandmother, regardless of whether my mother lives on the moon or Mars. But in reality, it is difficult to know the state of the other half. So, when the other half is anxious, can we also be in a state of anxiety? For instance, suddenly feeling uncomfortable or agitated for no reason. If such feelings occur, could it mean that our other half is currently in a state of danger and anxiety? The purpose of exploring this phenomenon is that since there is a person in the universe who shares the same fate and breeds with us, the state of the other half determines our own state, and the future of the other half determines our own future. Therefore, we must find them. Otherwise, the passive situation of being a kite flying on its own will be difficult to eliminate, and we will never be able to move from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. Where is the other half? Since particles and antiparticles feel the same and are interconnected, we can find our other half from our own state and feelings. If we are always in joy, happiness, and freedom, we can be sure that our other half is in heaven. If we are always in desire and greed, placing great importance on money, power, fame, and lust, then our other half must be on earth. If we are always in anxiety, worry, fear, and dread, our other half is certainly in the animal world. If we are always in a state of anger, agitation, or depression, then our other half is certainly in hell. Similarly, one can accurately find their other half in 20 parallel worlds and 36 dimensional spaces. Why must we find the other half? Because without finding our other half, we will always be like a kite controlled by the other half, forever incomplete, unable to achieve self-harmony, and unable to escape the passive situation. We will never be able to control our own destiny, be our own master, or reach the ideal state we aspire to, and we will never achieve completeness. The Tai Chi diagram, also known as the first diagram of China, composed of yin-yang fish, represents a self-harmonious and complete outcome. If a person cannot achieve self-harmony and completeness, they will never reach the highest peak of life, nor will they ever reach the Western paradise guided by Buddha. Simply put, they will never reach heaven. Without reaching heaven, they will continue to cycle through the mundane world. Without finding our other half, we cannot form the higher-level complete structure required for life and will always depend on external factors for survival. Who exactly is the other half? The other half is oneself, one's own doppelganger or incarnation. It is an opposing factor that constitutes a complete life form but is separated and divided. If you are yang, the other half is yin. If you are yin, the other half is yang. Only through the unity of yin and yang can one achieve unity with heaven and the Tao and attain the right fruit. The annihilation effect in quantum mechanics tells us that when paired particles and antiparticles meet, They release radiation and immense energy and then annihilate each other, disappearing without a trace. When one self meets their other half, both disappear simultaneously, leaving no trace. However, does disappearing from the material world mean complete death? Certainly not. We know that the three essential elements of the universe are consciousness, structure, and energy. The release of energy does not mean the disappearance of consciousness. Consciousness is a form of non-material existence. The essence of life is consciousness. The disappearance of the physical body does not mean the disappearance of consciousness. After annihilation, or in other words, after perishing together, the material existence is gone, but as consciousness, it enters a higher level of life form. Simply put, when one self meets their other half, they immediately complete the metamorphosis of life, leaving the material world for the highest realm of life, the Elysium world, or, it can be said, becoming celestial beings and attaining Buddhahood. So, how can one meet their other half? From a theoretical and conventional perspective, it is impossible to meet one's other half, because although oneself and the other half have the same nature and feelings, paradoxically, if you move left, your other half will move right. If you move forward, they will move backward. If you want to go up, they will go down. They are both unified and opposed to you. The more you want them, the further they seem to get away. The more you try to avoid them, the closer they get. They always play hide and seek. They are just that mischievous and willful, neither to be loved nor hated. However, there is nothing impossible in the universe. If one contemplates the heavens and earth often, one will eventually understand the profound principles. Meeting one's other half is indeed possible. The above is merely a hypothesis and exploration, not a definitive conclusion. Consider it a mind game. Because in terms of entanglement and affinity, it is not only the other half that is entangled with and has affinity with us, but also many other factors. As quantum entanglement tells us, quantum entanglement refers to the non-local, non-classical strong correlations that exist between two or more quantum systems. How to meet your other half. Xiefeng, December 27, 2015. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Here, the other half refers to the antiparticle revealed by the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which exhibits ghost-like superdistant effect. For humans, it refers to the anti-self, another self that resonates with and entangles with oneself but remains separate, sharing the same nature and feelings. It is this other self that, together with oneself, forms a unified opposition. Only by meeting this other half can the annihilation event between particles and antiparticles occur. In other words, only by meeting one's other half can one achieve ultimate realization, attain completeness, and proceed to the Elysium world. One side of the balance scale represents oneself, and the other side represents the other half. If one side is lost, the other side will also cease to exist, and the balance will be disrupted. When oneself and the other half meet and both step off the balance scale, only then can one move toward the kingdom of freedom, the Elysium world, without disrupting the fairness and symmetry of the scale. Symmetric balance is one of the arrays in the 36-8 diagram arrays. Why do things develop in the opposite direction when they reach their extremes? Because without opposition, it is impossible to maintain the symmetric balance of the universe and things. Without symmetric balance, everything will head toward destruction. Therefore, particles must have antiparticles to maintain symmetric balance, and humans must have an anti-self to sustain the symmetric balance of life. From the perspective of the symmetric balance mechanism, the program resolutely prevents the meeting of particles and antiparticles, as their encounter would result in annihilation. If such encounters were easy, the world would be entirely annihilated and cease to exist. Thus, the 20 parallel worlds and 36-dimensional spaces act like a celestial net, separating all objects and spirits into the yin-yang world, preventing them from meeting. From a Buddhist perspective, all life's positive and negative aspects are separated into the desire realm, form realm, and formless realm, maintaining eternal reincarnation through the mutual generation and overcoming of the five elements. Only in this way can the world remain as a dreamlike, fantastical, and wondrous existence. Since the program strictly prevents and obstructs the meeting of opposing sides, meeting one's other half is extremely difficult, if not impossible. More severely, seeking to meet the other half is almost a delusion. However, since it is a program, there must be a way to crack it, much like a hacker who can crack or even alter a computer program. Or, one could say that the program itself contains a subprogram. As long as this subprogram is activated, one can achieve their wishes, meet their other half, and reach mutual annihilation, thereby achieving perfect accomplishment and entry into the Elysium world. The purpose of meeting one's other half is to eliminate the counterpart. Without eliminating the counterpart, one will forever be constrained by it and unable to escape the cycle of reincarnation in the three realms. Eliminating the counterpart means self-destruction, resulting in the death of both opposing sides, which then allows for the rebirth of a higher, self-harmonious, and complete life that meets the standards of the Elysium world. Finding one's other half is nearly futile. The more one tries to meet the other half, the more it will distance itself. I have a shortcut, a way to crack the code. It is the eightfold liberation state. When a person reaches the eightfold liberation state, the other half will actively come to meet and annihilate with them, thus transcending the three realms and no longer reincarnating in the five elements. They can directly reach the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. 如何攀登人生和生命的巅峰? How to climb to the peak of life and life. Xiefeng, March 1st, 2016. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Using the most advanced scientific technology, along with abundant facts and data, scientists have quantified the peak of life and life as a vibrational frequency of 1000, or a consciousness energy level of 1000. In other words, if your consciousness energy level reaches 1000, it indicates that you have climbed to the peak of life and life. The energy level of consciousness ranges from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 1000. Research shows that the vast majority of humans have energy levels below 200. Only 4,000ths of the global population reach an energy level of 500, and only 1 in 10 million reaches 600. Dr. Hawkins personally observed the only person with an energy level of 700, which was Mother Teresa. The great inventor Edison had an energy level of 470, U.S. President Roosevelt was 450, scientists Einstein and Newton were 499, Madame Curie was 505, Da Vinci was 565, Confucius was 590, Zhuangzi was 710, Bodhidharma was 795, Zhigong the Living Buddha was 870, Laozi was 1000, and both Jesus Christ and Buddha Shakyamuni surpassed 1000. Statistics show that in thousands of years of human history, individuals with an energy level of 1000 are extremely rare and can be called great gods or Buddhas. Currently, the only known individuals to have reached 1000 are Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus. From this, we can see that the peak of life and life we aim to climb is to become like Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus. These scientific conclusions align perfectly with the values of Life Genuine. Laozi is a celestial being, Shakyamuni is a Buddha, and Jesus is a god. The energy levels of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings are all 1000 and above. The peak that Life Genuine celestials aspire to reach is the energy level of a celestial being, which is 1000. How can we climb to the peak of life and life to reach 1000 within a limited time? Life Genuine makes it clear from the outset that Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus are the mentors of Life Genuine. If we strictly follow their teachings in our cultivation and practice, we can climb to the peak of life and life. To simplify, we should strictly adhere to the teachings in the Tao Te Ching, the Gospels of the New Testament, the Diamond Sutra, and the Heart Sutra. If these scriptures are hard to understand, there is a shortcut. Strive towards the goal of the state of eightfold liberation I have outlined. Achieving the state of eightfold liberation is not an overnight process. It requires going through 3 phases or checkpoints. First is the thorough purification of the mind, which I often refer to as the building of one's soul garden. Second is completely severing worldly ties and repaying all debts. Third is accumulating sufficient merit. Building the soul garden is the primary checkpoint. Without passing this, it is difficult to reach even an energy level of 300, let alone 1,000. The primary task in building the soul garden is to clear out the weeds and poisonous plants in it, such as jealousy, resentment, comparison, anger, meanness, hatred, fury, indignation, hatred, revenge, selfishness, greed, possession, control, laziness, sorrow, sadness, guilt, shame, contempt, fear, cowardice, passivity, negativity, pessimism, arrogance, pride, cynicism, conflict, debate, desire, and so on. Without thoroughly eliminating these, one's vibrational frequency will hover below 200. For example, the energy level of shame is 20, guilt is 30, apathy is 50, grief is 75, fear is 100, desire is 125, anger is 150, and pride is 175. All these mental states have energy levels below 200. Therefore, building the soul garden is foundational work, and all practitioners must undergo thorough mental purification. Without this, all efforts are in vain. Scientists have discovered that 200 is a critical energy level. Levels below 200 carry negative energy and are prone to illness. Levels above 200 carry positive energy and are free from illness. So, to avoid illness, one must strive to raise their vibrational frequency above 200. The energy level of love is 500, joy is 540, and peace and happiness is 600. Thus, by maintaining a state of constant joy, peace, happiness, and love, one can quickly raise their vibrational frequency and increase their energy level. Debt and worldly ties are the second checkpoint in climbing to the peak of life and life. Debt entanglements and deep worldly ties prevent one from feeling peaceful and joyous, and they cannot escape the gravitational pull of life. Therefore, to raise one's energy level, one must repay all past debts and completely sever worldly ties. Merit is the third checkpoint to reach an energy level of 1,000. Without merit, one can never reach the state of eightfold liberation, nor the peak. Hence, one must selflessly contribute, always give more than they take, perform acts of charity without seeking reward, and accumulate treasures in heaven. Over time, everything will naturally fall into place when the conditions are ripe, like fruit that ripens and falls naturally. In passing these three checkpoints, there are countless methods. As long as the methods are appropriate, climbing to the peak of life and life is not a problem. 攀登人生和生命巅峰的18个细节. 18 details for climbing to the peak of life and life. Xiefeng, March 2nd, 2016. Translation edited by Qin Yu. 1 to 1,000 represents the frequency of human consciousness or energy levels, with 1 being the lowest and 1,000 the highest. The state of 1,000 is the peak of life and life. A frequency of 200 is a dividing line. Below 200, a person is in a state of illness. Above 200, they are in a state of health. A frequency of 700 is another dividing line. Below 700, despite having a high energy level, one is still in a human state. Above 700, one transcends human boundaries and enters the state of saints, angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, and Buddhas. Our goal is to reach 1,000. So, how can we achieve this state? Here are some details worth noting. When a person encounters joyful events, their spirit is uplifted. What does uplifted spirit mean? It means sweeping away lethargy and becoming invigorated, which indicates an increase in energy. Why is the spirit uplifted? Because they have encountered joyful events. This means that as long as one encounters joyful events, their spirit will be uplifted. Conversely, if one encounters negative, ugly, false, worrisome, fearful, bad, or unlucky events, their spirit will not be uplifted. Not only will it not be uplifted, but it may also cause the spirit to become lethargic and even collapse. This reveals a key insight. If we want to reach the 1,000 energy level, we must consciously seek out joyful events and consciously avoid encountering negative events. Positive thoughts. Always maintain righteous thoughts and focus on beautiful things. Never harbor evil, sinister, or lustful thoughts. Positive thoughts invigorate the spirit, while negative ones weaken your energy level and are akin to self-destruction. Jesus' teachings like pray for your enemies and forgive others warn us not to destroy ourselves. The intention to harm others first harms oneself. Such thoughts should be avoided at all costs. Eliminate thoughts of revenge. In life, it is inevitable to encounter situations where one is bullied, oppressed, or exploited by others. While there is a common saying, "A gentleman takes his revenge," even if it takes 10 years, those on the path of life genuine are enlightened enough to understand that such thoughts are self-destructive. These thoughts have a vibrational frequency of only 30, a state of illness, and a terminal one at that. Never harbor thoughts of revenge. For dealing with bad people or enemies, follow life genuine values. Entrust your life to the greatest creator. Entrust your life to the management of the Tao, and focus on moving forward toward the light. Do not worry about tomorrow. The frequency of fear and worry is around 100, which is also a state of illness. Worrying about tomorrow weakens your energy. Concerns about aging without support, illness without money for treatment, children being unable to find spouses, being deceived, or survival are all forms of self-torture. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. Worrying is futile. Instead, follow life genuine values. Chase the sun, and you can escape the darkness. Stop self-blame. Gold is not pure, and no one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes in life. Once they are made, they are made. It's never too late to mend. Regret and self-blame are useless. Only by revitalizing your spirit and contributing more can you compensate for your shortcomings. Regret, self-blame, guilt, and shame have energies below 30, which are life-threatening emotional states. Erase the past self, reformat yourself, and create a new you each day, moving towards the brightest and most ideal state. Avoid anger. The frequency of anger is only 150. Anger primarily harms oneself, which is a foolish emotion. Learn to forgive others and use life genuine values. The world is faultless. All faults lie within ourselves. To calm your emotions and joyfully accept everything that happens to you. Focus on beauty. Look at all beautiful things, read high-energy books and articles, and avoid looking at ugly things and reading low-energy materials. TV and movies should not be watched indiscriminately, and books and articles should be chosen carefully. Anything filled with low energy should be avoided, as it will lower your energy level. For example, horror movies induce fear and drop your energy below 100. Stay away from anything that induces sadness, anger, discomfort, despair, or fear. Instead, admire beautiful landscapes, blooming flowers, clear streams, blue skies, and white clouds. Appreciate beautiful people, gentle and cute animals like puppies, kittens, lambs, and deer. Enjoy symmetrical and fresh artworks and watch cheerful characters like Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse. Focus more on truth, goodness, beauty, love, trust, and sincerity, and less on falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, cunning, and chaos. Listen to pleasant sounds. Enjoy all melodious tunes, music, the sound of wind and rain, reading, singing, bird calls, flowing water, laughter, and affectionate voices. Avoid listening to sounds of shouting and killing, street vendors, arguments, scolding, car horns, machinery noise, harsh sounds, crying, complaints, painful groans, and wailing. It is said that pop songs have low energy, so listen more to timeless classic songs and tunes. Create a high-energy environment. Hang landscape paintings or calligraphy such as the Ode to the Humble Room or the Heart Sutra in your room. Cultivate elegant potted plants, place artistic items, and keep your living spaces clean and orderly to enhance your energy. Engage in uplifting activities, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and appreciating the beauty of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums can effectively elevate your energy. Whenever possible, let these activities accompany your life. Practice simplicity. Opt for a vegetarian diet. Reduce meat consumption. Embrace simplicity. Reduce luxury. Choose a refined style. Avoid extravagance. Seek calmness. Reduce agitation. Own less. Contribute more. Associate with high-energy people. Spend time with those who bring you happiness, freedom, and hope. Engage with spiritually advanced individuals. Avoid people who make you uncomfortable, those who are aimless, gossipers, complainers, cynics, those who complain of imaginary ailments, and those who obsess over money. Avoid associating with people who are overly mystical or eccentric. Stay away from those who are stubborn, easily provoked, or who constantly lament their circumstances. Engage in joyful activities. Participate in games, entertainment, dancing, singing, and lighthearted flirtation. Avoid fighting, gambling, and manipulative activities. Limit involvement in political and religious activities, as well as motivational talks. Spend more time in nature and less in markets, bars, and supermarkets. Respect ordinary people more, and bow less to powerful figures, celebrities, or the wealthy. Limit online time. Spending too much time in online groups is detrimental. The longer you stay, the more confused your thoughts become, and the more time you waste. Reading too many online articles can cloud your mind. 95% of online content lacks energy above 200, so it's better to read classics and thought-provoking works that inspire and enlighten. Focus on inner qualities. The level of a person's energy is not strongly related to their education, experience, power, status, wealth, or fame, but is closely linked to their beliefs, intentions, spiritual realm, motivations, words, and actions. Therefore, focus more on your faith, thoughts, spiritual motives, words, and deeds, and less on education, experience, power, status, wealth, or fame. Cultivate positive qualities. Maintain rationality, understanding, compassion, reverence, peace, joy, serenity, and bliss. Revere the greatest creator. Worship gods and Buddhas, respect life, and be in awe of nature. Engage in romantic and intimate activities. Romantic relationships, affection, and sexual activity can raise your vibrational frequency. Hold the hand of the greatest creator. Invite Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and Celestial Laozi into the palace of your consciousness. Worship and honor them. Strive for enlightenment. Continuously work towards the eightfold liberation state. The above are just a few details for climbing to the peak of life and life. Great achievements are built on attention to detail, and small streams merge into great rivers. While paying attention to details, don't forget the 3 major checkpoints I outlined in How to Climb to the Peak of Life and Life, namely, building your soul garden, repaying debts and resolving worldly attachments, and accumulating merit. Focus on both the big picture and the small details, and in this way, you can reach the peak of life and life, achieving the sacred state of 1000 in energy level.
只管创造奉献，不管得失成功。
Focus solely on creation and contribution, without worrying about gains and losses, successes and failures. Xiefeng, June 12, 2016. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The way of the great Tao governs both the microscopic and the macroscopic. The universe operates within the Tao, with every detail functioning under its influence. The net of heaven is vast, yet nothing escapes it. Even gods and Buddhas cannot escape the governance of the Tao, much less mortals. Unselfishness leads to the fulfillment of the self, and selflessness leads to the realization of the self. Those who are selfless focus solely on creating and contributing, without concern for gains or successes. It is precisely because they create and contribute selflessly that the Tao fulfills all their ideals. Because they do not calculate or consider their own efforts and benefits, the Tao realizes their most beautiful wishes. The sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is zero. What one gives and what one gains ultimately balance out. If you give, you will inevitably receive. Once you receive, you must give. This is the justice of the Tao. Therefore, a person who understands this principle will focus solely on creating and contributing, leaving the question of gains or successes to the Tao's arrangement. They do not worry about being shortchanged and thus live each day joyfully, immersed in giving and creating. If we create a paradise and it is taken away, we should not worry. Instead, we create another paradise. If this paradise is taken away, we continue to create yet another one. If this one is also taken away, we do not get angry, upset, hesitant, or doubt the Tao's justice. Happily, we begin creating yet another paradise, repeating the cycle of creation and contribution. The perfection of life and the way to realizing beautiful ideals lie within this continuous process. A sage has no selfish heart and takes the hearts of all people as his own. A celestial being has nothing of his own and takes what belongs to the Tao as his own. Having nothing means having everything. Once you possess something, you will have attachments, false thoughts, fears, and troubles, and you will not achieve true fruition. Therefore, continue creating and contributing without the desire to possess, and you will be free from harm and enjoy a carefree life, reaching the celestial island's continent. Lose at sunrise and gain at sunset. Losing here means gaining elsewhere. Losing today means gaining tomorrow. Sweat lost is food gained. Effort lost is spirit gained. Worldly losses lead to heavenly gains, and losses in this life lead to gains in the next. Nothing is lost in vain, and nothing is gained without reason. Therefore, focus solely on creating and contributing without worrying about gains and successes. This is the path of those who follow the Tao. Without creation, there is no joy. Without contribution, there is no happiness. Without creation and contribution, there is no beautiful future. Giving much and receiving little is a fortunate event in life, a way to avoid misfortune. Receiving much and giving little is a misfortune, a way to avoid blessings. A storm may arise from a clear sky. Man's fate is as unpredictable as the weather. The Arctic ice cap is disappearing. The glaciers at the source of the Yellow River are rapidly retreating. Heat waves come one after another, and disasters follow in quick succession. Small changes gradually occur, and major changes happen in an instant. Who can guarantee that tomorrow will be the same as today? Life is as fleeting as a white horse passing through a crack. What you gain cannot be kept. Once changes occur, everything will disappear like water flowing eastward in the Yangtze River. The river flows 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west, and everything gained will become a fleeting dream. Everything is a game. Only life and nature are real. Everything will be lost. Everything will become a fleeting moment. Only what is embedded in your consciousness is truly yours. If your consciousness is embedded with animal characteristics, you will descend. If it is embedded with the characteristics of celestial beings and Buddhas, you will ascend. Accumulating treasures in your consciousness makes them difficult to lose. Accumulating treasures outside yourself not only makes them hard to keep, but also becomes a burden for your mind and life. If the process is not good, the result will not be good. If the process is good, the result will be good. A lifetime of troubles will lead to troubles in the next life. A lifetime of joy will lead to joy in the next life. Therefore, create with joy and contribute with happiness. By maintaining this joyful process, undoubtedly, you will ascend to the fairy world. The Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator. The Tao is formless, and the Tao governs everything. Entrust your life to the greatest creator. Entrust your life to the Tao. We just focus on creating and contributing. By chasing the sun, we can escape the darkness. Do not worry about anything. Do not calculate anything. Do not manage anything. Just keep moving towards the light. Each day, focus on creating with all your heart and effort, contributing without ego and selfishness. Tao 1. Xiefeng, May 13, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The first characteristic of Tao, holographic order. The universe is holographic, everything is interconnected, and the universe is a living entity. The activity of an ant is related to an elephant drinking water. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings in Alaska is connected to a storm at the Cape of Good Hope. Today's cough is linked to an insect swallowed 10 years ago. The current back pain is related to a mouse killed 500 years ago. The suffering of a grandson today is connected to the mountain digging activities of ancestors 3,000 years ago. The rolling of a stone on the moon is linked to an earthquake somewhere on Earth. An explosion on a distant planet thousands of light years away is related to someone sneezing on Earth. Parents' words and actions are connected to the growth of their children. A mosquito bite on the toe is directly linked to getting angry. A lover's betrayal is related to the other's suicide. A statement made by Jesus or Buddha 2,000 years ago is linked to someone's behavior today. Darwin's theory of evolution is connected to people not believing in the greatest creator. A statement made by oneself 10 years ago is related to today's unexpected encounters. Everything is connected, no matter how distant. All events are related, no matter how long ago. Hearts resonate, whether in heaven or on earth. Spirits communicate, regardless of whether they belong to insects, plants, animals, humans, or ghosts. This is the holographic order. In the midst of complexity and constant change, everything falls into place with precision and order. Every word, action, movement, thought, and intention leaves an imprint in the universe. When the time is ripe, there will be consequences. Feeling helpless, unable to understand, unable to see the principles of good deeds leading to good outcomes and evil deeds leading to bad outcomes, one feels anxious and confused, not knowing the cause. Life seems uncertain. Everything appears random and inexplicable because the characteristic of Tao is holographic order. Boundless and infinite, without tactics or fixed modes, no name or identity, no form or shadow, yet its power is immense, rewarding and punishing at all times. Invisible, intangible, and inaudible, yet it responds like a shadow that follows form. It can't be stolen, hidden, lifted, or moved. It's elusive and empty, yet it can cause earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, ground splits, and thunderous roars. Where there's movement, it moves. Where there's stillness, it's still. Where there's life, lives. Where there's death, it dies. Yet where there's movement, it's still. Where there's stillness, it moves. Where there's life, it dies. Where there's death, it lives. It's profound and inscrutable. Hard to fathom its wonder, because the nature of Tao is holographic order. Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. This is because Tao possesses the characteristic of holography. Holography here does not refer to chaos. Chaos is disordered, while holography is orderly. Tao forms an invisible divine net, which, as the saying goes, divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. All things, all phenomena, are within this divine net. They cannot escape it, hide from it, erase it, or extinguish it. Whether they are gods, Buddhas, demons, celestials, saints, ghosts, or monsters, they all operate within this divine net and cannot escape it, cannot escape from holography. As I expand, so does Tao. As I diminish, so does Tao. As I possess, so does Tao. As I lack, so does Tao. As I become complex, so does Tao. As I become simple, so does Tao. Holography is not chaos. Within holography, there are 36 8-diagram arrays, 36 dimensional spaces, 20 parallel worlds, and 64 basic factors. The permutations, combinations, and error corrections of these 64 basic factors intertwine to form astronomical numbers, which are difficult for human intelligence to understand and reach. Therefore, each person plays their own game, walks their own path. You are you. You can never become another person. Even if there is a 99.99% similarity, that 0.01% is enough to make a world of difference, as distant as 1,000 miles. Do you completely understand? If you do, it proves that you don't understand the holography of Tao. Only by transforming oneself into nothingness, within the void, faint, vague, dim, obscure, can one glimpse a bit of true insight. First, dissolve oneself into holography, then one can understand the characteristic of Tao is holographic. Laozi said, "Those who are skilled in the way of Tao are subtle, mysterious, profound, and penetrating, so deep that they cannot be understood." Why? Because Tao possesses the characteristic of holography. Knowing that Tao has the characteristic of holography and understanding the holographic characteristic of Tao hold profound and significant value. When we can face the collapse of Mount Tai without blinking an eye or skipping a beat, smile slightly with a knife at our throat, remain calm and composed in the face of death, stay unruffled in the face of family ruin and personal loss, and continue to be calm and relaxed even if the next second brings about earth-shattering changes. Only then can we truly understand the holographic nature and principles of Tao. In reality, at this moment, one has already become a celestial being. The sky is intensely blue, death ceases to exist, beauty surrounds us, profound experiences abound, all paths are open, skills are effortlessly wielded, and there is nothing to do but enjoy leisure and play. Understanding the holographic characteristic of Tao and following its path leads to escaping the kingdom of necessity and entering the kingdom of freedom. 雪峰传道2. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 2. Xiefeng, May 15, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The second characteristic of Tao, eternal reliability. Tao is the synthesis of all laws. Within a certain time and space, these laws are immutable, enduring, and dependable. Every morning, the red sun rises from the east. The seasons change timely throughout the year. Seeds sown in suitable soil will inevitably sprout, grow, and eventually bloom and bear fruit. Rivers naturally flow downstream. It has been like this for thousands of years. Eggs are hatched in 21 days, yielding chicks. After giving birth, mother's milk will surely follow. Tides ebb and flow, flowers bloom and wither, flocks of geese migrate southward, the moon waxes and wanes. Everything follows a pattern. Everything can be trusted and relied upon. This is the characteristic of Tao, eternal reliability. The sum of the interior angles of a triangle is 180 degrees. Pi is always 3.1415926. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Velocity multiplied by time equals distance traveled. To escape the solar system, an object must reach or exceed a velocity of 16.7 kilometers per second. Oxygen and iron embrace to become iron oxide. Halley's Comet appears once every 76 years. The moon continually orbits the Earth. It takes a little over 365 days for the Earth to orbit the Sun once. When full, hunger disappears. With the onset of puberty, there arises a sexual impulse. When a light is turned on, darkness is dispelled. Collision between positive and negative cloud layers can trigger thunder and lightning. Everything is so precise, orderly, and systematic. This is determined by the eternal reliability of Tao. Swallowing a bottle of sleeping pills will definitely result in never waking up again. Consuming croton seeds will surely cause diarrhea. Drinking a bowl of concentrated arsenic water will undoubtedly result in immediate death. Placing one's hand in a blazing fire will certainly result in burnt skin and flesh. Planting potatoes will definitely not yield sweet potatoes. It is unquestionable that those who are near vermilion get stained red, and those who are near ink get stained black. 1. Will surely not pick bananas from an apple tree. Constructing skyscrapers on quicksand is surely impossible. Dialing the signal 0086 will definitely connect you to China. Cutting a blade on the back of the hand will surely draw blood. Flying in synchronous orbit with the Earth's rotation will always be either morning or another time. Hitting oneself on the head with a stone will surely feel painful. Why can we be so sure? Because this is determined by the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao. Understanding this characteristic of Tao holds profound significance. Not only can it effectively and fully utilize laws to serve oneself, avoiding wastage of personal energy and mitigating risks, but more importantly, it enables recognition of the inevitability of change in all things. Consequently, one can confidently carry out current tasks without hesitation or doubt, steadfastly progressing towards their goals. For example, if we aim to reach the 1,000-year world, as long as our consciousness resonates with the beings of the 1,000-year world, and we adopt their way of life and existence, there is no doubt that we will surely arrive there. We will have no doubts about this. Why? Because it is determined by the eternal reliability of Tao. Pursuing the sun will certainly escape darkness. Aspire to the thousand-year world and persistently practice and cultivate towards it. Surely, we will reach the thousand-year world. Doubt arises from uncertainty, and uncertainty stems from not recognizing the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao. Once one acknowledges this aspect of Tao, it becomes as certain as knowing that placing fermented dough in a steamer for about 15 minutes will undoubtedly yield edible steamed buns. Good deeds bring good rewards, evil deeds bring evil consequences. This is the eternal characteristic of Tao. It is reliable. Those who commit numerous evil deeds will surely descend into hell, while those who fulfill virtuous deeds will inevitably become celestial beings or Buddhas and ascend to heaven. This is an iron rule, determined by the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao, not subject to the will of any individual. If we do good deeds, there's no need to anxiously await results. Why be in a rush? When the time comes, the results will naturally manifest. Small changes gradually emerge, while big changes happen in an instant. Through daily cultivation, progress may not be visible, but suddenly one day, one has already become a celestial being. A rope rubbing against a wooden board will cut into it, and water dripping onto a stone will wear it down. Channels form when water flows. The pedicels of ripe melons fall. These are enduring laws, reliable. What is there to doubt? There are no random events in the universe. Everything is the inevitable result of causes and conditions. There are no coincidences or accidents. Everything follows a predetermined pattern. This isn't something made up by Xiefeng. It is determined by the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao. The type of consciousness one possesses corresponds to the form of existence one embodies, and the manner of thinking determines one's way of life. This is neither superstition nor speculation, but rather a summary and reflection of the patterns life presents across different times and spaces. Having understood the eternal reliability characteristic of Tao, one should steadfastly journey and cultivate towards Celestial Islands continent. As long as persistence is maintained, one will undoubtedly reach Celestial Islands continent. This endeavor is perpetually reliable, and Tao does not deceive people. 雪峰传道3. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 3. Xiefeng, May 17, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, justice, immediacy, and illusory yet actual existence. The third characteristic of Tao: instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability. Tao is the most subtle and sensitive sensor in the universe. It instantaneously senses, records, and responds to the slightest changes at any time, place, or thing, without the slightest delay or negligence. Whether it's the changes in a galaxy or the changes in a fundamental particle, whether it's actions taken by humans or the fleeting thoughts in their minds, Tao accurately senses, records, and responds without missing a single microsecond. You may deceive people and other living beings, but you cannot deceive Tao, for Tao resides within us. In every drop of our blood, in every cell, in every nerve pathway, in every breath, in every heartbeat, and in every thought, Tao is present, sensing, and responding. Therefore, the more honest a person is, the more they align with the characteristics of Tao. From this, we realize that any deception ultimately deceives not others or other beings, but oneself. Inner prayers, acts of repentance, wishes, and blessings all carry weight, value, and significance. Any disaster, whether it's a slip or a fall, a car accident, or an earthquake, can be prevented and avoided. As the ancient sages said, a single thought can move ghosts and gods. A single action can change heaven and earth. The difference between calamity and fortune, sorrow and joy, lies in the slightest difference in thought. Whether a camel will be crushed depends on the last straw, and which way the balance tips depends on the final gram. This is because Tao possesses the characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity. Tao is not dead, but alive. It possesses eternal reliability, Yet it is not a rigid and unchanging machine. It is adaptable and can generate myriad phenomena. Wherever there is space, life, or changes, there are Tao's methods. On a macroscopic level, Tao's principles are constant, while on a microscopic level, they are constantly changing, arising and ceasing in each moment. On a macroscopic scale, there are stages of birth, abiding, decay, and emptiness, while on a microscopic scale, these stages can be reversed. For every person, every day, there are countless thoughts and ideas, and in response, Tao generates various transformations. If you remain unchanged, Tao remains unchanged. If you change, Tao changes accordingly. With your 10,000 changes, Tao produces 10,000 corresponding transformations. This is the instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability of Tao, always remaining unchanging amidst change, changing amidst the unchanging, eternally one yet endlessly unpredictable and mysterious. This is why it is said that the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Having understood Tao's characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, we know how to navigate our life's journey. We can skillfully pursue our desires without overstepping boundaries, thus safely and smoothly arriving at the life space we yearn for. For example, since Tao exhibits eternal reliability, our ideals, beliefs, and pursuits must also be steadfast and reliable. We cannot be fickle, changing our minds frequently, or we will never reach our ultimate ideals. However, because Tao also demonstrates instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, we must be flexible on our journey through life. We cannot rigidly adhere to fixed rules or cling to dogma. We must be like eagles hunting rabbits. Wherever the rabbit runs, we must flap our wings accordingly. When we reach the riverbank, if there's no bridge, we must quickly find a boat to cross. If there's no boat, we must paddle ourselves, or if we cannot swim, we should practice swimming first. If necessary, we must find a piece of wood to help us cross the river. In short, we cannot simply wait passively. In times of danger, it is essential to pray and seek help from the greatest creator promptly because Tao possesses the characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity. Our inner thoughts and activities are instantly perceived by the greatest creator, who will then take corresponding protective measures in the nick of time. When faced with a dilemma, promptly share your best wishes with the greatest creator and then entrust your life to him, letting Tao manage your life. Then, go with the flow, act according to your nature, take advantage of opportunities that arise, and you will not go wrong. When facing decisions, it's crucial to remain calm and not hastily make choices. Avoid harboring a mentality of taking chances or attempting to deceive or lie. Look up 3 feet. You will find divinity. In reality, these divine entities are within us. A slight misstep can lead to drastic consequences. In the darkness, one may harbor ill intentions, but the eyes of the divine are as bright as lightning, and to avoid misfortune in the visible world, do not offend the invisible. The invisible refers to our inner world, which is unseen by others. If we commit wrongdoings in our inner world, there will be no good outcomes under the bright light of day. Don't assume that unethical actions from yesterday will go unpunished today and deceive yourself into believing you can get away with it. In reality, you are only deceiving yourself. When the time comes, you will deeply regret it because Tao possesses the characteristic of instantaneous sensitivity. It meticulously records all our thoughts and actions, accumulating them for change. When this accumulation reaches a saturation point, even the slightest change will trigger unforeseen events instantaneously. This is determined by Tao's holographic characteristic. In summary, Tao manages, supervises, coordinates, and responds to us at all times and in all places. This is the instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability of Tao. 雪峰传道4. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 4. Xiefeng. May 18, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The fourth characteristic of Tao, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior. The entire universe is an integrated whole, much like the human body. Tao permeates the universe, akin to how blood fills the human body. Tao possesses the characteristics of a hologram, making no distinction between inner and outer. In other words, it's impossible to discern what is internal from what is external, let alone what is up or down, what is large or small, what is male or female. This state requires deep immersion to fully experience, similar to how a drop of ink disperses in clear water. After a while, when the ink completely merges into the water, it becomes difficult to distinguish between inner and outer. Tao, akin to ink seamlessly blending into clear water, pervades all things, both material and non-material, permeating all aspects of time and space. Therefore, Tao possesses the characteristic of transcendence of inner and outer. When a stone is thrown into calm water, ripples extend in all directions from the point where the stone lands. But this takes time. If there are obstacles, the ripples may stop there. For instance, waves from Dongting Lake are unlikely to reach the Pacific Ocean. However, Tao is different. Stimulus from any location can almost instantaneously propagate to every material, time, and space in the universe without any hindrance. Any movement in the human world is immediately known in the heavenly realms, and any change in the heavenly realms immediately affects the human world. Just as the human brain, with its central nervous system, can immediately sense a prick on the toe, the universe also has a central system. According to the non-material world chapter, we know that there are 20 parallel worlds in the universe. These 20 parallel worlds are not isolated from each other but are connected by the 0 point, the realm of the greatest creator's residence. The 0 point serves as the central nervous system of the universe. The 20 parallel worlds intersect at the 0 point, and for the 0 point, any subtle changes in these 20 parallel worlds are perceived, much like how the brain perceives any subtle changes in the body's limbs, hair, senses, organs, and viscera. Therefore, for Tao, it transcends time and space without any constraints. Tao's transcendence is not only manifested in its ability to traverse space, but also time. For humans, we perceive the past, present, and future as distinct, but for Tao, these temporal states are unified and indistinguishable. The past is the present is the future, and the future is the past. They are all part of a unified whole. The past influences the present shapes the future, and in the same way, the present can also affect the past, and the future can influence the present. If a life form was once a fox, is now a human, and will be a celestial being in the future, then the fox, the human, and the celestial being are all manifestations of the same entity. We may perceive them differently, but Tao does not make such distinctions. In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, characters often enter the non-material world and engage in romantic relationships, marriage, and childbirth with foxes, bees, and other creatures. The parties involved cannot distinguish between themselves. There are no clear differences between foxes, humans, and bees. Only by stepping outside of that space can one discern who is a bee, who is a fox, and who is a human. Of course, some may argue that Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio is a collection of supernatural tales not to be believed, but that's their perspective, not mine. They've never entered these stories, so they deem them untrustworthy. However, once they enter and then leave, their perspective might change. For me, there is no clear distinction between mythology, fairy tales, supernatural stories, fiction, and reality, just as there is no clear distinction between the 36 8-diagram arrays. If you've been living within just one 8-diagram arrays and never entered any of the other 35 8-diagram arrays, of course, you will never know the existence of the 36 8-diagram arrays. Science fiction novels may seem like products of the author's imagination, but when we enter the space-time tunnel, we realize that they are not mere fantasies, but depictions of reality. It is said that in 1898, British writer Morgan Robertson wrote a novel titled Futility, which eerily predicted the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, 14 years later. Can we then dismiss the novel as merely the author's imagination? In 1865, at the age of 37, French science fiction writer Jules Verne published his science fiction masterpiece, From the Earth to the Moon, which described launching a manned projectile to the moon. The content, data, and details in the novel were almost identical to the data of the Apollo 11 moon landing spacecraft in 1969, 100 years later. Can we say Verne was just imagining things? Some may criticize Sieffing's depictions of the thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent as mere fantasy, but we cannot fault the critics for their lack of understanding of Tao's transcendence of time and space and the mysteries of thinking. However, believers are blessed. Grasping the concept of Tao's transcendence over time and space is truly extraordinary and incredibly marvelous. If one achieves enlightenment, they can freely roam the universe, instantly entering any life space to play. Moreover, one's thinking can expand limitlessly, and consciousness can transform from human to celestial being in the shortest possible time. The key here is not to differentiate between inner and outer, not to have a concept of time, but to realize that you are within Tao. Since Tao possesses the characteristic of transcending time and space, you also have the innate ability to transcend time and space. You can effortlessly travel from the human world directly to the thousand-year world, or the 10,000-year world, or the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. 雪峰传道5. Sieffing Preaching Tao 5. Sieffing, May 19, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The 5th characteristic of Tao, spirituality. In terms of the eternal reliability of Tao, it represents the synthesis of all laws. It operates meticulously, impartially, and strictly according to procedures. It cannot be deceived. If you input apples, you won't get oranges in return. Input peace, and you won't get turmoil. Input heaven, and you won't get hell. It acts like a mirror, reflecting the true essence of things. Therefore, when we encounter setbacks, troubles, or disasters in reality, we should know that they are entirely caused by ourselves, brought about by the information we input. This is not a dereliction or error of Tao. When we see someone crying in the mirror, it's ourselves crying. The mirror accurately reflects the actual situation in front of it. It's unreasonable to blame the mirror when we cry. If we wish to see the person in the mirror smile, we ourselves must smile. If we don't smile, the reflection in the mirror will never smile. Similarly, if we want Tao to bring peace, smoothness, auspiciousness to our lives, and to have a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life, we must put ourselves in such a state. If our consciousness is in chaos and disorder, then everything we perceive will also appear chaotic and disordered. If we lack direction and goals, Tao will not show us direction and goals. If our hearts are filled with jealousy and hatred, then everything we see and hear will provoke jealousy and hatred in us. If we constantly blame others and have a great deal of anger, the arrangements made by Tao will only provoke us to become angry and resentful. If our inner world is not peaceful, the outer world will not be peaceful either. If there is no heaven in our consciousness, there will be no heaven in the universe. If our hearts do not envision and yearn for the scenes of the thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, we will never find or reach these worlds and continent. What we long for, what we pray for, is what we attract to ourselves. What we think and do is reflected in reality. Western spiritual masters say, reality is the projection of our own consciousness, and indeed it is so.
我们常常埋怨老天不公，说老天爷看着人间这么多苦难灾难不管，而情况不是这样的。实际情况是我们自己愿意制造苦难和灾难，是我们自己不愿意脱离苦难和灾难。上天派老子来，我们听从老子的开示了吗？ 上天派佛陀释迦牟尼来，我们听从佛陀的教诲了吗？上天派耶稣来，我们听从耶稣的指导了吗？上天派雪峰来，我们听从雪峰的导游了吗？我们还埋怨什么？
We often complain that heaven is unfair, saying that the heavens watch over the world with so much suffering and disaster and do nothing. But the situation is not like that. In reality, it is we who are willing to create suffering and disaster, and it is we who are unwilling to break free from them. When heaven sent Laozi, did we heed his teachings? When heaven sent Buddha, did we follow his guidance? When heaven sent Jesus, did we listen to his instructions? When heaven sent Xiefeng, did we follow his guidance? What else do we have to complain about? Although Tao operates meticulously and impartially, it is sentient and trustworthy, and it has spirituality. When we rejoice, Tao rejoices. When we suffer, Tao suffers. When we are angry, Tao is angry. When we ask for something, Tao will provide it. It's worth collecting evidence of this. When a person's life is in extreme danger, if they are conscious and earnestly seek the aid of the greatest creator at that critical moment, the situation can immediately shift from danger to safety, or the risk and damage can be minimized. There are many examples of this throughout history, which proves what? It proves that Tao has spirituality. Without spirituality, there would be no resonance, and without resonance, the turning of danger into safety would be difficult to achieve. Jesus often taught us that as long as you keep knocking, the door of the kingdom of the greatest creator will open for you. As long as we have faith, we can instantly transplant the large tree beside us to another place. The spirituality of Tao also manifests in the form of continuous inspiration it provides us, which I refer to as revelations. The over 100 articles I have written, titled Revelations, aim to help everyone find and receive divine inspirations from the myriad phenomena of nature. Life Genuine has always emphasized the need for everyone to awaken their spiritual perception. Once awakened, it's akin to a blind person regaining sight. You will perceive revelations everywhere, comprehend the wordless books, grasp the operational rules and ways of Tao, and ultimately attain Tao. You will be able to fly freely in the vast sky and leap freely in the boundless sea. Wherever you wish to go, you will go. Tao is constantly caring for us, assisting us, watching over us, educating us, and guiding us. Every few hundred years, it sends certain individuals to guide us. This is the spirituality of Tao. Tao responds to our inner prayers and desires at any moment, acting like a mirror that reflects our current reality, demonstrating the spirituality of Tao. If we consume something that upsets our stomach, Tao will cause us to experience the associated pain or discomfort, serving as a warning to us. 雪峰传道6. Xiefeng Preaching Tao 6. Xiefeng. June 3, 2008. Translation edited by Jiejing. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator, the driving force behind the movement and transformation of all things in the universe. It is the lifeblood of the universe, it is nature, and the synthesis of all laws. Tao possesses 8 characteristics: holographic order, eternal reliability, instantaneous sensitivity and adaptability, transcendence over time and space with no interior or exterior, spirituality, justice, non-obstruction, and illusory yet actual existence. The 6th characteristic of the Tao, justice. If we look at things from a moment-to-moment perspective, it's almost impossible to discern the justice of Tao. Where does the justice of Tao manifest when a kind person encounters a car accident? Where does the justice of Tao manifest when a place experiences an earthquake, causing mass casualties and injuries? Where does the justice of Tao manifest when some opportunists exploit and oppress good people, living in wealth and comfort, while hardworking, kind, and sincere individuals struggle with hardship and despair? To see the justice of Tao, one must look at it from a macro perspective, from a holistic viewpoint, from the perspective of causality, from the long river of history, from the interplay of debts, from the future consequences, and from the principles of misfortune, that upon which happiness depends. Happiness, that underneath which misfortune lurks. And if you want to contract something, you must first expand it. If you want to weaken something, you must first strengthen it. If you want to abolish something, you must first promote it. If you want to see something, you must first give to it. When someone suffers from a headache, there is always a reason behind it. There is absolutely no headache without a cause. The occurrence of any phenomenon or event always has its reasons. There are no occurrences without reasons. All illnesses, pains, and disasters have their origins. When we trace back to their roots, we may find that some originate not long ago, while others have origins from a very long time ago. We tend to forget events from a long time ago because we cannot find their roots. Due to this, we often misunderstand the justice of Tao and mistakenly conclude that life is unpredictable and that the occurrence of all phenomena and events is merely coincidental. In fact, the justice of Tao manifests not only on a macro and global scale but also on a micro and local level, from quarrels between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to palace intrigues, from slipping and falling outside to facing difficulties in tasks, from joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, to changes in weather and the waxing and waning of the moon, from personal fights to world wars. The justice of Tao is evident everywhere. The reason we often fail to perceive the justice of Tao is because we have not identified the root causes that lead to or trigger events. In hell, there isn't a single unjustly condemned spirit. Between the realms of yin and yang, there isn't a single unjustly condemned ghost. In the human world, there isn't a single person who is unjustly accused. As one sows, so shall one reap. Divine punishments, though slow,